Mic check, mic check. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. On a next level. I'm not here for the play. On a next level. You're just on something else over here, you know? We see a problem. We want to correct it. I'm not here for the play. On a next level. Let's spray the raid on it. Fully focused. I'm fully focused. On a next level. There are weirdos out there. Infested with those cockroaches. Let's spray the raid on them. Spray the raid on it. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. On a next level. I'm not here for the play. Okay, boom. Mic check, mic check. On a next level. Mic check, mic check. Turn the music off. Mic check, mic check. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. On a next level. I'm not here for the play. On a next level. We're just on something else over here, you know? We see a problem. We want to correct it. I'm not here for the play. On a next level. Let's pray the raid on it. Fully focused. I'm fully focused. On a next level. There are weirdos out there. Infested with those cockroaches. Let's pray the raid on it. Pray the raid on it. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. On a next level. I'm not here for the play. Okay, boom. Mic check. On a next level. Mic check. Turn the music off. Mic check. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. On a next level. I'm not here for the play. Peace, peace, peace. Shout out to my God in the groove. Peace to you, man. You see, y'all catch that little smirk at the end of his video. That man sat up under me for two live streams on the panel. Didn't even mention that he made that. Peace to Anna Perna. She the one who brought it to my attention. So, man, I appreciate that. In the groove, y'all check him out. Dre Cobb's music. I know you heard it. Dre Cobb's music, man. Link with dude, man. I put his channel link in the chat. Let me drop the link because my children maybe I'm not gonna put it on them, but I'm not as prepared for this. But really, I mean, I really would like for the minds to come together today. And last week we discussed, do we have an enemy? And we could sit here and talk about this enemy all day and still be still in the storm. So I would like to focus on now. Let's try to move ahead and get solutions. Shout out to Belly Ray. Belly Ray could sit here and say, "Yo, there's a problem up there in Portland, Oregon, all day long." And he can talk about it all day if he wants to, but nah, he decided he's gonna do something. I'm into actions, man. All that talking. Talking can get something started, but are we gonna talk all day, or are we gonna do something to it? Elderberry in the building. Peace to you, Elderberry. I'm a peace to you, I'm a. I'm a. When you go live now, because I don't want to have no conflicting schedule that you're always in the back of my mind. Like I know this is a day that you normally would go live, and I'll be trying to sneak it in there. But the weekend is really what's best for me, also, because with the homeschooling and with the children, it's I get to get it all out during the week, and they're actually encouraging me, my children. I tell them, "Nah, I feel so bad, man. I'm on here." They're like, "Nah, let's get it out during the week," and then I'm you know, Blue in the building. I didn't see Blue. Where Blue at? I didn't see Blue. I see Valley Ray saluted Blue. I don't see Blue. Oh no, this the realest McCoy, man. It's the realest McCoy, Valley Ray. Um, Talk Your Talk Media in the building. Salute to you, Greedy Beacon, man. Like I said last week, do we have an enemy? One. Yes, one by a landslide. At last I checked the poll on Tuesday, it was 20 votes. It was 17 said yes and 3 is unsure. So let's for those who are unsure, we'll take the lead. Let's try to solve this equation. Let's try to put this puzzle together. Osun Yemi, peace to you, Osun Yemi. Appreciate you being here always. So yeah, let me see if I missed anyone in the groove. Oh, crazy. So yo, Greedy, man. Greedy, did you hear that intro? Hold on, let me just give Greedy. Let me know if you heard that intro real quick, Greedy, so I can give you a little piece of what In the Groove put together for me. Greedy, could you put a 1 if you heard the intro, or a 2 if you didn't? Real quick, Greedy. I'm trying, I try to be a bridge, man. Salute to you, the enemy's public, man. Hold on, Greedy. I'm just gonna assume that bear with me, y'all. I'm gonna assume that Greedy didn't hear that intro. Greedy's a very Talk Your Talk Media. A lot of artists over there in the groove. You need to link with Talk Your Talk Media, man. Okay, watch this. Here we go, Greedy. Check this out. This what dude in the groove. I put his link in there. Check this out, Greedy. You see. Bear with me, y'all. I'm about building bridges. Watch this, Greedy. Watch this. Mic check, mic check. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. on a next level. I'm not here for the play. On a next level. We're just on something else over here, you know? We see a problem. We want to correct it. I'm not here for the play. On a next level. Let's pray the raid on it. Fully focused. I'm fully focused. On a next level. There are weirdos out there. Infested with those cockroaches. Let's pray the raid on it. Pray the raid on it. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. On a next level. I'm not here for the play. Okay, boom. Mic check. Yeah, greedy man. Yeah, man. I didn't tell dude to do that. I didn't tell in the group to do that, Bubba. You know what I mean? He just took the initiative, made a weakness into a strength. So yeah, you know, and anybody who got some music, I'll play it. You know, I just ain't on the just y'all got some music y'all want me to play. I just ain't on no garbage thing, no, meaning like says I can only say it here because they ain't watching. I signed my deal with A&E Studio Crime to have my own show on the biggest crime network, maybe Netflix or Hulu too. Salute to that, Belly Ray. You put in that work all day. Yeah, man, that's big news right there, man. Good for you. Congratulations, man. Yeah, what you do definitely needs to be broadcasted. That we all can take the initiative and do something, you know. So greedy, man. Yeah, I see. Okay, I see the fire emojis, greedy. Yeah, man, that was fire, man. Link with dude, man. All your artists over there, all y'all artists, man. Link with in the group. Get them in the mix, man. Get them in the mix, man. Um, Appreciate that, Belly Ray. Yeah, man. I was over there that last live. She was giving away socks and all of that, man. That's just so commendable, man. That's just so commendable, yo. You're inspiring, Belly Ray, man. You're inspiring, definitely, man. That we all can do something, and that's what this today's broadcast is about. We could talk about our enemies, and we could talk about the problems all day. But what can we do? You know, the storm up ahead. You just gonna just sit there and just go into the storm, or are you gonna try and do something? You know. I also want to take the time to say I do have a live stream set up for tomorrow in regards to can we all just get along? You know, you know, we don't have to like each other. We don't have to love each other, but can we at least coexist and have a natural respect, a mutual respect? We don't have to like each other, man. You know, some people like the Chicago Bears and some like the Green Bay Packers. But can they still go in the grocery store and get what they need without? Can they go in the grocery store and still just get what they want and walk up out of there peacefully without? So yeah, I really wanna attack that issue. Can we all just get along, without having to like each other, love each other, to still have that mutual respect, you know? So yeah, check me out tomorrow on that one. But as for this one today, just want solutions. Solutions. What can we do? What can we do, y'all? What can we do about this situation? We've identified that there is an agenda being played out. Um, um, in the groove, man. Put your email in the chat in the groove. Um, so Talk Your Talk Media can link up with you, man. There's Talk Your Talk Media right there, Greedy Beacon. You check out his page. Uh, he works with a lot of artists. He works with a lot of artists. And I'm sure that they saw your setup. They know you real. They know you. So let's just link up, man. Let's do something. That's what I appreciate about Greedy. Greedy's already he's already done something a lot of people on here haven't done. He's brought people together. He's encouraged people. Um, he's given people opportunities. And that's what we need to do for each other. And I use the word need. It is needed. Um, See, Alexis Kinsey Davis is in the building. Alexis, I don't know if you got my message. And I sent a email, but I don't think she got the email. I got it off her web page. I'm reaching out to you. I would like um and Alexis, I would like for you to participate in a project that I'm working on. I've scheduled a live stream for I've been from the jump when I started my channel. I wanted to do a live stream called the State of the Union, where it was like me assessing the situation as if it's presidential, and I'm talking to the world, talking to all of existence, the universe, the sun, the moon, the stars, the animals, all of existence for this moment in time right now. And then it came to me last week. I'm like, let's get some participation. Let's get some participation in here. So I was thinking at least 13 to 14 men and at least 7 women. And I wrote a list, and Alexis was on that list. So Alma was on that list. So I really would like you all's email, so I can email you all the structure on how we want to do this. 5 to 20 minutes, uninterrupted, no backup singers, no choir boys, no deacons, none of that. Just you. You step to the mic, and you address what you want to address at this moment in time. Um, got you, Alexis. I see it. Yeah, if 5 to 20 minutes, just assess the situation. If you have any, no, I want no interruptions, no coughing, no my mic and the echoing and the yes and the back. We don't want no interruptions, so that you can stay within your thought, so you can stay within your meditation and just express what it is. And I want it to be somewhat pre-written, where you have it and you could boom, boom, boom and knock it out. Not no, just you're up there venting and you're ranting and you start repeating yourself, just boom, in and out of there. So I don't know if so Alma's still in the chat, but yeah, I had her on the list of people, and we got the enemies public is all in on it. Got Big Dog Philly OGs all in on it. Chris Cyphers isn't all in on it. So I wanted to make sure I reached out to everyone. And Gentoo gone. How did you sneak by me? Peace to you, Gentoo gone. Gentoo gone. You're on that list, but I don't know if that's something you'd want to be a part of. This project that I have I'm working on this project called the State of the Union, where I'd like some speakers to 5 to 20 minutes of um, just expressing your assessment of the situation in this moment in time from what you've observed. And there'll be more in the email, more of a structure, so, and we'll communicate. We're going to make this and we're going to broadcast it on multiple streams, just like the presidential address, the State of the Union address. Um, yes, if you're down for it, Gentoo gone, if you can, I would like, if you don't want to put your email in the chat when you get a chance. My email is therealistmccoy@gmail.com. Therealistmccoy@gmail.com. I was hoping to minimize it to my new email address. My new email address, which is real talk with the realistmccoy@gmail.com. So that project can be strictly, because that realistmccoy@gmail, it's been around. All right. Well, I guess I can stop saying what I'm saying. Boom. All right. Gentoo gone at me.com. All right. Appreciate you, Gentoo gone. Yes, I would like for you to be a part of this. Where 5 to 20 minutes, 5 to 20 minutes of just your assessing the situation, what's on your mind in this moment in time. If you had the opportunity to speak to the world. So Alexis says, y'all, I'm listening. My son needs me too. All right, Alexis Kinsey Davis. Peace to you, Alexis. Thank you. Your encouragement is always continues my flame. I saw what you wrote in Big Dog Philly OG's chat when you was giving me my flowers. I saw it, and that just kept encouraging me. A lot of people encouraged me. So Alma used to ask me, you need a channel. I'm like, me? I just came here to just spread the word around, But after a while, Greedy took a break. That was my launching pad right there over there, Talk Your Talk Media. But he became very busy, and with the music and working with all those artists, I know it became somewhat overwhelming, and there wasn't many other places that I could share my thoughts. Lexa says she can't wait. I can't wait either. So I think I've gotten in touch with a majority of and plus, I want to reach out. I'm gonna reach out to Chris Cyphers now. I'm waiting on Soso Ama though to see if she her email address, because I sent her an email last week that I got from her website, and I still haven't gotten a response. So maybe that email isn't active. So um, yeah, just waiting on her response, and if anyone can get the word to her. But yeah, I'm gonna make sure over the weekend reach out to the enemies public, reach out to Chris Cyphers, the Greedy Vegan, and see if we can make this thing happen. It was scheduled for October 2nd, which happens to be Chris Cypher's birthday. That's how Chris Cyphers knew that it was divine. He's like, hell no, nah, on my birthday. And then plus they have a project that they're working on where salute to you, Prophet Levi. Salute to you. Glad to have you here. Appreciate you. Um, that they have a project, the enemy's public and Greedy Vegan. Well, I don't know if Greedy was, but the enemy's public, Chris Cyphers brought it, that they're gonna have like a little weekly round table that we discuss issues, and or they discuss issues. And so that prompted me to let them know, like, look, I'm working on a project that, the State of the Union type thing. And then I told him Chris Cyphers the date, and he's like, that's my birthday. And so we're gonna use this as like a intro to that. So yeah, we're gonna use this, and Charles was. I'm already linked with Charles was. Um, yeah, so I think it's gonna be great. I think it's gonna be great. Um, Glad the brothers are feeling it, and let's make it happen. So I'm gonna try and definitely make sure now that I've reached out to a majority, and plus they might have a few people, a few others that they would like to join. I'm not gonna force anyone. Not force. I don't want to use that word force, but this is not something that everybody's on. So I want it to be quality over quantity, where it's just this is something that means a lot to someone. Leaders. I want us to step up and really express ourselves. And we're going to, like I was saying, we're going to broadcast this on multiple channels, like how they take over the television. Max Vision, I need your email address, Max Vision. I guess I got to do Max. I'm glad you're here. I want you to be a part of this project also. You're up there in Canada. You know what time it is. And so if you could put your email address, Max, or mine is Real Talk with the Realest McCoy at gmail.com. Just a 5 to 20 minute little, expressing, um, um, expressing, your assessment of what's going on in the world right now. And it's great. You got people in, like I know Soso Ama's in the Netherlands. You got Max Vision in Canada. You got people from all over. I want to Dean Kendall. He's in New Zealand. There's people all over the U.S., all over the map, So, and Max, also, if you could drop the link on that 15-minute city, that they have a grid for how they build in this 15-minute city. I would like for you to um, would have you could drop the link on that also. But that's the project I'm working on, and let me make sure to. Uh, I forgot why I went over to the channel. Oh, I want to pin the link. That's I want to pin. Oh, salute to you, boy. Salute to you, ma'am. I see your channel got. I don't know what happened to your channel, but salute to the Bex Factor. She informed us of your new channel, so subbed up to that. Um, everybody sub up to each other. Let me see. What did I say I was gonna do? Oh, pin the link. Told y'all I have a horrible memory. Horrible memory. That's why I have to keep things organized. All right, boom. There you go. All right. So yeah. But today's yeah, Max. If you know if that's something you're up to, Max, 5 to 20 minutes of um 5 to 20 minutes of just your assessment on um 5 to 20 minutes on how your assessment of the world and how you see it, what's going on from a level of you see. Well, it'll be in the email basically, but however, um, so yeah, in the groove, yeah, always, man. Solutions, man. That's what we on today, y'all. Water, water. We're going solutions. No, yeah, there you go. Solutions today. Let me make sure I get my mic in order because my mic be going out on me. What's up? Your ones are backwards. Should be the other way. Okay, put it over there. All right, let me catch up in the chat, see what y'all on. But to me, simple solution, simple solution. Salute to Bronze, Flat Power God. Peace to you, man. I know I was on my I got in the groove, that intro. It definitely gets, I'm telling you, when that intro feel like I'm going out to battle, man. When I listen to that intro, I just want to tighten my, tighten my bootstraps, make sure I got everything, you know, boom, hug my family, tell them I'll be back. You know what I mean? I want to just tighten my bootstraps, my belt, make sure I got everything, my clips, my sword in the back, everything just intact. Hug my family, tell them, yo, I'll be right back. Daddy will be right back. That's how I feel when I listen to that intro. Salute to you in the group. Appreciate you. Matt Vision, how you doing? Mike check, Matt Vision. We can't hear you now. If you hear us, I can't hear you. We can't hear you, Max. Max, if you want to unmute, I just muted you just so that you'll know, because Come on, Max, you're a pro at this, man. You can do this in your sleep. What's going on? So yeah, solutions. To me, the solutions are what makes the solutions difficult is that it would be a new way of living.
Hi there. How you doing? Sorry about that.
I heard something, but
I'm having technical difficulties today.
oh,
So.
oh, okay. Salute to you, Max. Max, I guess I'll touch on this real quick. So, did you hear my a project that I'm working on called the State of the Union? It
No,
was
I haven't.
Yeah, I was speaking on Israel in regards to just assessing the situation on what we're facing right now. Um, Given a 5 to 20 minute, uh, give you a 5 to 20 minute opportunity to express what you see out in the world today, whether it's what agendas are ahead, what the current situation is, what solutions or a particular area that you would like to address. About 5 to 20 minutes, speakers after speakers, uninterrupted. It's not no shout out to not know. It's not no
There you
panel of 10 people up there ready to interrupt you. Just you're up
go.
there and you just express for 5 to 20 minutes uninterrupted. No backup singers. No. Yeah, you know how that is. Sometimes someone will say yeah, and then you think they're about to say something, and you just lose your thought.
Oh
So
yeah.
somewhat pre-rehearsed, pre-written. Have an idea on exactly what you're going to say, and that's what I so yeah, if I had you on the list, Max, of someone that I would like
Thank you.
to speak, and we're going to stream it. If you want to stream it from your channel, also, we're going to take over like how it's the State of the Union address, how it's on CNN, MSNBC, ABCL. You can't even watch. Remember back in the day, you couldn't even watch nothing else that night. I know now that we have cable, we can see all different things, but we're going to try and take over where everyone just live stream this thing. So if you wouldn't mind being a part of it, you could put your email address in the back. Mine is the realest McCoy at Gmail. I prefer you use Real Talk with the realest McCoy. That way, I don't really check the realest McCoy email address because I get my bank statements and all of that in there. But however, whichever one is easiest for you all. So
Yeah, I can't at the
introduce.
moment. My keyboard dead.
Okay, and also Max, I need that link on that. Not no reminded me yesterday that I think you're the one. You're the one that had the link on the 15-minute cities, smart cities grid. Was that you, Max?
Could have been. I don't know. I did cover that, but I think somebody else would have put that
Some,
video up. I just talked about it.
yeah, someone dropped a link in one of these chats of my videos.
Yeah.
Someone said, "Here's a link to the 15-minute smart city grid." And I thought it was not no, but then he said it might have been you. So now I guess I thought, but however, so yeah, pieces, the Phoenix Fire now. Paula, man, what's going on with these name changes,
I keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter, man. I'm a cooking
man?
up for something.
You
This
and
world, the state it's in, I'm all in on this State of the Union thing. Just send me my marching orders. I'll get that shit wrote up.
I know, but let's say that what name are you going to fly under that night? Because
Phoenix Fire.
oh my God. When I got up with Paula, it was fulcrum integrity, then it was integrity and honesty, then it
When
was
you first got, yeah. Yeah. Well, things were happening when we met, too. And
what a
so I changed my name to what people need to hear. But right now, I'm just me. So that's what happened. You met
Yeah,
me
I've
at
had
a
to get you.
time.
I've had to get used to that over the years.
It's an ongoing joke. Get used to it. Welcome to the gang.
So yeah, definitely. So that's just something I would like to. I had it scheduled for October 2nd, but I'm really going to step it up now that I've basically communicated with all parties involved. Um, we're going to now try to figure it out, send out the mass email. They want to do this big, graphics and everything. Try to have some intro music. We're going to try to do this real presidential.
Oh
So
Yes.
wow.
yeah, so we're going to take this as real. That's why it's good. Great minds come together. You know what I mean? That's why they don't want us to get together, because we can make something great. They want
Hmm.
us divided and in our own worlds, thinking that the world is on our shoulders. No, we can shoulder this together. Let's go. It's like a single mother raising four children. It's raising four children.
Yeah.
Why does she have to why does she have to carry that by herself? So that's how let's not carry this by ourselves. Let's work together and make something great. You know, put our selfishness aside and let's come to a solution. I see Negro out the trenches, original builders. Salute to you, man. Peace to you. Thanks for being here. I see Tony Taylor's in the building. Peace to you, Tony. DJ ZPE. Well spoken. Y'all need to check out DJ ZPE. Um, one day he'll hit the link and let y'all hear that he knows there's a reason he's over here, you know what I mean? There's a reason he's tuning in to your guy right here. He knows what I'm on. Um, but now go ahead, Max. Just if you want to say what's on your mind. But today's topic is, last week we discussed whether we had an enemy or not. And I'm not one to stay stagnant and talk about the same thing over and over. Let's work on solutions now. Let's going forward. Let's Seven Serpents. I already told
Hey
Seven.
Seven.
Yes, Seven Serpents knows about it. So yeah, the floor is yours, Max.
Uh, kind of caught me flat-footed here, but right now I'm focusing on EMF radiation and the kids in schools. I'm trying to get the word out that children in schools should get an EMF detector on their phones because I think that's where they're going to be attacked. It seems like the plan this time around will be to hit the kids first in the schools. They upgraded to 5G in all the schools over the pandemic. Now, actually protecting them might be very difficult, but at least we can be aware and show that we're attacked. I do have solutions for it, but they'll be difficult to get to the kids. There's a device I'm working on now for basically Havana syndrome. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Havana syndrome. It was where the Russians were attacking the American diplomats in Havana, Cuba, with radiation weapons. And what the discovery came from that, apparently, this is just conjecture, I don't have any proof of this. The cure for Havana syndrome is two copper loops that are grounded, placed over the temple. So I'm working on something that'll do that without looking absolutely stupid. But anyway, yeah, that's my focus at the moment. Trying to get the ElectroSmart app out to kids and get it on their phones so that when we do get attacked, we can show that they have been attacked. Don't have much else other than that at the moment. You'll have to give me a few minutes for thinking.
Did y'all just hear that? I hope everyone heard what Max just spoke on. I wasn't even. I'm not. That's why the minds. That's why different perspective, different awareness. I mean, I know Max has spoke on this, but to my audience, to this audience, I'm just letting them know that this is real. You know, we're being attacked in so many ways that and we need to awareness leads to preparedness is something I don't know came up with on Thursday. Awareness leads to preparedness. Because I remember one time, Max, someone was saying that you were fear mongering or something. I forgot one of your live streams. They were saying that someone was saying that, oh, Max is just fear mongering or some other term. And I'm like, no, he's just spreading awareness so that we could be prepared. That's all it is. It's not, no one's trying to give you no spook and scare you. And so, yeah, I wasn't even, I was going on a more overall general. Me, I've always spoken on independence is the true solution to this our current situation is independence. Everything that they know that we need them at this current moment for food, even down to our entertainment and our future and our vision. They give us what we should be. They tell us what we should be. Oh, you should be a computer programmer. At a time when computers weren't even all that prevalent. We're like, dang, everybody's going to school for computer programming. Hey, and now look. So we fueled their fire. We kept their dream alive and their vision, doing exactly what they wanted us to do. Um, like I have my 11-year-old son. I have him into electricity right now. As soon as he's of age, he's going to go to vocational and learn trades. Life is that simple. Just learn a trade.
Yeah.
Instead of all these years of college sitting at a desk, and then what? You come out of college having to pay for food, shelter, and clothing. Hey, if you could provide one of those skills, that's one less, thing that you'll have to do. But Paula, if you had anything you want to add.
Well, I have a lot of things, but I can't nail one down right now. But we definitely, I've seen lots of TikTok videos. I'll throw this one out there. It's at the top of my mind. We do have to do like Max was saying. I've seen lots of videos on how to get like copper wire and magnets, like the big ones, like are in your speakers. And so we're going to have to look into those things. Once I come across them on TikTok again, I'll duet them and I'll put them on my channel. Ways for free electricity in each house. That's definitely going to be a solution we're going to need as we, get used to being off grid, because, once all is said and done, we're not going to all be on the same electricity that we're on now. So if you want a little bit of electricity in your house, so you don't have to have candles all the time to light your house up, we're going to have at least that free electricity for some light.
Can you speak on the off grid? Let's start with the off grid. What is off grid and why is it necessary? Let's go.
And well, because they're overcharging us for it. And like I said, when the war is done and over with, we're not going to be paying our bills anymore, because we're not going to be on the grid anymore.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry to interrupt you because you keep
That's okay.
introducing terminologies. War. So now I got to get you to even go back further. Now, what war are you referring to?
Well, the war between them and us, the war between, they think that we need population control and we need to get rid of all the peons, all the us's. We don't need to get rid of us. We just need to get rid of the insane people, the ones who they can't control themselves, so they want to control us. And I'm not having that, and I don't know anybody else who's having that. Not in this community, anyway.
All right, so there's a war,
Yeah,
and
yeah, there's a war.
okay, there's a war, and so now you're saying that we're going to need to go off grid. Can you let us know what going off grid is and why it's necessary? Just on a basic level. We're going to just take our time. I don't know how long I'm going to be here on this live stream, but I want us to just, this is all that this live stream is about, solutions. So if we could just take our time and explain our whole thorough thought process, let's not assume that anyone knows exactly what we're saying. This particular topic is solely on this subject matter of solutions. So we're not in any rush. We want to break this down as simply as possible. We know you know what it is in your mind, but let's walk each other through this process. That for those who will come back and listen to this also, we just know that
Mm-hmm.
this is just a build strictly on solutions. So, all right, you've identified there's a war between them and us. Okay, and how to over and the solution to that is that we go off grid. And then you're going to tell us certain things that we can do to sustain ourselves. All right, let's go.
Well, you got to learn how to grow your own food. And well, we've covered all these bases. You got to learn how to grow your own food. I got my bug out bag made. We got tents, we got seeds, we've got sleeping bags, we've got everything if we have to do that. But if there's anything left after the war, I'm suggesting that we try to take up residence in any homes that are still standing and have some kind of normalcy once all is said and done. So I don't have a lot of details on that. That's why I started out mentioning the free electricity with copper and magnets, so that it's a little easier to, survive as we get used to not being on grid anymore. Because once we take down the corporations, we're going to have to do something to survive, to get used to not being on grid anymore. I don't have a lot of details on that at this point in time. Once you send me the mass email, once I get mine, I'm gonna sit there and my conversation will probably take about 20 minutes. Because I want to cover as much as possible in in that 20 minutes as can be covered, so that it's as detailed as possible. So that'll actually happen once we get the mass email and I know exactly what you want to focus on, and then I'll get that all put together, and that'll come out when you have your State of the Union address. But what I do need to say, when I first saw you set up your State of the Union address, I had the idea of, does he mean the State of the Union that these fuckers are always doing? Or is he going to have us do this State of the Union? And then the next thing I knew, you were saying it a couple weeks later, because it's been set up for a hot minute. And then you mentioned us doing it too. So I should have already been prepared, but I wasn't sure that you were going to go that way with it.
I'm going to duck out for 2 minutes and I'll be back because I have something to show you guys.
Oh, good. Are you working on some free electricity stuff? I
No,
will
protection.
specifically. Oh, protection. Okay. Yes, we definitely, between now and then, are going to need that protection.
So yes, me, I'll speak on the overall. I'll speak on the overall. We have identified that we do have an antagonist, an agenda, entities that are bringing harm to us. Let's get that. I think most people are in agreement with that. And so
Yep.
I've always spoke on that. To me, there's 4 to 5 simple solutions to at least back them up and get their attention and to let them know that we're serious without having to even protest, get an army together, get on here and rah rah bark all day. That they it's just not to eat their garbage food. That is one. You know how big of an impact that will make for us not to support their garbage food.
Oh, huge.
That is, I mean, you shut down their pharmacies. Probably 75% of these hospitals will have to be shut down just by not supporting their garbage food. I'm telling you, plus, and all these industries out here that are selling the garbage food, the McDonald's will go away, the KFCs, the Burger King, all, you know how many different areas you will affect. Not only just affect now, but what the result will be. Our health, our beauty. Look at go to the store. See how many products are devoted to health and beauty. See how many products alone is dedicated to health and beauty. So just the food alone will create an impact. We stop supporting their religious institutions, the same religious institutions that are not good enough for homeless people to reside in. They only use the church for 3 hours out the week. You can't let it, this is God's house, right? It's supposed to be God's house. But yet you can't let the homeless in, shower, you have a cafeteria, and you can keep them off the street. Simple. Shut their religious institutions down. Just don't go anymore. Stop sending
Yep.
our children to their schools and stop supporting Hollywood and entertainment, the entertainment industry. We do those 4 things. I'm telling you, they have to back up. They would have to. It's not that difficult. But I know Gen 2 gone in the last stream. I think she had brought up like solutions. And so I just wanted to focus on, identifying whether we did have an enemy or not. And so this one right here, Gen 2 gone, is solutions. You tell me, are those too difficult? Is that too much to ask? Are you that addicted to Reese's cups and Doritos, 7 Up and Pepsi and Coca-Cola? Are you that addicted? Well, you're going to have to break that addiction. I'm sorry, that's just what it's going to have to be. That's just what it's going to have to be. We have to break that addiction. It's our addiction to the system that's keeping them going. It's
Yep.
just that simple. It's our addiction to their system that's keeping them going. So we just stop eating their garbage food. Let's eat what the earth has for us. This is our place. That's why the sun is in the perfect distance from us. That's why when you put a seed in the ground, it's our food. Animals barely disturb our foods. And even if they wanted some of it, it's enough for everyone. This is our place. We have to find value in this place. This is our place. Everything is perfect how it's supposed to be. We're just out of sync right now. We didn't do it ourselves. We were raised that way. So we just stop eating their garbage food. And you shut down their pharmacies. No more Walgreens. No more CVS. And there's a couple of Rite Aids. There's pharmacies within the grocery store. Right across from the food is a pharmacy because they know once you eat that food, you're going to need to go to the pharmacy. Food and Drug Administration. Food and Drug Administration. Why are they together?
Right. And administration to
Administer.
administer. You know,
Ah,
yes.
there you go. Max, you
Yeah.
wanted to say something?
Oh, I'm ready to show you guys a few solutions that have worked. Um, because we are under attack electronically, you can buy yourself Faraday shirts, lambs. There's other companies that sell them. These, I moved to this city 10 years ago and started getting sick in the winters. Just a sick, achy feeling. And I thought it was EMF radiation, so I started buying protective shirts, and that stopped it. Recently, well, not recently, I've been losing teeth over the years as well, and I found out why that is. It's also electricity. There are solutions for that. This has worked with several people that have tried it. Show you what we've got. Hold on. So this is a device with a connected to the negative pole of a battery. It's made into a necklace. You can also make it into a bracelet device. I should do instructional videos on how to put these together. They're not difficult, really. It's just wire and tape and a battery. So those are two of the devices. I found that the necklace type device worked very well. Oh, did I lose you? Worked very well on a hat for headaches, toothaches, other things. And I'm now working on this type of a device. Something lightweight, portable, and discreet. This is based on the technology for Havana syndrome. Again, the two loops over the temples with grounded wire. Still working on that. This is a prototype. We'll see how it goes. But I should do some instructional videos on how to put those together. But I do say it is pretty simple. It does take a little bit of skill. So that's what I've been working on at the moment. Yes, it's a 9-volt battery, Quentin. The one that I'm using for the headset is a 12-volt battery. It's a smaller 12-volt. Let me put that up so you can see it. So this is actually a 12-volt battery in here. This style. Okay. And they're 12-volt. Again, you have to connect to the negative pole of the battery, which is is quite difficult on these to get it right. But you can see that the wire is pushing in on the negative. You can't really see it, but it's going in on the negative side there. I can take that off so you can see. Oops. So that's the negative pole of the battery there. Let's see if I can get it in close. So you can see that it's touching the negative pole. and it goes around the battery up to the two wires, and this just simply sits over. It is pretty discreet, although I'm sure people would notice it. Um, Again, well, do you want to put up with pain or do you want to not? That's kind of the choice that I've been left with. So finding those types of solutions has been something I've had to do because of the pain that I experience from EMF radiation. I hope that's helpful to somebody. Anybody out there that's having toothaches and other things, you can actually just touch the negative pole of the battery, and that'll have a small effect on headaches, toothaches, and other ailments. There's also pulsar devices for nanotech that I've been looking at as well. There is a design can be made quite cheaply and easily at home using a buzzer, 9-volt battery, and some wire. Very simple. Any questions? Yeah, it's a 9-volt battery and a 12-volt. Oh, lost the realist. Bob Beck's devices. I like that. I'm going to pull that up on YouTube there. No? Noah's always got great information, guys. All of you do, really. Get that link. It's funny, my mouse works, but my keyboard is defunct. I have to buy a new one today.
Everyone should check out the link I just shared in live chat. I also sent it to you in Messenger, Realist. How to grow food even in the winter. This one old guy just was brilliant, and he figured out how we can grow food year-round. Just kind of have to go underground a little bit. It's kind of like a partially underground greenhouse.
Hey everyone, how y'all doing?
Hey, Seven, what's up?
Nothing. I just heard what Max was talking about, and I wanted to pop on and kind of give some confirmation to what he was saying because I worked in the electrical trade for several years, and that's something that we all realize is that when we worked in the switchgear room that had a lot of EMF radiation, we had to take a lot of breaks because we noticed that when we got in there for maybe over 20 minutes working in there, we would start getting more and more irritable to the point where people would start just fighting over dumb stuff. And eventually we realized it's time being exposed in these high electromagnetic fields that's causing us to get so irritable. So we would have to go just take a smoke break every 20 minutes or so.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Damn.
intense.
Yeah. So now that's freaky, because that's how they're gonna do it. They're gonna kick it up a notch, and that they're gonna really irritate us, and then that's when all hell is gonna break loose, pun intended. Gonna turn that up on us.
It is happening right now. Yesterday, I received notifications on my phone that we hit 74 on the meter. It's called the ElectroSmart app. You guys can get it from the Play Store. It measures every source around you by name. It tells you the power level coming off of it, and it gives you a cumulative power level that you're experiencing, and it keeps a record of it. So you can track what's going on and see what areas and what times of day you're being hit in your area. But they're going to hit the kids first, and then they'll send the kids home, and then they'll hit us. I track this at the I've had this app going for 5 years. So it was active during the first pandemic. And with a rise in EMF radiation, a day or two later came a rise in cases. So that seems to be the method that they're going to use to try to get us in to get the jibby jab, is to get all the kids sick and send them home, and then blast you guys and say that your kids got you sick. This is the
Yeah, that's one way, but the way he was just talking, how they're going to get everyone in the streets fighting each other is by turning that up and getting us all angry.
yeah, there was, what was it called? No sent me I think it was No. I featured it. Purple, what was it? There was a purple mist they used on people in a town, in a city in Africa, a village, and they managed to ramp it up to the point where the villagers were attacking each other. Does anyone remember
Yes.
that name? I just woke up, so my brain's not.
I've seen the video. Yes.
But they do have
Yes.
the technology to do that, to agitate people.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be a color anymore. You know, it can just be chemtrails. You know, plus turning up the 5G and 6G and whatever other Gs they're using on us.
Yeah, it happens as a natural effect of them raising the power levels. At a 68 power level in my area, people get agitated. At a 70, they start to get sick. 7 and above, they just get sick, and the anger goes away. So there seems to be a level where a power level, anyways, that affects mood, but anything higher or lower doesn't. Now, that's not to say that they can't use other frequencies and to agitate. I know they can. They've got the Lily wave. That's not even 5G. That just runs in the wiring in your house. The Lily wave is exactly like a radar. It sends out a pulse. It collects a stream of data that's your emotional state. They record it and feed it back to you. So it's an emotional feedback system they can use. So try and have positive thoughts all the time. They've got nothing to use on you.
Yeah, that's another thing to consider. If they had this Lily wave like back in the 20s or 30s, I think. But I just consider that we've all got these smartphones now, and what they're able to probably reduplicate through that. We've got that constant field around our bodies all the time.
Yeah, easy to do. Easy to broadcast from any source, really. Any electrical source.
Okay, let's let's see. Mic check. My bad. They. I'm not gonna say they. My phone is
We can hear you now.
I'm not gonna give them that big power, thinking I'm being watched and all that craziness. They're not worried about me. So my thing is, all right. So you have drawn the conclusion that these EMF, we are being affected by electromagnetic fields, and we're just gonna allow that. We're just gonna allow that to happen. Is that what's going on here? We're just going to allow it. We're not going to say anything about it. We're not going to do nothing about it.
There are court cases right now. But what they do is they delay them. There's a case on the first Nokia, one of the first Nokia phones that is now being litigated 20 to 25 years later. Half of the defendants are dead because of the tumors that they got. They use lawfare, and they stop us. There are 5G. There's a thing called the 5G appeal, and if I could work my keyboard, I could share it with you. But they're following and starting and they're continuing basically litigation against the wireless companies. That they're not winning though. They are not winning. The only reason you can, in Canada, the only reason you can have a cell tower taken down or not put up at all is because it may affect, if it affects property value. If it affects your health, that's not a reason. So they already know, well, they knew from the beginning that it affected your health. And they're basically told the public, yes, we know it affects your health, but that's unfortunate, but we're going to put it up anyways. And we've been fighting the other side of that for over 25 years to no success. They just keep rolling out their towers and their technology.
Oh, okay, they're rolling out their towers.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're dependent on these towers, no?
To some degree, yeah. Yeah.
So it's like...
Yeah. The thing of it is the power level and the amount of them is unneeded.
I feel like there's kind of a double-edged sword with the idea of going off grid, because if you would think about what is grid, you know, what is its quality? It produces power, it produces information, it produces the potential for connectivity and organization, like what we're doing right now. If we just got rid of the grid, how do we maintain these things that we're going to need to keep addressing the system?
Yeah, I'm not for getting out of the system. I'm for altering the system. I like what we've got. I just, you know.
Hold on. Let's speak on that real quick. So you think that we can coexist within this system?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm of the opinion that we're not getting rid of technology. We've gotten to a point where it's here to stay. And I'm more of the view is that we have to redirect it to suit the purpose of what do we want and make it work towards health instead of against it. I really like the idea of just like pure tribalism, just escaping, going out, you know, isolated somewhere where we just have our own way of life, disconnected. But then I look, there's already tribes out in the world that live in that healthy state, but they're completely at the whim of the next capitalist that wants to go and find a resource on their land. You know, they're done when that happens. They don't have any way of defending themselves from the system. So I don't want to return right to that same state that just keeps getting rolled over and used by the system. I think we have to counter the system with something better instead of creating that void.
Yeah, alter the system we're in. I think that's the process. Strip it from its power and severely strip it down so that it's much less of a system than it is. And you need checks and balances. We shouldn't have presidents. We should have administrators. At this point, the technology is so advanced, we could be voting on every little detail of our lives. But I think the system isn't that, well, it is corrupt at the moment. But at its basis, it is pretty decent.
Can you explain this system then? Because I don't want to make any assumptions on how your perspective on this system.
Oh, it would have to change completely. And I don't have the answers for all of that. we have
No,
some
but
generalizations.
what system have you identified though? What do you define as the system?
Well, there's the governmental system, there's the policing system, there's all kinds of systems in place that support our lives, right? But it's mainly the governmental system that we have a problem with. I don't have I do have problems with the water they deliver, but I don't have a problem with the delivery system. That system works just fine. I like electricity. I like the system they have for that. Um, you know, but there are other systems that should change.
There's, I guess I'll say that. Okay, there's the school system.
Yeah.
Are you cool with the school system?
No, I'm not.
All right.
I'm not even cool with the science that we're researching because it's entirely bunk. There's waste in our systems. NASA, what a waste. A lot of the research they're doing, the research funding is it's systematically put towards dead ends, right? They don't want answers, they want dead ends. Yeah, the school system definitely has to change.
There's the healthcare system.
Yeah. That is changing on its own. That one is now having systems come up on its own. There's the Wellness Center started by Dr. Peterson. I think it's Peterson, or God, I get their names so screwed up. But there are people that have been aware of what's going on from the beginning and have started up separate healthcare systems. I'm connected with that one now. It's called the Wellness Center. You guys can all check it out. It's American and Canadian. They offer supplementation and ways to get off of, if you're on any current medications from the system, the Rockefeller system, because that's what it is, the Rockefeller medical system. If you're on any of their petroleum products, they offer ways to get you off of them and onto supplementation and hopefully to good health eventually.
I want to welcome In the Groove to the panel. Salute to you, In the Groove. Appreciate you, In the Groove. That's who made that theme for myself. So I appreciate you, In the Groove.
Nice.
What's on your mind?
Well, a lot of things. We're talking about solutions and we're talking about the system, and I'm with Max. I think the tools, we have the tools. The problem is the intention and the use behind the tools. And we're talking about court systems, and Realist, you've addressed like with these towers, how do we stop that? Because it seems it's almost a foregone conclusion that we accept that the people with these harmful agendas kind of just have their way, and they're going to bully their way through all common interests, common logic. And at the core of all of that is a crime being committed. It's forcing liabilities on people without compensation. And so I'm trying to, I try to come up with solutions for everything, and they don't seem realistic in the way that we, have come to be accustomed to being powerless. But I made a video the other day, and I used America as an example. And this idea of America is, yes, it's the land, it's, the geographical area, but above all, it's an idea. It's something that exists basically in our imagination. But it is a brand that's being used to Well, A, make a lot of people rich and give a lot of people certain powers and privileges. But at the core of all of that is this brand of America. Our military is there to what? Defend America and Americans. They consider Americans that go overseas. If you go to another country and you get harmed, the military feels they have a right to get involved because one of their own has been harmed, even if it's outside of the land. So if we can look at America and being an American as a brand, we are shareholders of that brand. We are what that imaginary idea represents. Without us, there is nothing to base that on. So, as shareholders, much like shareholders on a board for a public company that's being traded on Wall Street, what do we always say? Well, these companies are beholden to their shareholders. So, who gets screwed in that scenario? Well, employees who are under contract to work a certain amount of hours and get paid a certain amount of money, they don't even matter. What matters are the shareholders. So we need to look at ourselves as shareholders of everything because we are. And as such, if we look around and we see companies like Google, Facebook, who are what? Selling our data, relying on our attention time to sell their advertisements, which advertising to me is just a money laundering operation. I think there's no justification for the amount of revenue that they're claiming based off of these advertisements. And as shareholders, I think we have a right and a duty to demand audits on everything. And so that's one facet. That to me that covers a lot of this financial incentive and the financial crime behind all these agendas going on where people are getting filthy rich and we're getting the shit end of the stick with no compensation. And I think we can imagine a lot of scenarios where, if you have property and somebody comes on your property and breaks a leg, well, they can hold you liable for that. So we just need to take their ideas on that level and apply it to the broader scenario because it should. What exists in the micro should be reflected in the macro because that's where the gap is at. It's like their laws apply to us but not to them. Well, I'm sorry, but that's a problem, and that delegitimizes any spirit of the law that could be present there. We buy insurance to protect ourselves from each other, but we have no protection from any corporate entity which they've claimed as corporations are people. Okay, well, if you say corporations are people, well, then you're liable just like their people are. So we got to use their words against them, their paperwork. They put everything out in paper form of what they're doing and the potential harms. We just need to press upon that. And we do have a failing from our, lawyers, Supreme Court, all those appeals courts. Anybody with the authority is kind of guilty right now. And I think they know that. And so who are the shareholders of that? We are. So we have to find ways to be better shareholders. And I think that can start simply if we want to start on a very grassroots ground level that we can all do. Asking better questions to these authoritative entities is one way to start. And I know that's hard for a lot of people. It's something I had to learn over the years. I had to get over the uncomfortable, the consequences of saying such things, whether it be a boss, whether it be a cop that's giving me some bullshit talk. It's all bully tactics. And what do we do? What do you have to do to a bully? Right? You got to stand up to the bully. You might even have to punch the bully back. So that's where I see where we're at philosophically, and I think there are solutions. Um,
Well, that's what we're here today for. Now, I got a question there.
okay.
Let's go back to basics then. Let's go back to basics. How is this system beneficial then, Max? You like this system. How is this system beneficial? Let's go to basics.
Well, its
Silent.
structure. Its structure is beneficial. It needs to be completely overhauled, like Indy says, audited, um, stripped down. You know,
Well, Max,
a
Max,
lot of
hold
these
on, hold
things
on.
have to be just gotten rid of. You know,
Hold on, Max.
yeah.
All you said was a structure. How has it been beneficial? Is it made us healthier human beings? Are we better human beings? In that aspect, how is it beneficial to the human race?
Um, I live in a nice house. I don't have parasites running through my. Well, I probably have some, but I don't have parasites that are going to kill me running through my body at the moment. I don't live on a mud floor. I don't have to work 20, 30 hours a day or whatever uh, to survive. Now, it was much better before. I used to get value for my work, but we don't get that anymore. And things have changed. Things have degraded. Um, that's why I believe that things need to be checked. You know.
Well, and I'll say that some benefit, if you look at, because I have these people in my family who have been disabled their whole life. They have, I got a cousin right now that's in a it's it's a parish or county level nursing home. Okay, he's been reduced. His mom died, so he has nobody left. They used to live on Social Security in a house, and they got by every day. But now he is at the mercy of a community caretaker, and there's no way for him to take care of himself without a system attached. So I think there's obviously special cases where we do need to take care of the less fortunate, or our old people. Once they retire, they should be taken care of to a certain degree. So that's where I see there is a benefit to a community, much like there is a
Okay.
tribe.
Let's try to keep this. Okay, Seven Serpents. How is this system beneficial to the human race and all of existence? Because you know this same system affects the animals, it affects the earth. How is this system beneficial? I mean, I just want to go back to basics because if we think it's beneficial, we're not going to think there's a problem. And if we don't think there's a problem, it's pointless for me to have this live on solutions. I'm just saying, let's go to basics. How is this system that's in place beneficial to us?
I think on a small scale, it's very helpful for us to have connectivity and communicate with each other and share ideas like that. And that's one thing on a very personal level this system is doing for us. I mean, on a medium level, it gives us the ability to do things like produce more with agriculture. We can have more efficient ways of surviving with the technology that this system provides. And then I would say on a larger scale, this is kind of a grand problem, but if we were to talk about just getting rid of the system, who's we? And like if we get rid of a system that lets us communicate, organize, and build technology, are we just going to get taken over by the next group of people that doesn't decide to do that and uses those things? So in a way, it's a defense mechanism, but that's only because there are other systems out there that are doing the same thing. So in that way, I would say it's necessary unless you could just get the whole earth to agree at one time to get rid of unnecessary technology. And I don't see that ever happening.
Max, you don't think that we could have nice homes on our own? We don't have the ability to create our own. We need the system to have a nice home of our own.
Well, you could have one, but if we don't have like law systems in place, someone's going to come and take it from you.
Wow. Damn.
But
Well,
I was gonna
Paula, I'm sorry, in the group. I think Paula had
okay.
something to say real quick.
what I was gonna say is if we teach the children and the people that what took out places like Atlantis and Lemuria, which turns out they're the same thing, was technology, then they would know where it leads in the end, because they always want more and more and more and more, more power. And I don't mean more power financially and control over people. I mean more power, 5G, 6G, and so on. So if we teach them that technology will be the end of us, then we can start teaching them how to live without the technology. I say we only need this technology until we've reached the whole world with what to do without it, and then get rid of it. That's my opinion.
I'm really I'm sorry in the group, but my children are somewhat listening in. Not listening in, but they're around, so they're able to see my reactions. You all are not seeing. We're not seeing each other's reaction, but I just, me personally, this system is just straight wickedness. I just want them out the way. But what I'm hearing is that, yes, we can, because I mean, you mentioned Seven Serpents mentioned connectivity. Okay, yes, we can connect with people across the world, but we're not even connecting with the peoples within our families.
That's true.
So we've traded one for the other. If you get rid of this technology right now, we'll go back to knowing our neighbors.
It's a good point.
But
Well,
go ahead in the groove. Go ahead in the groove. My bad. Or whoever wanted the mic. Go ahead.
well, I just got a basic example to throw in here, right? Okay, we're talking about off grid. We're talking about getting rid of, when you say the system, I'm assuming that's the whole thing, right? We just go back to living on the land, right? Okay, well, where I'm at, I got a water well, right? Well, right now I got an electric pump on my water well, so I don't have to go out there and I don't have to hand pump it. But let's just say I want to get rid of electricity, right? I still need a hand pump. Well, unless I can buy a hand pump from a company that's willing to put the work in to make them and make it available and have a means to ship it to my house, we need something. We got to have some sort of system. So to me, the problem is not the idea of a system. The problem is the direction, the intentions of the current system, right? Because just like the idea of America, this whole thing apparently started with a group of 30 to 50 dudes in a room who drew up a couple pieces of paper and put 30 signatures on it. And we're all 200 and something years later, we're all living under what those 30 people decided to get together and do, right? So if there's a power to do that, there's no reason why. Well, we're going to have to. What needs to happen was we need to reestablish, rewrite a new constitution, get rid of representative government. We don't need representatives if we have, like Seven said, the connectivity. Like this internet thing, the Wi-Fi is bad. I don't like it. But 20 years ago, all my services were wired. Just wired, and it didn't work any different. No better, no some ways better. than what we got now with this Wi-Fi, which sometimes it goes down for no reason, often, especially in a storm, right? So we could go back to wired, and AT&T existed on phone lines that were built 60, 70, 80 years ago at this point, and they phased out of that to go to digital, but that was working fine from work that men did 60, 70 years ago after the war. All our roads, all our bridges, the rail system. Look how long that's been in place. So
Can I?
just like the Amish, yeah, we do things one time, and we can live on that. We had technology that we could have stopped all technology in the 90s, and we'd still be innovating just on that basic level.
Let's
So it's the intentions.
let me read this comment. And DJ ZPE says, "Who does the squirrel pay rent to? Do the eagles have medical bills? What is the price for fresh greens for a deer? And where is there a supermarket? What are we here for?" And that's I know we're addicted to the system, man, but that's the reality of things. But at the same time, what I'm really detecting, which is making me somewhat distraught, is the fact that we don't think that we have abilities outside of the system. Who's to say we can't make our own pumps? I mean, what I'm picking up right now is, wow. That's what this stream is devoted to today, is solutions. And right now, I don't know. That's why we can't find solutions, because we don't. Oh man, this is crazy to me. But go ahead, in the group, or whoever else.
We could make our own
Well,
pumps. That's what we'd have to learn how to do. We'd have to learn how to do it ourselves.
This is.
Like
I
I
mean,
said, use the technology to learn what you need to learn and then get rid of it.
Max,
well, to me,
Because it
that takes us right into
is
the subject of creating a parallel system, creating our own system that works
I, I
for us
couldn't.
instead of
I
against
couldn't.
us.
Mhm.
I couldn't say it any better than what DJ CPE said it. Who does the squirrel pay rent? Do the eagles have
Okay.
medical bills? What is the price for fresh greens for a deer, and where is their supermarket? Just that simple.
Okay, well, what about the
Ah,
fact that they're messing up the weather on purpose? How about we should be able to focus on one thing, because if we just drop everything today, people are going to be dead in 5 days with no water, right? Especially once we're already here. This is where we're at.
not if we work together. We've lost all semblance of working together. Come on, that's weak. That's if so that means, yo,
Well,
that's crazy. Look, man, I don't want to use the word crazy, but to tell my children what you all are saying right now, they're going to be led to slaughter. Then there's no way out. We need this system, the same system that's leading us to an inferno.
If we don't take control of the system, right, it will kill us. That's the thing. Even if we
Wow.
separated, even if we started a new society somewhere, this system would come and get us. It's
I'm just
relentless.
trying to keep it realistic,
I don't,
right?
I don't, I don't want realistic today, man. I want straight reality, man. I want straight solutions right now. Put it out there, man. That's what this is about. Solutions, man.
Okay.
You
Well,
based off reality, that we have an enemy that we determined last week. We have an enemy that has agendas in place, and some of us are aware of the future agendas.
right.
I'm not even thinking about the future agendas. I'm looking at the current state of affairs right now. Obesity, health, filth. We got poisonous water that we're drinking and bathing in, that's coming to our faucet. You're saying in 5 days we got, even the water that we're having right now is poisonous. So that's not really a benefit. The foods we're getting is trash. We're sitting around playing video games and watching movies all day, not living. So that's the current state of affairs, man. It's not even. I'm not even dealing with Agenda 2030, smart cities, 15-minute cities, microchips being placed in our brains, cashless society. I'm not even dealing with. I'm dealing with right now. That's crazy, man. You're telling me in 5 days we all be gone. That means that humanity has no compassion. We won't even work together.
No, not everybody. You know.
I'm just going off what you said, man. I'm going off what you said, man. And me knowing that my neighbor needs water, we can't figure out a way to get them water. We
Well,
need this. Come on,
And
man.
clean water. Plant hemp everywhere. It'll clean the soil and the water. Plant hemp all up and down the rivers and the
okay.
streams.
But why we can't is because paperwork exists that says we can't. That's why I bring it back to the initial point I made.
In the groove, there will be no paperwork if no one is participating. The
Well, that brings
paperwork
me back
goes.
to something you
I'm all
mentioned
for
very
that.
early on, is that if we all just stopped using their services, they would collapse. And I could take that to the same level of the idea of taking over the system. If we all put it in our mind that we're going to seize the system, we could actually do that. But then that brings the difficulty of, if 50 of us agree to that, it's not going to make a dent. They won't even notice us. How do we get 50,000 people or 5 million people on
Yeah.
board with that idea? And that's one place I think we're actually seeing something emerging right here on this stream. And that a good way to go about that is to start tapping into our artists and our musicians, those people that can really take a message and put some inspiration behind it and get people unified in one direction.
You
As
see what
far as solutions, that's one good one that we have in our hand right now.
you see what Quentin Emerson, salute to you, Quentin Emerson, man. He said it's ponds everywhere here in South Carolina. We're good on water. I get my water from a spring. I fill up my bottles and go fill them up with spring water. There's water under the ground. Don't let them tell you that there's no water. We could dig. There's water under the ground. There's a flow of water under the ground. That is not
Right.
disputed. That's where we make our wells from. There's water under the ground. Just to look, just be honest that you like the system then. You
No,
go,
it's not about liking or
I'm not
disliking.
saying no. Look. I'm not directing it directly at you. I'm speaking to the world. I'm speaking to anyone who would listen to.
Right.
Just acknowledge that you like this world. You like the comforts of this world, the ease of this world. Just admit that. But then at the same time, you got to take the consequences. It's just
Well,
that simple, man.
should we declare that we need to split up areas and have sanctuary zones? Because another thing I think about is political asylum, right? I think about political asylum a lot, especially the last 3 years. But at this point, there's no other country to really go to that's free to do their own thing. Everything has been hijacked at this point. So can we declare political asylum in our own space?
Can we take the televisions and go throw them in the trash? Can we do that? Let's not, I mean, that's the thing. We just look outside like, oh, can we just create this great army? Let's connect the people. Can we take the television and throw it in the trash?
Well, I haven't watched TV since
Those are the
2012 when
questions. Those are the
Yeah.
simple questions I'm asking. Just a simple question. Can we stop patronizing these restaurants that are lining our streets? Can we do that? I'm telling you, that makes an impact.
we can, yeah, and we do. But look how many don't. So how do we change their minds? Is where I'm trying to bridge the solution gap there.
But
Because
you're trying to change their minds. But I don't even hear your mind has changed because you feel as though, look, without this system, we can't survive. You yourself, let's deal with this. those of us on the
Well,
panel that are
we need
talking
some
right now.
system. We need some system. Whether it's this system or a different system, we need some system.
What system, Max? Oh, we need some. We need.
Well, natural law, that's a system. You like natural law, it's a system.
I mean, we
That's
are.
sort of
I
what
mean,
I'm thinking on like a tribal level. Even a tribe has a system of some sort.
it's just an agreement where everybody is an equal shareholder and everybody's getting the benefit and putting in contribution in some way.
Peace to Luana Hedgepath. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. Canada Dummy, I didn't get a chance to salute Canada Dummy. Yeah, Canada Dummy, yeah, you were everyone else has been here previously, so that's why, But no, man, you blew your wrenched up, man. Just tap on these channels. You see Max Vision up here, Paula. Can't keep up with her name, but today it's Phoenix. Phoenix Fire. What is it, Paula? Let me get this off the screen.
Phoenix Fire.
Phoenix Fire today, but tap Paula, just periodically drop your link in the channel if you can in the
Yeah.
chat, so that because Negro is here in the building. Negro, feel free to hit the link, man. I know you should keep the chat on fire. With
We'll go do
solutions
that. I'll
today.
probably get cooked, so I'll be back.
Solutions today. Look, but what I'm picking up is that we don't see ourselves without this system.
Well, which system is part of it? Like, there are parts, just the word system itself is not an evil word, not a bad word. We have systems,
No,
that
this
are good.
system, the people that are in place running this system.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to be executed. There's a solution. We execute them.
Okay, see, hold on. You go to the extreme of executing. Why not just stop supporting them?
Because they're not stopping. They're just making stronger laws against us who decide to step out. Right? They got to be stopped, dude. I mean, we can divert away from it, but where are we going to go? Like, you live in Alabama. So if the state of Alabama as itself, as a conglomerate, if it decides it's going to outlaw off-grid living, how do you fight that? It'd be one man against.
You fight that where.
I mean, that's why I say the realism, dude. Like, we are knee deep in it, or balls deep, neck deep. So we either got to come up with a solution that's going to appeal, that's going to be able to sell to everyone else, that's better, just like the forefathers did. They went around on a horse to convince everybody this is what we're going to do. If you don't want to do it, if you want to be loyal to the crown, you got to go back to England. If you want to be under this new idea, you're free to adopt it. But hey, in order to adopt this, we got to be willing to what? We got to be willing to speak freely. We got to be willing to take up arms to defend it. I mean, that is American history. If you look at all these wars, they always tell, even Ukraine, they're trying to tell us they spread in democracy, this great thing, even though it's corrupted and it's not. But that's the idea that's been sold. So we either got to, I mean, like you said, a lot of people don't even agree that there's nothing wrong. They still going along with the virus narrative. So what do we do with those people?
Yeah, but
they are the enemy. That's why I say, like, people who are still comfortable and accepting and living behind the lie, those are going to be your enemies if everything falls down, bro. It's not going to be the paperwork at that point, because the paperwork ain't going to have anybody to enforce it. But if somebody comes on your land and wants to take what you got, well, they're going to be an enemy at that point. And that's not going to be George Bush and Bill Gates type people. That's going to be the guy down the street you ain't talked to in 10 years, right? Desperation. That's the weapon they're using against us. It's got everybody, like you said, loving and accepting the system. Can't live without it. I can live without it. I don't know how long. I'll get by for a while until I fall down and break my leg. But if one of your kids breaks their leg outside playing, what are you going to do? Are you going to be able to handle that without a doctor or somebody who has a skill in doing something like that. I mean, it takes all types. I'm a firm believer in that. So if you got different types, you have to organize in some way to where I say, hey, bro, if you fix my kid's leg, I'm going to give you a year's worth of free whatever. And, it should be free anyway. I get all that. But until we get to that point, what do we do in the meantime? How do we get there? What's the bridge? Because I think your scenario is we just do away with everything and everything is absolved. Okay, today's what? Today's Saturday. Okay, Sunday morning, what's going to happen? You're going to have a lot of people looking around and desperation is going to set in. And that's when things are really going to get ugly. And, survival becomes every man for himself. And I would love to think that we can, change the world just by, setting good examples and having people work together and all. But a lot of people don't know how to do that. They've never lived a day of their life like that. All these people working in these high places, what do we do with them? They exist just like we do. And I'm going to have to say it, but everybody here exists on equal footing. We all are equal shareholders. We're not any better than they are, right? We don't want to call them an enemy. They have an equal right to be here at this point, unless we can agree that what they've done has been a harm and a crime against humanity, and they need to pay a price for that. Either be removed and put them in zoo cages away from everybody else, or we got to take them out. I mean, we do it for people stealing candy bars. So it's an ugly reality that we got to do something with them. What do we do? What do we do about that?
Guantanamo Bay, man. Zoo cages, like you said, when Guantanamo gets full, zoos.
Yeah. There's always going to be an element of, I don't know whether to call it evil, but anyways, there are going to be people that are born, a certain percentage of the population that are born with no empathy. How are you going to keep those people down? You're going to have some type of a system, even in a naturalistic society, to control these people. Otherwise, they'll just do erratic, things to gain power. And eventually we'll end up with another.
I live right next door to one. I live right next door to one, so I'm aware, bro.
Yeah.
Well, all I can say is I'm just over here shaking my head in the sense of we sound defeated.
Oh no.
We sound defeated, man. Because either direction we go in, we're defeated. If we go along with the system, we're defeated. And you all are saying if we go away from the system, we're defeated. That's what I'm hearing.
I don't think we're defeated. I think we'll be triumphant is more the word if we get away from the system.
I think we can change the system from within.
To be self-sovereign.
Yeah.
Change the intentions of the system. And that's the people. Mm-hmm. And it starts with demanding better. That's one thing we don't do as shareholders of this life. We don't demand better, we just accept. And I'm off the system. I mean, this system does nothing for me except gives me electricity when I can come up with $200 and something a month. But if I don't, that system's cutting me off. So I'm well aware of the problem there. But my whole argument is, if you're using natural resources, we're shareholders. That's ours. There should be no public or no private ownership of public natural resources. Could we start there? Water is a right. If we have electricity, it should be public utility, and public utility should be paid for by anybody making money on it. And that includes corporations. That's why I look at Google. Google would not exist as the world's largest, most profitable company without us, our data, our attention, our time to
Yeah.
use their search engine, right? So really, we should be getting paid for that. And we
When
don't
I
have to
was a
be money.
kid, when I was a kid, the banks used to pay the government. When
Yeah,
the banks made a buttload of money, that money went to the government and went to social programs, went to the people. It
yeah,
used to it
that's
used
what,
to be
yeah,
decent.
exactly, bro. That's where the economic cycle got broken with globalism. When you look
Mm-hmm.
at an economic cycle, it's supposed to all circle back. When the government gives a company public money as an investment, whether it's tax breaks, whether it's free land to use to build their factories to provide jobs, that money that they pay to their employees is then recirculated back into the community and eventually makes its way back to the government in a real economic cycle. Well, globalism just took that labor and offshored it. So that money is not coming back in. So we have a system that pumps money in and is getting pumped out elsewhere. That's where the economy is getting broken, and on top of interest and people making money on the stock market for not providing any real product. They're making money off a company that's not making any money. How does that make any sense? It makes zero sense. It's a scam. So let's audit everything that's not self-sustaining or for what we call a public good, which could be simple as just providing water, electricity, and the means of food production, community gardens. Somebody has to agree to provide land for that. We make it government land, we make it public use, right? We got to have somebody there to dig the hole, put the seed in, and make sure it's maintained. So that's a little bit of a system we got to have. It's not a system that's trying to invade Ukraine and blow people up with freaking bombs and shit, right? I mean,
Uh,
that's
Let me welcome Smoking in G Sharp. Um, Smoking in G Sharp, you've taken a little break. Been waiting on you to go live. I haven't seen you going live lately. How you doing today? Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Willis
Gee,
McCoy, for having. Hey, Max. Hey, Phoenix. Into Groove and Seven Serpents.
a
Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
great to see you.
I have taken a break. I'm so sorry, everyone. I have a lot to do around the house before winter comes. um, I just wanted to jump in here and say, well, first of all, let me say this. I have been watching everyone's shows, kind of lurking, and you're all brilliant. I love what everyone has brought forth. It's given me a lot to think about. Um, Going back to this topic, uh, in the United States and in other countries similarly, we have the four posts, as I call it, the executive, Congress, judicial, and media. But what I think everyone is really up against is what I call the fifth column, in the sense that everyone around us, the people down here at the bottom of the pyramid, there's a real share of them that are the useful idiots. They are what I call the blue flames. When somebody is so energized to prove themselves, they got a blue flame coming out their ass. Um, they're my enemy right at this moment. I can't conquer the top, but I'm sure having some struggles with the bottom here. What do you all think of the fifth column?
Yeah, I think
yeah,
that's a big problem, and it's a problem that the people that we would consider our enemies, they're more than willing and capable of manipulating the useful idiots and using them against us. But we don't, as far as I see, don't really have any means of directing those useful idiots in the other direction.
Well, like Indie Groove brings up appropriately, we go by what's on paper, and
mm,
And the paper's written out really well that, you know, even if somebody is hostile, as we see in the videos, I mean, I'm watching all of these cray-crays going off in McDonald's to flash mobs, robbing stores. The paper has seemed to gone in the direction of allowing all of this. And we know it's intentional because it keeps us busy. You know, we're all down here putting out these little fires and we're not paying attention to what's going over on the other side of the hill. And so anyway, yeah, I just wondered if anyone had any thoughts about just dealing with your everyday person in the grocery store. You know, you walk around, you still see people wearing masks, and which now that is a clear indication they are the ones you want to stay away from. So they're kind of handing you their card before anything else. I think that's perfect, actually. But yeah, with other people, you know, pushing the envelope, and of course, the real useful idiots that just stand around and film everything on their phone instead of doing something. I step off my platform. Thank you for having me up here, Realist McCoy.
Of course, and now you done you done made us really. I mean, quite a few people have been pushing that point in regards to quote unquote these useful idiots in the sense, and Can a Dummy also says it right here, saying, because when you ask that question, when I go around in different places, it just seems like I don't think that they're really. I guess them going along with it is harming us because they're fueling it, but people just seem lost. They just. I think that's what I notice more than anything is that people just seem empty. There's no life in them.
Yes.
They're just going along. The energy isn't there. The enthusiasm, the excitement. It's like everyone is waiting for the next thing now.
Mm-hmm.
It's depressing. It's depressing. I want to say peace to the Bex Factor. Thanks for coming through. And this conversation it's not helping. I'm telling you, this guy in the groove. I appreciate you laying it out there, man. But at the same time, it's really hard. It's really hard on my soul what you're saying right now.
It's hard on my soul, dude. I don't want to be here doing this and
It's
talking about this either,
tough
bro.
conversation right here. This is one of the. I'm glad to have this conversation. I guess that was the identifying that we do have an enemy. Fine. And then Gen 2 gone, and a couple other people were just like, what's the solutions? And so that's why it's only fair. Yes, you identify a problem. It's like mathematics. You see the problem, you figure it out, and have a solution. And that's what we're faced with. This is going to be an ongoing thing. We need to be, I guess under my name, I've identified that. What I have up there, solutions are in high demand. So I have identified that we need solutions, but having this conversation right now, it makes you just want to put your weapon down and just go home and tell your family there's no.
Well, right
Yeah,
now
that's
we're in a
the
battle
one
that we can win.
This
We're
is
in a battle right
crazy.
now that we can win,
Smoking
which
and
is a
T-Shop.
good one.
I don't know how long you've been listening, but I'm telling you, I was, very enthusiastic and my energy level was high. And now it's just.
I am so sorry I brought the party down.
Oh no, it wasn't you. No. Now, actually, you took us in another direction.
No, it was us.
It was the Max Vision saying that he likes this system and it's his system
No, I didn't
has
say I
given him
like this.
a nice home. He wouldn't be able to have the nice home and his things, and then in the group is saying, "Oh,
I feel like it's trying to work out a Rubik's Cube. Like you get the puzzle solved on one side, but you're messing it up on the other side. Every time you flip it over,
Seven
try and work it
Serpents."
out.
Y'all check out Seven Serpents. Support Seven Serpents. I'm telling you, supporting Seven Serpents is like supporting me. I'm telling y'all.
Yes,
Anyway,
I'm
go ahead.
subbed up.
Going back to that useful idiot thing. One thing I do see pushing back on that is the use of memes. And the reason the memes are so powerful because they're usually using comedy to get a message through. And that's some powerful stuff because there's a lot of things you can say in the medium of comedy that you can't always get across just saying it straight. But the only problem with that is a lot of that just exists on the phone. Like if I'm at the supermarket and I see the sheep wearing a mask on my phone and I look up and see the guy wearing a mask and I start laughing, I'm the only one that gets the joke. I don't have it on my t-shirt. Nobody else sees it. That's the only place where I think they fall short. But other than that, if you could get memes to really get out into the public conscious, they are some powerful strategies to use.
The message of non-compliance is getting out there, and it's been working in my city. So that is something that we've been doing for, well, it's been years, and that's unfortunately what it takes. I thought it would be much faster, but of course I was disappointed. But yeah, non-compliance with these new mandates and things, that is actually working. So we are getting messages out there through this media to the people. It is working that way.
And for me right now, that's where the main work's being done, is trying to create counter system cultures, kind of fill that void. You know, we've all been disconnected from our natural cultures to some degree, and they have these artificial cultures to fill that void. But we don't have any like really truly counter system cultures developing. And then I mean I know you've got people that are these orchestrated groups out there that pretend they're against the system, but you know a lot of them you see that their politics align with all the corporations, and if your politics is the same as Nike, Halliburton, and McDonald's, you're not anti-system. We don't really have any true anti-system countercultures developing, I think. Maybe to a small degree, like what we see right here, but as far as growing into something bigger, it all seems artificial.
According to Google, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll mention the wellness company again because I like to bring these positive things up. You guys should just look it up. It's called the Wellness Company. It's alternative healthcare. It's dial-up and mail. At the moment, they don't have any trauma centers. I still have to go to trauma centers at the moment. But for other healthcare, that's a system that's being brought up, all counter to the current medical system.
Look, man, and women, the cucumbers in my refrigerator comes from Canada, from a greenhouse in Canada. According to Google, the state of Texas is 171 million acres of land. The population of the U.S. is 330 million, according to Google. Just the state of Texas alone is enough land for everyone in the U.S.
Okay.
I just don't, I don't see, there's the land. I'm telling you all, look, I took seeds from off my table and I put them in the ground and it grew. It grew. We have all these prisoners that are locked up. What are they doing while locked up? Couldn't they grow food on this land and give back to society? I'm just, even just growing our food and eating the right foods alone will shut down this system. But as long as we are dependent on this system for even food, they know they got us. I want to welcome DJ ZPE. Been up all night studying in these books and decided to add a few words to our build. So I appreciate your presence. If anyone wanted to respond to that before DJ ZPE tapped in, but just on a basic level, put some fruit trees down.
Well, yeah, you know, a lot of people are in prison because of stealing things that they needed or stealing food. And if they were growing their own food, they wouldn't have a need to steal. If they knew how to build their own things, they wouldn't have a need to steal. So, yes, that would solve many problems.
They've been tearing up the fruit trees in the cities everywhere and replacing them with, you know, fir trees, stuff that doesn't produce food. They've been doing that for since I was a kid, and they're still doing it. We don't plant fruit trees anymore, and that's something that should change. Yeah, why don't you just put fruit trees instead of maple trees everywhere?
Yep.
Well, obviously, because they don't want you to have food. I've
And
enjoyed
the
I've been enjoying your comments there, DJ.
right on, brother. And the other thing I've come to realize is that we don't know trees in their true form because most of us have never seen a tree older than 100 to 50 years old. Most of the forests are only 50 at max. And most of the trees there are technically considered shrubs and bushes. They're not actually trees. I mean, it's really crazy because you plant a fruit tree and you take care of it for 4 or 5 years and it bears fruit for 40 to 50 years. You know, vegetables
Yeah.
have to be replanted every year. They're not perennials.
I
Yeah,
want to
it's
also
crazy. It's
You
welcome
know,
crazy.
Negro out the trenches, original builders. Appreciate your presence, man. Thank you for being here and finding value in being over here, because I know that you are aware of a lot of other content creators, and you chose to be here today. So thank you.
You're welcome, man. Peace.
what's good, Negroes?
Hello, everyone. Peace to the panel. Peace to the
Hi,
chat.
What's up,
Negroes.
man?
Nice to
Hi.
meet you.
I like your name,
Hello.
brother. Every time I hear someone say the word Negro, my brain automatically converts it to need to grow.
Exactly. That's how it came about.
I
That's how it
like it.
came about. It was small. It was small, but it's getting bigger. By
Nice.
the growth. Growth is essential. Um, you got to understand what's really, really going on in your world as an individual, and what's really going on outside the world as a whole. And you know, you can't jump over things and expect things to you can't jump over situations and expect things to make sense. I said so many times, you can't jump over ABC, meaning the root cause. How you gonna jump over ABC and go to XYZ to the surface things? I look at it as cherry picking, because it's not gonna solve. It's not gonna be no solution, because you're missing the importance of how we got here and why everything is taking place and why it's
Mm.
going to stay this way and nothing going to be fixed. We just going in circles. We talking about nothing. This is a nothing burger conversation because you're not on the specifics of what really happened at the beginning. We ain't got to go back thousands of years and all that, because that's a throw off too. 400 years is a throw off. But let's just go
Hmm.
back. Let's just go back what happened in 8 years with these presidents and our people. We know that if you've been paying attention, someone is incarcerated illegally. Someone is homeless illegally. Someone is drinking contaminated water illegally. You know what I'm saying? All this illegal stuff is going on, and no one on this panel has not mentioned protection. Where's the protection? Why you're not protected? Why? Because if you're protected, we wouldn't even be worrying about no what we call politics or politrics, because you protect, because you know that if something go wrong, you got a strong military behind you that's gonna tear some shit up. That's why you know our country is not gonna do shit in other people's countries, because that's a war. You know what I'm saying? That's war. You disrespecting somebody's land. Same here. People, they come in here. I mean, foreigners coming here empty-handed. I'm talking about your great grandparents 200 years ago, or the new foreigners coming here. Y'all come here empty-handed and y'all try to trade places with us and try to call yourself American. Same way with these mestizo people calling themselves Native American. Also stole our identity, which is Indian. And all this can be proven by paperwork. That's why I mentioned earlier, if your birth certificate is blank, don't have no identity of your mother or your parents, because it should say your birth certificate should have your mother identity, and it should have your mother identity in her race and your father race, because that's what's on mine. My birth certificate says Negro, and I did my homework and I connected the dots, and the dots connected to Indian, which is Aboriginal of America, North America. And what I understand is that there's a alien invasion on my land, and then I study as what our Martin Luther King has told us in his last days about these foreigners coming over here getting free land. Congress is giving these, which is the three branches of power. Let me be clear. When I say Congress, I'm talking about the three branches of power, which is the legislator, they powerful. I'm talking about judicial, they powerful. I'm talking about executive, they're powerful. That's the president. President represents the executive office. He pushed executive orders, which is he can veto policies or he can let the policy come in. If the Congress push a policy saying that everyone gonna pay taxes, the Negroes gonna pay taxes, the Negroes gonna pay taxes, that's what the president gonna follow, and that's what the judicial gonna follow. Because once you get locked up, you are in the hands of the judicial, and they gonna, you know what I'm saying, they gonna throw you to the wolves, which is the prisons. And you know what's in the prisons, you got other motherfuckers that's not balanced, that's doing what they trying to, you know what I'm saying, doing other foul shit. But at
Let
the
me
end of the day, where is your protection?
let me say something, Negro. What we've identified here is a world problem. You know, I know that you're dealing with America, but
Yeah, I
I
agree. You know, I feel your world problem. Maybe I'm on the wrong channel. Go ahead, brother.
no, it's not a matter of being on the wrong channel because I'm sure you can still add information unless you know you like myself, we know what we're about and where we want to share our energy and our information. But this is forgive the term global. We know we're not on the globe. All right. I'm just saying this is a worldwide agenda that's being played out on all of us. We have Max Vision, who's in Canada. You speak to someone that's in New Zealand, the Netherlands, China, Japan, Germany, the UK. It's the same agenda being played out on everyone.
Yep.
And so,
Every language has become a nationality and a nation state combined with the church, and we're all being played. Every
so
single fucking one of us.
I want to say peace to Key Norfolk, man. Peace. Appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you for your support. Big Dog Philly OG in the building. Um, so that's what I don't want to lose sight of that fact. That's what brings us. That's what brings us all. If this was just a national problem, oh man, I wouldn't even probably be here. But this is a universal agenda. This is a
It's
new
a
world order
It is.
it's a
agenda.
an extra planary problem.
No, it
So
is a national problem, man. It's not a universal. It's national. It's about us. It's about the indigenous people of America that had their land stolen, and we can't jump over that. You can't jump over what happened to us in 1865. You can't jump over what happened to us in 1919 and expect this shit to make sense about us, about some universal, about what's going over in Africa or what's going over in Germany and all these other places instead of what's going on right here, where our people is being
but
illegally taxed and homeless and
but
mass incarceration. How can you jump over that and call yourself indigenous or unless you're not?
Negroth, I appreciate
Negro,
what you're saying, brother, but the playbook used here was played out in the British Isles first to tax the lords off the land and to make everybody poor so they could then be criminalized and shipped to the Americas to penal colonies with penal codes and penal code enforcers.
And
look,
that,
So, I
I'm
mean,
that
I
trying.
feel
no, though.
you, but
I'm
like
trying
there's
to keep it
laws
simple.
like the Stamp Act that happened before people got here that set up the legal precedent to and the social precedent
What
and
I'm saying is,
standards
Which
that
country
created
you talking
hold
this
about?
on,
problem
hold on
Year.
one moment.
internationally.
Hold on one moment. What I'm saying is, in 2020, just on a basic level, did they only shut down the United States of America?
Nope. Every
No, they
country,
did not.
I,
This is
every
a
single country,
man,
and
look,
most of
look
the planes.
inside the United States, some of the cities like Orange County wasn't shut down.
no.
2020.
What I'm saying is,
There was
Negro,
people still walking around here without no mask or without the jab. So
Negro. What I'm saying is, you got my point, man. That this was a global, this was a universe. This was every country in the U.S.
no, it
I
wasn't.
mean,
No, it
in
wasn't. That's a
on
lie.
the,
That's cap. That's cap.
I'm,
And the United States corporations paying hush money to keep us from knowing who the fuck we are. This is nothing but a script. This is COINTELPRO, and
but what I'm saying is,
got niggas
Negro,
keeping this
Negro.
bullshit going. That's on these panels. Keep pushing that narrative secretly, thinking that you can't decode what the fuck they saying really to us. I'm decoding
Negro.
this shit. I'm
But
seeing what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing right
I
now.
understand that. Look, Negro, I'm
Yeah,
cool with that. But what I'm saying is, this is a, a, a new world order agenda that all nations
that's
are
cap.
being
That's
are
cap.
being.
That's cap.
However, I'm
Theatrics. That's theatrics. That's
still allow
theatrics.
me to express
It's
myself.
a cover up.
What I'm saying is, this is a new world order agenda in place.
I say it's a lie, and
Well,
I
I
can
was
prove it.
born here. I just want to say
I
that.
can prove it.
So
This
You
is
want to walk? We could. Let's bring receipts, and let's bring receipts to what you're talking about. If this is
okay. New growth. All
universal,
right, I'll ask
bring
you.
your receipts, bring
I,
your evidence to why you think this is a universal thing instead of what's going on here in America. Because what's going on in America affects everything that's going outside of America. But we need to find out what's going on in America
okay,
first.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. New growth. All right, let's take a quick little poll here, real quick. Let's see. Let's see. Smoking in G sharp. Is this a what agenda do you see being played out here?
Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. But yet, the bottom line is the United States, along with all the other countries and then some, are absolutely ran by mobs. I consider myself a political
I
atheist. I
just
do not give my consent to any of those criminals in Washington, D.C. I mean, as far as the United States goes, but they're mobs. Mobs have been running this planet, this realm, for 5, 6, 7, 800 years at
A
least.
thousand.
And
the
Yeah.
Vatican.
yeah, they're way back.
that's
They
cap.
learned a long
Greece
time
and
ago.
Rome.
Regurgitation. That's
Yes,
regurgitation.
they learned a long time ago how to rule people. They've got our number and they play a real good one. And the more technology they get, the better they can play those games. And it's working and it's really frustrating me. My last thing that I'll throw in here is let's not forget that back in 1959, they created that treaty where no one could go to Antarctica and Arctic too, as well, but that's not mentioned much. And the treaty now is 64 years old, and that's a long time for a worldwide treaty on something.
That's fraud.
So to me, that's my top priority right now. I'm going to tackle the big lies because if you can get people to look at least one of them, they can see everything else is just a mob rule lie. Thanks, everybody.
I
Scratch a lie.
agree.
Hold on one moment. Hold on one moment. Max Vision. Is this an American problem, or do you see an agenda being played out worldwide?
I see a large amount of nepotism in the ruling class, we'll call them. It's awfully convenient that we keep electing these same people who are all related and who are supposed to be there to make our lives better, but our lives just keep getting worse. So, and this is not just here, it's everywhere. The only place I really see much advancement and growth happening is China, because they're allowed to. Everywhere else, it's all on the downslide. So it's worldwide.
You see the disrespect right there. You know, the first thing people go is outside America. Oh, you know, because they not here from America. They disrespect America, calling us that we this and that. But you here on America's soil, utilizing the stuff, utilizing the things that we have been using over centuries. You know what I'm saying? But you here on our land, and then gonna throw shit on us talking about what
Okay,
China.
define who is our then? Who define who you're speaking about with our land?
Other country are better than America. Ain't no country doing better than America.
Okay, hold on. Um, Dean Kendall has joined the panel. He's in New Zealand. Dean, how you doing? And I would also like to know, do you see an agenda being played out just in America over here, or is it being played out everywhere else?
Well, firstly, I'd like to say grand rising to everyone. It's about, I don't know, maybe 5:45 around here, I think, in the morning. What are we? 5:38, sorry. There we go, 5:38 in the morning here in New Zealand on Sunday. So everybody can be rest assured that the world's still going. And yes, there is an agenda. And I'm not going to lie, it's New Zealand has changed radically, and I mean radically, since this bloody worldwide program to lock us down. And you might think it's only in your country, but I tell you what, it's in every damn country around this whole world. The whole bloody lot of them, every one of them, is suffering because of that thing, because of this one worldwide agenda. And they're going to make these, and people might think, oh, no, you know, our country's safe. We're a big country. We can handle it. No country's safe from these bastards. These are handlers. They're not people who, they're not people like you and me who look out for other people's well-being. These buggers are handlers. They handle us like we're their cattle. We're their bloody chattels. In fact, if we didn't have a birth certificate, they wouldn't make any bloody money out of us. That's how they get us. We're a deed agency, and we're bloody lost at sea, as far as they're concerned.
Paula, hold on one moment, Dean. Paula,
Or dead
Paula,
in our case.
Paula, are you there? Let me
Yes,
see.
sir.
Paula might have wrote that she's gone. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, Paula,
Yeah.
from your perspective,
Yes.
Paula, you're here in Indiana, USA. Do you see, from all the information you've gathered, is it just a United States problem, or do you see an agenda being played out worldwide?
It's a worldwide agenda. It's not just America. It's the what is it, NATO? It's, you know, the World Economic Forum. It's all of them SOBs out there working against all of us little peons in their eyes.
Seven serpents, because I won't need growth after seven
Well,
serpents.
this is very relevant for me because I'm very soon to be a permanent resident of the UK. So I guess the whole subject of, like, we're talking about the idea of getting out into the country, you know, and getting yourself off grid. For me, that's not even going to be a reality because we're full already. We're not only full, but we're getting flooded with immigration. So any idea of getting off the system is just not possible from where I'm going to be the rest of my life. It's a matter of taking control of that system and making it work for the people. And that's the only option we have there. We don't even have these off-grid options because it's such a small land mass. So
Do you see it?
I think that's something. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, do you see an agenda being played out in where you are?
Yeah, absolutely. The same
All
agenda
right.
is being played out
All
there.
right, Negro. All right,
Some of
Negro.
the
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, continue. Continue. Seven Serpents.
I think some of it is just coming from kind of a central globalist agenda, but then on the other hand, a lot of the degenerate ideology is coming from America and spreading out to the rest of the world like a disease, from my view. All the stuff from Hollywood, the degenerate music, the LGBTQ plus, and some other stuff. All that stuff is really emanating out from America and infecting other countries around the world. So, yeah, I've got a very different view than somebody who's American.
Um, DJ ZPE, I'm sorry. If you wanted to add something, and then I want New Growth to really respond to what all we've said. But DJ, if you would like to add,
Hey,
do you see it as a worldwide agenda, or is it just a United States of America
it's
agenda?
it's definitely worldwide, and like he was just saying, Seven Serpents was just saying, it's everywhere. But America is the emanation point. It's like the center of it all. It's also the center of everything. It always is. It's like, I mean, you can take Chile and spread it from the top of Russia all the way down through Asia, and it would still extend through the Bay of Bengal and to the South China Sea. Like, this country is so immense.
Okay. Negro, are you still there with us, brother? See, because what I'm seeing is that's why we can't get to the solution. You know, we can't even come to an agreement on what the problem is. So how are we gonna find a solution? And this is what has me so distraught. But New Growth, from listening to everyone's response, you know, you have the floor. Cause I mean I'm trying to find a solution here. At least put it on record and say, yo, y'all want solutions? Go back and replay that video back there. We went from identifying if we had a solution, if we had a problem, we all came together and then potentially laid out a few ideas on how we could move forward. But New Growth has, and I don't mind his input because there's others like him who think like him and has his perspective that In the Groove is speaking about, where we can't convince certain individuals that there's something to convince them of something and they just can't see it. So nah, man, New Growth, let's go.
Yeah, we got a lot of can't get right in the community. A lot of straddling the fence after they done found and heard the information. But that's not what I don't want. I don't want to just focus on individuals because it's going to take away from the real problem. And that's we've been played to the part where we get tripped up before we even figure out what's really going on. So I want to slow it down. I want to refocus that America has become the source for all nations around us, for all people. Everyone come to America to solve their problems, their economic problems, because they know this land is rich. This is what Martin Luther King was letting us know before they silenced them. He stopped the interchanging our identity for us calling us Negro one time, the interchanging it next with Black and African American. We got so-called celebrity leaders like Malcolm X called us Black. What's his name? That other dude, Stokely Carmichael. Thank him. Yeah, Stokely. That dude, Jesse Jackson. He's the main character. Uh, he's still living right now, so he can give us an apology. He can go to Congress if we press on him and right his wrong, because he the one that allowed our identity to be switched from Negro to African American black on job application where we can be illegally taxed, which cause homelessness, which is poverty. I'm gonna say poverty. Poverty. If you keep getting illegally taxed, most likely you're gonna become poverty because your assets gonna get crushed by your liabilities, where you can't pay this bill, can't pay this bill because taxes. So this is the design, the system that they placed on my people. I'm talking about the Negroes with the birth certificate. My grandparents, like I said, it's a lot of us that have the birth certificate with Negro on there. Then, like my sister, she came up under me. She was born in 1975, and she said her birth certificate has black on it, but I have yet to see it. I asked her to bring it to me. She would not show it to me. She keeps saying it's there. I said I need to see this, sister, with my own eyes, because I'm trying to let you see something where they created this identity basically destroyed our identity through paperwork genocide. And I just want to know how, I just want her to know that, they changed Negro to black and to African American as to get away from Indian not tax, because Indian not tax will solve all our problems, will solve everything that's
So
going on.
wait, okay, all right, hold on a second then. Okay. Because on the panel I have someone here in New Zealand. Seven Serpents identifies in UK. Max Vision is in Canada. If we were to identify our races, Canadian.
Canadian is America.
Oh, okay, American. So American. Um, I'm trying to figure out
Yeah, Canada's North America.
where I'm trying to find a link between what you're saying, Negro, to what
I can help you.
the agenda that I'm trying to find a solution for. Wait one moment. I haven't heard from In the Groove real quick. In the Groove, if you could help me. I'm trying to find. Well, go ahead, DJ. If you already. I mean, of course you said you.
Well,
It's
let
it's
me
simple.
bring clarity. I was trying to bring clarity to show you how it is so detrimental with my people as the Negro, aka Indian of America. All this is everything that's going on around other places, America. I mean, around like in other countries, it's because of what's going on here in America with us.
hmm
It started with us. It
And
started with my
and
people.
they're using the same Cystwick KV accounts on everyone, whether they're domestic or foreign, in order to do it, backed by our gold,
The
replaced
thing
with
about
their
it, it's all
fiat
fake.
currency, which gives them tenancy for 99-year lease periods, which is why the World Economic Forum exists, to recycle the system every 80 years
All that
so
shit
that
gonna
they
be
can continue to do this shit internationally to everybody everywhere. See,
There you go.
what they're basically doing is they're utilizing us and our money, creating false names for everybody, and they're paying each other everywhere with it. Meanwhile, feeding us the bullshit trickle down theory. When in reality, wherever you're born and your people are from, everything there belongs to you.
From what I'm
We're
hearing,
we're
and
we're
this
we're all being played everywhere.
from
Every
what
country is being played, and all of
from
our
what I'm
gold and our real assets are being used to do it. It's like it's like musical identity, musical bank accounts, and musical names are being played on everyone.
look from what I'm hearing, and from what I'm yeah. I'll just go off what I'm hearing. I just don't. I don't. I think everyone is on their own right now to find a solution that works for
Yep.
them. Because to be, I mean, this isn't in my opinion. It's just not very productive, and I see why the entities are able to do what they're doing. Most people don't see the problem, much
hmm
less do. So we're left to ourselves. So okay, I came here to YouTube to try to make people aware, And people are right in demanding that. Okay, you're expressing a problem. Well, what's the solution? And I've expressed the solution, but we've made it so complicated, and we don't have options for others. So it's just like, do I just every week just express that we have an enemy, but then don't have any solutions, and no one's really trying to find a solution? Because the solutions are right there, but then we get caught up into race,
So okay, be
religion.
clear. What is the solution, brother? Tell us the solution.
What you say?
Tell us your ideal solution.
I've labeled out the solution. Stop supporting their filthy garbage food. Stop supporting their churches and their religious institutions. Stop supporting entertainment in Hollywood, and stop sending our children to their schools. That does not have a racial connotation. It doesn't. It's just everyone, whether you're
Yes,
American
yes.
Negro,
Doesn't matter who you
whoever.
are,
Just stop.
any
Just,
person.
just stop
Yep.
supporting. Stop supporting. Stop feeding the beast. But then
Hmm.
we get into these
In that,
technicalities.
where's the protection? Where's the protection of your people?
Our protection is
You're
our protection is our independence.
There you
exactly.
go.
Are
That's
you?
our
Are,
protection is our independence, our ability to stand on our own and not need them. That speaks more than
And to
anything
say
else.
no. And to say no to that shit. Right?
They'll
And
never they'll never respect us if we're think about it on a simple level. If someone becomes dependent on you, there's a level of this. Some people can bring it to their ego, which the system has, and they'll feel a level of power. But when you're independent, you stand on common ground, able to even feed your own family. We can't even feed our own family on our own right now. We need Walmart, which is owned by the federal government.
which is the Federalist Party of British
So I'm
Parliament.
saying it's they give us our dreams, they give us our goals, they give us our visions. Nothing that we have is our own. Not even our own thoughts, our ideas. They're giving
Our
us polyester clothes to wear, plastic where we can grow hemp. You know how many different industries we can use hemp in? So I'm just saying, man, but I don't know, man. To me it's just simple.
Or
It's to me
linen. Linen heals the body and removes scars. We used to use it in all of our medicine. We always used linens. We
there you
didn't have
go.
cotton sheets, which restricts you. We used linen because it's healing.
There you go. I'm just saying, it's alternatives, but our addiction to the system makes us think we can't go on our own. Like having
Hmm.
a child who's been dependent
Well,
on their
brother,
parents.
it's government to govern the mind. Most people are compos non mentes or not of sound mind because they need someone to tell them how to exist,
And how to think, how to
how to
just.
think,
I
how to
mean,
exist,
Yeah,
who to
I said
Yeah,
be,
we're
what
going
to
to need
look
all the
like, what to
industry that's
sound
in place
like,
right now.
how to
We're
talk
going to
and
need it
dance. I mean,
and more.
that's all stereotype bullshit that creates and reinforces the illusion of race.
if you don't address this identity crisis, ain't no solution coming. First, there's
You
no
ask
solution.
where's security? Security is when you drop the illusion of race and count on the person to your left and to your right instead of some fucking despotic organization of pajama party freak deep state agents.
What do you mean by race? Can you
The
be more clear
concept
about
of
race?
race. There's only one human race, but yet, everybody's subdivided and
One human race.
categorized themselves into different races and different nations based on languages, sister tongues of international peoples that have always traded with each other.
This may be where the problem is at right here. How we thinking that, how you're thinking right here. This may be because I'm just seeing confusion and not aware of what's really going on, what's really affecting us as a people here in America. But still, yet you're vibing because because of what was taken from the original people of this land. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, no one, you have to understand the people of of America has to be fixed first. This has to be solved. This Right here, ain't nothing else gonna go. Ain't
I
nothing
I
beautiful
agree
gonna
with you
happen.
100%.
This is the first to solving the problem, and it could be a temporary. It could be temporary, but I believe our identity, our original identity, needs to be clear, and we need to understand how being in this wrong identity has caused so much detrimental, and we
I
don't
get it,
know
and I agree.
why. You know what I'm saying? We don't
Yep.
know why, because
Well, I do.
there's people working against us.
Racism.
But I
Yeah,
came here to hear the
they
perspective
throwing
of other
racism out
people
there.
from other places too. I didn't come
Racism
here to be an echo chamber of my
and
own
prejudice
perspective.
to
Everything gonna fall
agendas.
in place once you take care of the main thing. Once you take care of the number one issue that's really harming us right now in America, everything else gonna fall in place. I guarantee that. That's the answer.
But that also, I agree.
I
But
don't
it
see
also
that myself.
requires everyone doing it simultaneously.
And it
When you
will. You gotta
unlock a
believe. You
lock,
just can't. You just can't be the negative.
when
You
you
can't be the
unlock a
negative.
lock, you have
You
to
can't be the
unlock
negative.
all the tumblers
The
in
number one issue.
sequence.
The
And you
number
can't
one.
be selfish.
Otherwise, you don't unlock the lock.
The number
Yeah.
one. The number.
You
In
got to
my
get out of your
opinion.
selfishness.
In
You got to
my
get out of your
opinion.
selfishness. And what I mean by selfishness, I mean that you're not letting the people know around you what your thoughts is, what you really trying, what's your intention, what you're really trying to do for the people. You doing things based on fear and selfishness. You trying to survive. And this
Okay.
is
Okay. Let me add this then. The number one and the easiest thing that we can do here in America, the number one issue to us here in America is one of the first things that we do when we wake up, and that's eat. All right. So there's plenty of land that we can plant fruit trees and grow food on. That's not complicated. That's not hard. And it
military,
has,
man. Don't you know all that shit was destroyed? 1919, they destroyed our own military, destroyed that shit,
I
man.
only said that in response to that. You said the number one issue. We got
Yes.
to get past the number one issue. And the number one
Our
issue
identity.
is
Our
that,
identity
no,
correction.
hold on. Before your identity, you still need to eat, brother.
No. Your identity, after your identity, everything else gonna fall in place. Your food, your
What I'm
earth, your
saying,
land. Your
what I'm,
land is your food. Once you know who you are as the original people of this land, this is your land. What you talking about? You are powerful.
They
Food.
still won't give it to you, though. Just because you identify that it's your land, they're not going to give it to you. We're
It was never
mistaken.
taken.
We're mistaken.
It
We're
was never
mistaken.
taken.
We took your land. Oh, we're going
It
to
was
give it
never
back.
taken. See, that's that
They'll
slavery
never give it
narrative.
back.
That's that
They'll
slavery
never give
narrative.
it back.
We was
It
tricked.
was never theirs to give.
This was a
It was
trick
never theirs
played
to take.
by foreigners, by pink or
I'm in
pale
New
skin.
Zealand.
People
I'm in
by
New
people
Zealand,
that
and
are
I can
dead,
tell you
brother. It was
Well,
done by
see,
people that are fucking dead. So why
exactly.
punish the living, including yourself?
Because their
I
seeds
was
are still
Mhm.
here.
I'm an original.
Their
I'm
seeds,
original first on this land, bro.
their seeds are
Oh,
still
By
living.
yeah,
name.
They
here
That's
had
we
my
go.
babies.
The
identity.
I feel
original.
like
They had
everybody's
babies.
Oh,
fucked
yeah.
These
up
babies
because they
grew
don't
up,
get that. The
The
people that caused
originals.
this
Divide
problem,
and conquer.
they're fucking
and they
dead.
still pushing. They still
They've
pushing
been
that
dead.
slavery narrative, thinking that we came from Africa. Bullshit. We are not no slaves. We are not no weak people. We are the reason why you here. We created all this shit. My people, the
No,
Aboriginals of America.
I'm not even there.
No,
I'm
I
not
don't.
even
I
in
don't
your
subscribe
country.
to that.
I'm
Well,
not
you
even
I
in
using
your
reject
something that we
that.
country.
built over here. Using a spoon, you using a plate, using a heater, a air conditioner. My people's built that
No, I
shit.
don't even use
It's
that
made in
shit.
You
China,
using,
It's
bro.
yeah,
all
you using
world shit.
something. You using
If
something
you
that came
buy
from
that
here.
shit, you're supporting them. If you
A
buy that shit,
radio,
you're
if you're
still
using a radio,
supporting them.
even what you own right now. My people's created this shit.
It's
Reason why
made in
you eat
China,
what you
bro.
eat.
Bullshit.
Is this
I
is this
created what I
is this
got.
a conversation? Is this
Bullshit.
a conversation
We're
or a
trying to get
culture
correctness of
war?
what's really going on in
I'm
America.
confused
I
right
don't give a
now.
fuck what's going over in England or Europe or whatever. I'm talking about what's going on in America.
And I
My
don't give
people's
a shit.
Okay.
identity
If
has
you're
been
going to have that
stolen.
attitude, I might as well have
My
that
people's
attitude about
identity has been
you
stolen,
and
and
your
you
shit.
leeches is living off of us.
No wonder we
Y'all
can't
so
sort
leeches.
anything
Negro,
Our
out because
gold,
of you.
our
You
gold
don't
has been
respect
stolen from
me and I
our
don't
gold has been
respect
Negro,
stolen
you.
from America and took it to
Goodbye. Have a
Europe.
great
Bring
day.
our
See
fucking
you
gold
later.
back. Bring our
Negro,
fucking
Fuck you.
bring our gold
Negro,
back, you fucking thief. Bring
Negro.
our gold back to our country.
The Negro. This is not the conversation for you. Then
Yes. I'm
this
letting
is
it be known because this is fake.
this
Fake
is
ass
this is not
motherfuckers up here trying to pretend like they us. You're
this
not
is
American.
Negro.
Who's us? You've never
You're not
defined who
American.
our people
You
is. Is
never
it
will
just
be
Negro, this is not the conversation for you, man. Respectfully.
I was born here. That's all that matters to me. God put me here on this land that I'm
Motherfucker,
standing on right now.
lie. You's a
And you
liar.
telling me this is not my land. So where do I belong? I have Native American blood. I have blood from all over
That's
the place. I'm a
fraud.
mixed
That's fraud.
race.
If you got Native American blood, that's fraud. That's fraud.
I'm Native American because I was
That's
born
fraud.
in America, bro.
That's fraud.
I was
That's
not born
fraud.
in
You
England.
living a lie. You living a
Okay,
lie.
so
No,
look,
you don't
look
want to
here.
admit that we're all equal
I admit
shareholders.
that I'm American. I'm Aboriginal Indian. That's what I will admit.
I'm an Aboriginal. I
From
was
where?
born here.
From
End of
where?
story, bro. I
From
don't
where?
care about 1900. I was born in 76, bro. That's all that matters to me.
Negro, like I
What do it say
said,
on your birth certificate? What does it say your
I don't
parents
know,
are?
dude. It
hold
says
on a second.
American.
Hold on a second. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on a moment. Hold on a
You use
moment.
the word American.
In the group. In the group.
Yes,
Hold on a
sir.
moment.
I'm sorry, bro.
Hold on a moment, man. Hold on. Let me get this comment off the screen. This is in the group. In your opinion, is this why is this part of finding a solution? Today's topic.
Um, I think it is. Of course, I'm married to my ideas because, like I said, my ideas, we are
Hold on one
all
moment.
Americans. We
Hold
are
on
all
one moment.
equal shareholders,
Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment.
including.
You are not all American. You lying. Stop lying.
Hold on a
I'm not
moment.
a liar, bro.
Hold
You
on
are
a
not. You
moment.
are. You are
In the
not
group.
American. You are not
In
American.
Who are
in,
you to
I can look
judge
at.
me,
I
homie?
can look at you and say you're not American.
in the
I can
group.
look
Hold
at you
on
and
a
say you're
moment.
not
In
American.
the group.
This is American right here. This is
In the
American. This is
group.
what American look like. Me,
In the group.
Aboriginal. See, look at the screen. This is what an Indian Aboriginal American look like. Not
In
you.
the
You a mestizo. You don't have nothing American, nothing in you. So stop lying.
hold on one moment. Negro. Hold on one moment. In the groove. Hold on one moment.
I'm
Smoking,
holding, sir.
smoking in G sharp. Are you there? Smoking in G sharp. Are you there?
I'm sorry. I'm listening in intently.
Okay, I have a question for you. Are you? Hold on. Okay, smoking in G sharp. You're listening intently, so you see what's transpiring at this current moment. Do you feel as though this is part of why you hit the link and decided to join this conversation?
Um, no, not originally. I came in because we were talking about just getting along every day as things get kind of hinky around us, and that's kind of why I came in today.
Do you think that this is a part of today's topic in finding a solution?
No.
All right, okay. Paula,
No,
Max,
I would say that we should all be tax exempt. This whole taxation system seems like a fraudulent
no,
system.
my question is, do you think that this interaction between Intergroove and Negro is necessary to
No, I
this
don't think
topic
that'll
today?
help anyone at the moment.
Okay, so can we just X that conversation out of here? We can have, I could create a build for that. There's plenty of channels for that out there. That's why I created my own channel. I was tired of that conversation. It got nowhere. It got nowhere.
And
I
look,
found,
check this out. Not with all due respect, if you still on that same frequency, you're still not going to get nowhere. I don't care how you're going to flip this. It's still the identity crisis trumps everything. Negro genocide trumps everything that's going on right now in this conversation. If you're not talking about the original, what really happened to us, then you're part of the problem. You're pushing that COINTELPRO. You know what I'm
all
saying?
right.
You're keeping us in that maze, in that confusion of not knowing the truth. The truth is out there. Ancestors already exposed these fraudulent ass people, these
Can I
fraudulent ass
let me
governments.
ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. When you go to the hospital, and you see all these people who are obese and are going to the dialysis centers because their kidneys have failed them. You think that there's a particular race that applies to them? Is it only one particular race that is affected by the poisonous foods and the waters that we're ingesting?
I say you cherry picking. You cherry picking an issue.
It's a simple question that I ask. Regardless if I'm cherry picking, I ask the question. You don't have to answer my question, but to tell me what I'm doing is just straight disrespect because you don't know my intentions.
Mm-hmm. It's just bizarre for you. It's bizarre for you to jump over.
Just say that you don't want to answer the question.
Disrespectful for it's disrespectful for
just say you don't want to answer the question, man.
Everything I just said.
You have a choice.
You just jumped over everything I just said about my peoples, though, about our identity crisis, about what happened to us, and then go to this bullshit. What happened in the hospital?
Okay, listen. You said it. You know, one thing I get bored.
And I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it over 1,000 times because that's what really happened. That's
but
what
you know what? You know what would make an impact, though. You know what would make an impact? I have no problem with you saying it 1,000 times. Say it one time over here. Say it one time over there. Spread the word. But to stand here and keep repeating yourself, you're starting to. I don't want to insult anyone, but to me, that's weird to me.
And it's weird to be talking about nothing, about a nothing burger, and you ain't talking about the truth.
Then
you talking about my people.
Then why are you
want to go global?
Listen,
you want to go worldwide?
Negro,
this is bullshit.
Negro,
with all due respect.
Negro, there's 12 million content creators. I'm one of 12 million. You do not have to be here. I appreciate your presence,
and
but
I'm telling you real shit. Look. Why I'm here?
We all heard you though, but we want to create a list of things. You want to stay on one thing. You've said
that's very detrimental. It's very detrimental, and it's
we got it. It's detrimental. Can we now move to something else though? There are other issues in this world.
I'm just checking this dude. I'm just checking this fake native looking dude, whatever.
Look, man, these are my guests. These are my guests.
You ain't checking nothing, bro. You just exposing yourself. Keep talking, bro. I don't have to say nothing.
Yeah, you're right. Exposing who the fuck I am. An Aboriginal, Indian. And I'm sick of you fucking lying over here.
Negro.
You foreigners lying.
Negro.
What? Are you from India?
Negro, hold on.
Are you from India?
No, said, bro. I said it.
Hold on. Negro.
Don't be trying to wordplay. Don't try to wordplay. All that bullshit.
Negro. These are my guests in my home. Just like I would want them to respect you, I ask that you respect them. I've been on panels.
What the fuck? Why is he even talking to me? And I wasn't talking to him.
We're all interacting. We're all interacting.
These foreigners are not going to respect you. They're not going to respect your channel.
We are all interacting, and we have a level of respect over here for each other, regardless if we agree.
You're assuming right now. You're assuming.
No, not as look. I've held these panels for how long, and there hasn't been disrespect. There hasn't.
Negro, with all due respect,
this is a hell of a
you're negatively
our identity crisis is a hell of a topic. That's why. When you start talking about our identity, that's when you go see the real shit come up out of these foreigners. That's when
okay, look, all right,
hearing
we'll
the shit that they really saying. That's why our people's waking up because of the disrespect and the arrogance coming from these people, pretending like
from
they
me, right?
Who on this panel has disrespected you, Negro?
You acting like you with us, but you're not with us. In fact, because every time I'm trying to tell you what the fuck it is, you trying to talk about it something else.
Who is here who was alive in 1866 and 1922? Was anyone here alive in 1866 or 1922?
My motherfucking ancestors, bitch.
My ancestors were alive here, dying too. But none of these people on this panel were alive then. So I don't understand why to punish them when they weren't alive and they haven't transgressed against me personally. And I don't understand why you feel as though everyone should be having the same conversation you are.
All right, boom.
What?
You know, look, listen.
We don't all have to be on the same frequency, on the same radio channel all day long, every day.
DJ.
We have the right to focus and be interested in what the fuck we want to talk about and do.
All right, DJ.
I got something.
DJ.
What up, brother?
In the groove, Paula.
Yes, sir.
Smoking in the jar, Seven Serpents, being Kendall Maxwell. Candy, aka Brown Eyed Girl, is in the business. Good to see you all.
We got some feedback coming from Groove, I think.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
saying. Oh, let me mod Candy up. She's new to the channel over here. Let me make sure she got her wrench so that she can tap on everyone's link.
Can I tap in?
Of course, go ahead.
Okay. What I want to say is I understand that his people were here first, but we are here now. And we do need to learn how to get along and help each other pull our asses out of the system that they created to enslave every last one of us. We are all enslaved.
Even the air, even the fucking water, even the trees, everything's fucking enslaved.
Everything is enslaved, not just one race. It sounds to me like he would have us shipped back from whence we came. However, we don't know from whence we came. We
Race
were
doesn't
born
even
here.
exist in social,
Race doesn't
in
exist.
natural
We are the
science. There's no
human
All right,
race.
race.
all right,
Yes.
all right, all right. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Hold on, hold
It's
I
on.
like
just,
if I show you 12 daffodils in 12 different colors, are they 12 different races? Or are they just fucking daffodils?
they're daffodils.
If I grow you 12 varieties of hot peppers or potatoes, are they all different races of potatoes and hot peppers? Or are they just
Yeah.
fucking hot peppers and fucking
Yeah,
potatoes?
but I can take a piece of someone's poop and take it to a laboratory and have it analyzed, and they can tell me what race that person is. Race is real. We don't have to ignore race to deal with the consequences.
Minerals are real. Race is not. And what you would call a race is
Countries.
based upon mineral
That's so
content.
because races don't even have the same digestive systems. Different people of different races have different gut flora in their digestive system, which is why there shouldn't be a universal racial diet. Different
Just
For
races
the
have different dietary requirements. So I
for the
don't think it's a
record,
good idea to ignore race.
different environments have different bacteria, not different
And
races.
then look at the system we're calling an enemy. This is exactly what they're promoting. They are the ones
Exactly.
promoting that race isn't real. They're saying that race is not real, and they're doing that because they're trying to create this blank slate ideology where we can all just be wiped to this universal worker. That's the
I,
whole purpose behind that agenda. That they're in the universities, they're promoting that idea that race doesn't exist. It's just a social
for the
construct.
for the record, I just want everyone to know that that gentleman left on his own. Although I'm sure he knew what was the what was going to be the end result. So I'm glad that he pushed the button and I didn't. He's always
Respect.
everyone is welcomed. It's just that we have to have a level of respect. Um, we have to have. I appreciate that man's passion. Um, I really do. Wait, hold on. What happened?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
oh,
appreciate,
Kimber
and
must have lost. Kimber, you lost connection.
that was,
But yeah. Let me just say this. That's what has us distracted. Come on, my children, y'all. I'll just say
That's all good,
this.
man. They're
I'll just
beautiful.
say this is the fact that it's that's what this is the result of.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tool that they've used to divide us so that we can't come together right now, based off of whether it's our religion, our race,
Mm-hmm.
Language.
what football
False
team is our
duality.
team, just all these different ways to divide us.
Yes.
That's
Mm-hmm.
all I see is division.
I
And
There's no
see
it's
I
countries.
see I see a square plane with rows of heads of cabbage, all full of the same drivel and horse shit.
Okay.
I want to
I just wanted to jump in here and say that anytime I've talked to someone who had a DNA test on their ancestry, every single person was surprised at something that was in their history, in their DNA history. You know, I think by this time, most of us are pretty integrated in one way or another, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Mixed
We all
race.
got
We're
a,
all mixed.
we've got a lot of something going on. And I just want to say, you know, if they want to ship me back, I'll have to go back to Pomerania. I'm a Pomeranian originally.
Look,
Exactly.
And
hold
that
on.
was two countries ago. You know, it turned into Prussia and then now it's Poland. So I guess I'd be Poland Pomeranian. Anyway, I stepped down. Thank you.
Can I add? Let me add to that also. With this jab that they gave us, did they have a jab for different races? When
No,
2020 agenda, did they have a jab
it was
for different
just a
races?
universal mRNA
Well,
modulation.
we don't know.
So what
We
I'm
don't
saying
know.
is that we're
So
the
they weren't
ones.
looking at different people's races, were they? And different blood. There's
Let me
one, one.
welcome Plant Face to the panel, and also Kimba. Appreciate
They
you all's
also
presence.
used one woman's
Um,
Hold
blood,
on,
Henrietta
hold on,
Lacks,
hold
in
on one
every
moment.
single vaccine.
Hold on one moment, DJ. Yeah, I just want to welcome Kimba and Plant Face, and I know Dean came back. Apologize, Dean. This is the world that we live in. I'm
Yes,
sure,
it's true.
so it's don't take anything, don't take none of this personal. In the sense of, I'm gonna handle it because you all are in my home, you all are my guests, and we've got to speak. We got to treat each other with respect. And I've been disrespected on other panels, and I'm not gonna allow it over here. And I rarely visit those panels because of being disrespected. And as adults, it should be a given to respect the next person's ideas and thoughts. We're here to exchange information, So peace to everybody, peace to everyone in the chat. Forgive us, but this YouTube, this the YouTube streets. But go ahead, Plan Face, since you hit the link before Kimba. If you had anything you wanted to add, and then
Yeah.
Kimba, and then we'll get back to the round table.
How's my mic?
Your
It's
mic
all
is
right.
good.
It's all
Your
right,
mic
bro.
is good, and I'll turn you up if it's too low. But go ahead.
Yeah, just one thing. The controllers are trying to round us up into livestock categories. If you pick your brand, well, then you've just put yourself into a livestock category, and that serves the controller's purpose.
Bingo. And their houses of business. They're always having mergers and having advertising competitions through the utilization of psychological subversion and ideological subversion tactics to get you to buy their brand. So they can basically what the world market or world economic forum are experts at is taking all owing each other $1 million, but taking 50 or 500,000 and paying each other twice, creating what they owe each other with the same dollar they put back in their pocket. Meanwhile, we're paying.
These problems though. We're not going to be able to solve just like and then move on. These
No,
problems have been existing for
over 1,000
a
years by
very
my
long
studies.
time.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it makes no sense to me that they're trying to say that they're trying to create race as some category to control us when they've been one of their main agendas has been to degrade the idea of race since the 20s.
Yeah,
You go into any
but then you
university
have
and you
heard
have to go
Licka
along
and
with that indoctrination that race isn't real. You get kicked out if you disagree with that. That's what the system is pushing.
yep. But
That
if you look
They
But
at
do
then,
like
all
to
of the if you look at
control
all
on
of
both sides of a situation
yep, and if you look
is
at
key. You
all of
have
the
mm,
to
art
guide both sides.
from the period, you find that the people are universally brown to a certain point, and then everybody shows up, all kinds of varieties, everywhere.
Yeah, well,
Well,
that's, I
that's
mean,
something. That's something that's on the race thing is we don't all even have the same archaic ancestors. If you look at like in Africa, there's certain ancestors they have we can see in the genetics that Europeans don't have, and
According
But
to
yet,
what
but
though?
yet
they
in
don't
their
have
philology,
Neanderthal in their genetics.
According
but
to
in
what though? Like
philology, everybody's
Neanderthals
connected.
never existed. That's a BS evolution term.
Exactly. I mean, look, man, they didn't even look. There's been a myth perpetuated that the American Indian gave Europe syphilis for over 500 years, when in reality, a lot of monks were dying of syphilis in Europe over 2,000 years ago, in modern day Greece, to be more precise. So I mean, we've been played. Like no one ever talks about American history until 1492. Why is that?
Hey, I want
Everybody's
to say,
all divided at 1492. We're all divided
I want to say,
internationally, and
peace to
everybody's
Maggot. Hold on.
like the zodiac in their own ray of light or lane.
I want to say, peace to Maggot. Salute to you. Thank you for being here, and also Kimba. Let's go, Kimba. What you want to? You hit that link for a reason. Let's go.
Okay, hold on. I was had to deal with my family for a second.
Okay. Well,
Okay, this is okay. Here we go. This is how I see it. We are all at different levels of what has been lied to about us. We know, I mean, to us. Okay, we know there are different. We're all at different levels. Period. Point blank. A lot of us are strong in our beliefs by what we feel we might know. We might be passionate, we are confident we already know, or we might still question whether it's our family, our closest friends, business, schools, your fellow people you sit here with on the panel. So I like to say we get in confusion over word salad. We all been played. We are all people. And then I like to go back to that term. We the people. We are people. We are all people. No one is higher or mightier than anyone else. I'm sorry, I don't see it that way. And if you see yourself that way, I'm sorry, I think you might be part of the problem. And I'm going to be honest because I'm blunt. We are all here. We all contribute something. We even when in the groove was what you know, we have our moments. We have our moments. We're only human. We're going to get either loud, we might, you know, come down a little, but in the end, we're all people. We should, you know, some of us are going to want a main goal in the end. We want a better life for us, for our children, if you have children. So why not just get along and talk about it? Like you said, you know, just that's all. That's why I call it word salad. All these
Mhm.
words are getting in the way. And we all, in reality, what I'm seeing, and a realist, you know, I've been around these panels a while. We all want the same thing. The only thing getting in the way is words.
Mhm.
Words.
And
And who
word
brought on
salad.
the words?
Yes.
Who brought on the words? The words. Okay. So the words
The
are getting in the
swords.
way and people are clashing. It's like, forget the words. We all have a common goal. We want a better world for us, right? Right? And
Yes.
everyone around us? Yes.
Yep.
Now let's get
Yes.
over ourselves
Yeah.
and the words I say in ourselves, get out of our way. I like to say, get out of your own way so you can keep moving forward. That's a famous line. Get out of your own way so you don't trample other people in the process. Get out of your own way so we can all move forward. Okay. We all need to move forward. We're not trying to trample people and move forward. Okay. But there is a tipping point. I'm sorry. I'm going to be honest again. There's a tipping point. You get to a certain level where it's like, okay, are you guys lagging? Are you not on board? Okay, some of us want to get somewhere. We do. And we're trying to do it in a genuine, nice fashion. We have to. You know, we're trying. But some of us can only take so much, you know? So, there, I yield. Thank you. I feel better.
Well spoken. Well
Yeah.
spoken.
speak.
Well
Peace to
said.
Piece of
Yes.
kill switch R6. Glad you're here. You made a comment earlier, but we'll discuss that later. I don't want to change the energy. We're finally back to where we were meant to be. Because as you can see, there's different races on this panel right now. As a matter of fact, hold on a second. What race are you, DJ ZPE, if I may ask?
Uh,
No, I don't know.
uh, I'm a man. I don't know about race.
All right,
I'm a
brother.
man
Exactly. Yep.
from America.
There you go. So we're all a variety, but we've all identified the same problem, and that's what has brought us together at this moment right now. Everyone knows here on this panel knows what my talking points are and what I'm about. If you don't, I'm sure everyone here knows.
And we know who the enemy is.
And
Yes.
so, you know,
Precisely.
so it's just that's what brings us all here. And look at the variations. But we're all being treated the same, regardless of our race or where we are on this earth. There is an agenda being played. Now, I will say this in the group. I'm gonna say this to in the group real quick. In the group,
Yes, sir.
this is I appreciate your passion, man, but I'm telling you what it's gonna take is you have to decide who is worthy of your energy and who is not.
Agreed. Don't
You
feed.
have to
Don't.
make that
Some things aren't worth feeding.
I'm telling you, and that's what I'm trying
That's
to tell
that's
you.
that's a poisoned water fountain, brother.
You have to just make that discernment in your mind and say, "Oh, okay, I see what level he's on. Okay, I'll just let him say what he got to say." Boom.
And I do, and it's not that I disagreed with what you're saying in certain regards, but just like Phoenix says, we're dealing with the now, dude. Like I was born in
Yeah,
'76. Whatever happened before me is not on me. You know what I
exactly.
mean? So if we're only going to go back so far, I'm going all the way back. We are all, I consider myself a child of God. First and foremost, I'm an earthling. First and foremost, this idea of country, states, race, geographical locations, that's all constructs from the enemy to subdivide. So if
Totally
somebody
agree
only
with you,
wants to
Juan.
All
accept
right.
the
So
subdivision, yeah.
hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. With what you just said, if you have identified that these are tools of the enemies, why did you allow the tools of your enemy to have an effect on you?
Because what I was hearing was somebody using the term our people and American
You're not answering my question.
interchangeably.
You're not
Okay.
answering my question. My question is,
Because I recognized the confusion and that a flaw in that ideology, and I wanted to point that out, but he didn't want to hear it, and it
but
did escalate because I got called a bitch and a liar. That's two things I'm not.
Here, let me,
You know.
you're
let
not
me.
you're not
I know,
understanding
brother.
my
Let
point.
me,
You're
let
not
me.
you're not understanding my point in the group, but it's all right.
Okay.
Look, American stems from the word Amaru, which is a Hichiti word which means snake, and Khan, as in king or priest. So the word American means a serpent king or a serpent priest, which is related to the Buddhas. Long story short, that's the
Right.
perspective that Negroth was coming from, but he wasn't getting that we get that, and we're talking about a problem everyone is universally having, not that.
Okay. Now you talk about
So,
solutions.
he was focused on one thing and we were focused on a whole fan of problems. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So,
do.
and that's where he's at, and that's why he was here negatively projecting that we're being COINTELPRO when he's pushing that very thing himself and doesn't know it. Like
Well,
you
he
have to
reject.
you got to understand at a certain point when someone is accusing you of something and trying to get you in your feelings, they're actually negatively projecting what they're doing onto you without even knowing they're doing it.
Yeah.
Just like a boyfriend who cheated will call his girlfriend a cheater because he's fucking guilty, or vice versa. You always accuse somebody of the shit you're doing, whether you're aware of it or not.
What I'm trying to
So,
identify is
don't let that shit, when you know it's a weapon, don't let it affect you.
that's all that I'm saying.
Just
We gotta
just
rise.
respectfully agree to disagree.
Well, if I could say this, dude, I've been on the internet since '99. I started out in message boards and chat rooms. I've been doing this for 20 something years, dude. I'm well versed in all these tricks, and to speak for myself, I feel like I will fight back on that because I
I know,
know how it
but it
works.
but it,
But
it
And
but
hold on,
it gets
DJ.
nowhere. You can't
Hold on a
fight
second.
fire with fire.
And not just that, but this isn't even. That's not even worth fighting.
well,
And
We
my
got.
and
solution,
Hold on. What
and
I'm saying is that's not even. Look, man. I'm in the groove. Come on, man. We're so focused on this. You're gonna let that.
okay, well, let me speak for a second, okay? See, my solution is that we all recognize that no matter where we are, I don't care what country you're in, it could be Australia, wherever you are an equal shareholder by the grace of God of being birthed into this world. So let's start with that. Recognize everybody, no matter what background you are a shareholder. So my solution
you,
is everybody should have a share, an equal share. We should all get an acre of land. We
I
should
agree.
all be getting a piece of the pie. But the brother that was on earlier, he rejected the idea that we were equal shareholders. So
In the groove.
what do we do
All
with
in the
that?
groove. All you're
Yes, sir.
doing.
Well,
Hold on one
that's
moment, DJ. One moment,
go
DJ.
ahead.
What I'm
Go ahead,
saying,
brother.
you're not. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. You
I
know,
am, but it doesn't fit. How do
it's
we
the same thing.
coexist?
I'm sorry. What you say?
How do we coexist if they're still separatists among us?
By understanding that the separatists are acting out of self-preservation and fear, and you're not,
I
Okay.
know.
Let me
I
say
get
this
that.
first. Let me say this
and
then.
not
Also,
feeding into it
you
by
know,
feeding it oppositional energy.
Well, he
let me.
made me the enemy today, okay?
Oh,
I know.
hold on one
And
moment.
he,
Hold on one moment. In the group, you know,
yes, sir.
you made a comment on my backup channel the other day.
Okay.
That you said that this is. Oh, maybe it wasn't the backup, but you said something about that. My channel is very powerful.
Yours is, yes.
Okay, so can you explain to me why my channel is very powerful? Then let's go back to basics.
Well, just like you stated earlier, dude, you're hosting a worldwide forum right now. And no matter what our backgrounds and our experiences have been individually, because we all have different life experiences, and that's part of getting to know people and understanding perspective, we still have a common thread that we all resonate to, which is why we're all here. And that's why it's powerful. And it needs to be powerful. We are an example to show other channels who want to be on side shit, side issues, subdivision mentality that it, like you said, it is a worldwide problem. But
Hmm.
some people don't see it that way. Some people still see it as a 100-year paperwork issue. Some people see it as an America only issue.
Okay, all right. So now look, right? You have identified that the minds that congregate over here or meet up over here, the like-minded individuals, you've identified that we are somewhat. No, you have. I said no. We are somewhat. I lost my son, one of my sons. Our minds, we're the platform that that I hope to create is that we're beyond the propaganda, we're beyond the racial division, we're beyond the religious division. That's who I want to talk to. I don't like. Look, I'm gonna tell you all. I don't. My mind. How could I say this? You know, speaking with someone who's like, yeah, did you see that on the news? Two cops beat up a black man. I don't want to talk to anyone like that. I don't want to talk to anyone who thinks racism is real. I don't want to talk to anyone who thinks religion is real. I don't want to talk to anyone who thinks history is real. I
Exactly.
don't want to talk to everyone. That's why I have. Look. I started off. No, that's why I started off. Hold on one moment. That's why I started over here. I got tired of going to places that spoke on these things that I didn't resonate with,
Hey,
and
McCoy,
I'm hoping.
what happens when you put the history book down? Our story.
That's it. It's now. It's
So
how, you know.
let me finish my point. My point is that I'm trying to create an environment where people have advanced part past those obstacles and remove those veils so that we can have a real conversation. And if I have identified there is a person who's still in kindergarten, all you can do is say, yeah, I was once there. I just hope that he sees it, and just let that person speak, and then move on. We'll they'll have to make a decision on whether this is the place for them or not, which is what I was going to get to. But when you stoke that fire and cause someone now to turn around and disrespect you, you're supposed to be above that. That's all. I'm just trying to. That's what I think makes my platform powerful, is the fact that we're not into propaganda, we're not into the racial division, we are not into the religious, historical garbage that we've been lied to and deceived with. We see through it. Now, can we
Hmm.
move on and now talk like people who know what's real now? Now that all our lives we've been given a false reality, we've made it past that. We see things for what it is now. Now we're finally making decisions. Let's go. Because
Right?
before we thought that if we went to school, oh, if you go to school, you can do this. Yes, I'll go to school. And guess what? At 30 something years old, my belly, I look like I'm pregnant. So, yes, I went to school, but my health is terrible. So I traded one for the other. I'm saying let's go back to
Mm.
reality is what I'm saying, man. Let's work. This is what platform if you're into propaganda, if you're still watching the news and believing the news, if you're into religion and racism and all these divisional tools, this is not the place for you. That's why I don't promote my channel. I don't want to talk to people who are still have those veils over their eyes. I don't. I'm not going to get anywhere.
At
So
that point,
You
we're
know,
looping, right, realist? We're just looping.
I'd like
We're
to,
looping.
I'd like to have a say here. Because as far as I'm concerned, and I go around the YouTube streets. I'm looking for answers. I'm looking for solutions, right? And Charles was started out. He said, "Let's find some solutions," and I agreed with Charles. Let's find some solutions, and then we get a young man coming on the scene. His name's the realist McCoy. He starts up a channel. He's talking to people on other people's channels, and he realizes he can start a channel because he wants to find solutions too, and he's thinking, yes, let's get a group of people together who wants to find solutions, and that's what I get from seeing your channel, The Realist, is that you have opened up this group, this platform, to look for people to find solutions to the problems that we are facing. And that's what I see as your channel is giving me. That's why I come here. It's because maybe we can come up with some solutions that will stop us worrying and fighting about what's going on in the world, but actually what we can do for ourselves to make an alternative to that bullshit. Yeah, and that's what
I
I see
agree with
coming
you.
from
I
you.
agree with you. I agree with you. 100%.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What we can do to help ourselves and each other. Yes, yes, yes.
Well,
Yes,
isn't
yes.
isn't it
Absolutely.
helping each other to help yourself?
Well,
I mean,
Uh,
yes.
don't you need each
Of
other when
course
you
we
don't
do.
have
Like,
something?
if they don't know how to plant food, you got to teach them how to plant food. If you know how to plant food, you got to pass that on.
Kill
Hmm. And
If
switch.
if you
not,
don't know how to
our
dig a well, you
history
got to teach other
will be
people how to,
written.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
So kill switch. If I don't talk about propaganda, race, religion, I'm not talking about anything. Talking about solutions.
Here's a solution. How about we all have life reserves? There's wildlife reserves and there's plenty of open space in every country. How about we turn that open space into life reserves
Peace
where
to
everything organic of the natural world and life is preserved, including we the people in every single country.
peace to Rashard TSL FMFP. Peace to Keith West in the building. I don't know if I shouted them out. Um, appreciate y'all being here. But yeah, man, look, man, you know how many channels are out there that talk about Aboriginal all day long? Whether we're Negroes, whether we're indigenous, whether we're this, why come over here, man? I just don't get it. That's all I'm saying. I don't get it. I knocked on these doors and all they wanted to talk about was wordplay, etymology, whether we're indigenous, whether we're aboriginal, whether we're Pan-Africans, whether who's got rights to this land and who's got. I'm beyond that. It's not a sense of arrogance. It's just not what I want to
I
get
hear
me
you.
where I want to go right now. That's all that I'm
It's
saying.
it's it's like ultra nationalist hardliner mentality.
You can stew in that all day. We can all stew in that all day long, like a big old boiling crock pot. Where's it going to
I'm
get you? Right?
I've
Nowhere.
become more of an asshole in
No.
my personal life as a consequence. I can tell you that.
I
The
think
point
that's a
is to
case
get
of
out.
having to, you know. I mean, it's not a case of wanting to, it's a case of having to. You become that asshole because you don't want to abide by the agendas that are going on around you. And, and,
Yeah,
and so,
I don't do the
yeah,
race thing, and the more I'm around people that do, even on the internet, the more I can feel that poison, and I don't want that poison in my veins. I've already
I
put
get
the
you. I get
war
you
in my head to rest. I don't need to have poison in my veins now. You get what I'm saying?
fully. Fully
It's
I
like
do. And I'm
I
the same
consider
way.
everybody walking around on two legs, no matter what shade you are, what language you speak, to be my cousin. There's really nothing else to be fucking said.
Hey, cuz, how are ya?
That's
I
how I
feel
see
the
it.
same. Yeah, yeah, fully, bro.
Let me see. I
Yep.
don't see if anyone else is going live because Max, you go live today, don't you? I
I'm
know.
not going live. No,
I
not
know
right now.
Paula has
I'm gonna go live later, probably after
I
dinner.
postponed it till tomorrow, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like I was really, looking forward to discussing solutions. I really was, and because
Well, here's
I don't.
one for you.
Hold on one moment, Dean. We've identified that we do have an enemy. That we do have an enemy. We've identified that. Are we? Y'all just want people just want to talk about the enemy all day long? That we have an enemy. We have an enemy, or do we now want to give solutions and alternatives? And that's what I was looking forward to today. Is just running down. Um,
Brother, the enemy was
hold on,
demonstrated through
hold on one moment.
pride.
Hold on one moment. Is that's what I was looking forward to today, and we're getting derailed, and it's something that I guess we're gonna have to revisit and continue to revisit and continue to revisit and continue to revisit until we find a solution because we need solutions.
Oh,
It's
you
just
faded to the back.
I don't want.
Smoking in G sharp. What solutions have you been thinking about?
Yeah, thank you, Dean. Um, Kimba brought up a great thing that is kind of an enemy of ours, I think, and that is words. And most of my words, which I also consider spells, have come through music. I'm an old time rock and roller. I play music, I love it to pieces. Uh, However, I'm finding that, yeah, I think the whomevers um, have learned how to cast spells through music. And I think that we need to be more aware of what we're listening to. It's hard though
Mm.
sometimes because they get you with the beats, they get you with that little hooky line, and then they have, just these right set of words that you just love sitting in your car and singing to going down the road.
Baby,
However,
baby, baby.
it is subliminally doing something to us. And I'm sad because I love music. Solution would be for us to be just very aware of what we're listening to now. Really pay attention to what you're joining in on, and maybe listening to more local music. I mean, just someone sitting down with a little keyboard or guitar or something. Stay away from mass production music, I guess. Unfortunately, they've been doing this to us since I think the late 30s. They figured it out quite quickly.
Yeah, it was the 1920s, the ISO International Standard changing in 1922.
And that was
I,
all
I,
a
Brilliant.
I actually
continuation of,
like to think too. Sorry. Go ahead, Facebook.
yeah, that the music thing, that's a continuation of something from before. It's just something carried forward from before. Like I think the Tavistock started in the 1920s, and it was just a continuation of the control structure that's been going on for 500 years anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
meet the
called
Beatles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Beatles. They have most of their. Come on, like
Oh,
I
totally
mean, any
contrived
rocks.
since they were
Yeah,
teenagers.
they call
Yeah.
themselves Le Cirque. They're a branch of the First Order of Masons, funded by Leopold VIII. In they were called in well, Benjamin Franklin was actually a member as well, and
Oh,
they were called
really?
Le Neuf
Nice.
Souhaire. But
Yeah, I know exactly
but
what you're talking about. Yeah.
but now they call the Circle of Nine Sisters. But now they
Mhm.
just simply call themselves Le Cirque.
Yeah,
They're
the
also the
jesters.
Corporation Oracle, who are a subdivision of BlackRock.
Brilliant.
Mm.
Can I say something?
Get
I,
it, man?
I I get where you're coming from, the realist, and it, there are elements to solutions um, that we go over. We've identified the enemy. We do know the solutions, right? Like more self-sustaining, smaller communities. Because I want to live in a community. I don't want to live entirely on my own. I don't like growing food. Be good when I get old and I can't grow food and stuff. But we need to create or think about maybe more focused on, and I'm almost don't want to give this to you. Well, I do. This should be known everywhere. We need to create the conditions for solutions. That should really probably be our focus. How
It's a
do we
good
create
talk.
the condition
Good,
for
good
solutions?
talk.
Yeah, that's a good.
One solution is avoiding the bullshit.
But we have to create that for everyone. Put
Yeah.
that in their
No, you're
mind,
right. We
right?
have to create
We have
what
to
do they
change the
call it? A safe
mindset of
space.
people. Well, or we have to change the greater mindset.
Well, yeah, but you're like you pointed out, we have to create a container for that first. We have to create a space for that to flourish, which is exactly,
Yeah,
I'm assuming, what the real McCoy opened this channel for, is to create a container for
yeah.
that energy. Now we have to go through the ritual of it and put the energy into the container. The empty glass needs to be
Yeah,
filled, but
we're
with
going
the
to have to
right.
wade through a lot of stuff to get to actual solutions that are doable right now for everyone. There is, like, we have some of them. Obviously, we have non-compliance, right? We all
Mhm.
push non-compliance, and that's solutions. So that's one that we can push en masse because it's being pushed en masse.
Yes.
Then we can expand on that by repetition of the message to non-compliance in other spaces and other areas, and we can achieve through that non-compliance your dream, the realist, independence, uh, in whatever form it takes, right?
Mm-hmm. You know, I would also point out that there's a lot of
Good talk, Max.
the hippie generation that have land and farms and stuff. They've already set up that are looking for people to take them over because they're exactly what you said. They're getting too old to grow all their vegetables. Like there's there,
I know
it's
exactly one situation what you're talking about there. Actually, in New Zealand, there was there's a commune called the 309 commune, and the land, you only need to pay $5 to go to that place per year. $5. That's all it takes per year to live there. But you have to build you
that
have to build your own survival shack. You have to build your own gardens and that. But the gardens that are there are also shared gardens, right? But you have to
hmm
get in there and be prepared to do some work. You can't sit there in a chair and watch other people do it. You know,
that part.
you're gonna get kicked out, bro. You know?
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's the price of living as agrarian self-sustained lifestyle is you've got to put the work in. Everybody has to plant and everybody has to help with the harvest otherwise. And everyone has to prune the sucker leaves and find organic solutions to pests. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
it takes a village to
Yeah.
raise children, but it also takes a village to raise vegetables and to harvest that crop and to store it properly. That was the original tax. Food.
Yes.
That was the
Exactly.
original
Yeah.
tax for everybody. Before we
Yeah.
were playing with dollars, we were all scholars everywhere, and we we spent our spare time after learning to farm, learning how to undo the exact same shit we're experiencing now. I feel like all we have to do is look back into the pages of history and instead of looking at it as his story, look at it as our story and put yourself in the perspective of those people. And then you start to realize we haven't built any major cities for 1,000 years anywhere in the world, but we spent 2 world wars bombing all the old stone ones that lasted forever. Now we all live in a bunch of coffins with gypsum board and toothpicks. Clearly, we need to go
Yes.
back to
I
building
mean, I thought.
large stone mansions that are gorgeous everywhere for everybody so nobody feels like they're lacking anything. And then spend all of our time in
Yeah,
nature growing everything we need to sustain ourselves and
yeah,
using our so called human waste to improve the quality of the soil, making, terra preta and using the readily available nitrogen in urine to grow
Exactly.
and not
Exactly.
cutting all the trees down every 50 fucking
mm,
years.
right.
Except around the churches and all of our ancient buildings everywhere. They call those
And
trees century trees because they allow them to grow for 100 years before they chop them down. Everywhere in the world.
yes,
And a
and that's the
baobab
only trees.
tree.
And if you look at it, those trees are basically the trees that they are growing around the world now. They're taking out
hmm
all the old world forests and replacing them with these
with
young forests.
shrubs. Yep. They're
Yes,
replacing real trees with shrubs because real trees
yes.
produce fruit with seeds.
And they can replenish themselves. I mean, you could throw in the old days, you could throw an apple core or a pear
hmm
core out of the bloody window of your car, and it would hit the side of the road and probably start growing. You can't do that
Oh,
with any of the fruit now.
I can with the fruit I grow on my own land here.
Yes, yes, because you're using the heirloom, but the fruit, the old fruit. But
Mm-hmm.
if you're using the modern stuff, which got no seed in it,
Actually,
doesn't
yeah,
matter how many you throw on the ground, they're not going to germinate.
all of that is Terminator seed fruits. And Terminator seeds require Roundup or Agent Orange defoliant to grow. They actually require that shit. Those Monsanto seeds, they
Yep.
require that
Yeah,
shit to grow. They
right,
require
because
contaminated
it's part of
water.
their genealogical makeup now, right?
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
Smart crops, they call them.
You know, yep, exactly. We live in one, the original definition of smart is painful, which is where the old euphemism, it smarts, comes from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we threw
So
some lemons into our garden, for compost, and now we counted 6 lemon trees came up.
Yep, that's the best way to
So
germinate.
Oh
The
it was
yeah.
a
best way to
volunteer, yeah.
germinate is in the compost pile, man.
And so we're going to see how many survive over the winter and what to do with them. We're going to grow lemon trees.
I grew an avocado tree in winter in my compost pile.
That's very cool. I wish we
Like
could do.
man, you should look up the Ruth Stout method.
yes, I'm doing
You
that. I'm
also known as German Hugel culture, I believe.
okay. I've been growing rootstock trees in the compost for quite a few years now. Well, Maureen and I both have, and this year, because we've moved to a new place, I've actually planted 3 rootstock apple trees,
Nice,
um, and on those I've already grafted a heirloom pear tree, an old
nice,
pear tree,
nice.
and I'm also just finished grafting a golden delicious, an old heirloom golden delicious onto one of them.
Good stuff. So
That is
you're,
cool.
yeah, that's nice. I have everbearing sea breeze strawberries grafted with the local indigenous tiny strawberries here that taste like kids vitamin C gummies. I com
Okay,
I grafted and combined those, and I have this wild variety of my own strawberry that grows year round, and it makes it, for some reason it likes to have purslane as a companion plant, which is really strange, but the purslane, it grows differently under it. Instead of growing straight up, it grows flat across the ground without runners and acts like straw for the berries.
right. It's like it's got its own ground cover. Yeah.
Yep, yep, and it's its own living ground cover that it kind of, when I put a little too much compost tea in there, it'll get greener. It'll like take up the extra nutrients so that I don't mess my strawberry plants up. Because I can get a little overzealous with the compost tea sometimes and burn things, you know?
That's
Especially if it's got
brilliant.
raw compost in it still. Like stuff that's not broken down, right?
Oh no, I always break it down for like a month to 3 months, depending on how large the pile is, but it's completely thoroughly broken down by the time I get to it. It looks
Okay.
like coffee ground earth.
Yep. Because I usually find with that yeah. I mean, I'm doing the same. I'm actually getting my compost from a feedlot, from a farmer's feedlot. So, like the,
Nice.
the farmer feeds his cows on a concrete pad during the winter time, and like he's using all sorts of different grains, straw and grass and hays, maize, all sorts of different crops he's using to feed those stock. And then, of course, all the poo waste is scraped up and pushed into a pit where it decomposes. And so I'm getting that. When I dig into that, it's just a ball of worms. It's
Yep.
just a ball of worms, you know?
It's
Yeah.
basically what you get when you make a worm bin and you keep it above 76 degrees constantly. It turns into that same consistency. Yeah.
And you can
Yeah.
plant straight into that. You can plant
Yep.
straight into it. Yeah.
Yep. And as long as you aerate soil, you can actually even just top dress the
So how do we
soil
get
and
there
grow in that.
if the government's not giving us land? Or like, I have to go into the system and make enough money to get the land.
Then we team up with each other, and people who want to chase after prestige and accolades, they buy land and they maintain that land by having family and friends grow and sustain themselves on it and
So I have to get other
increase the
people in.
property value by living on and improving the land itself.
Has this
You know what
been
else?
shown to work, like in any model?
Yeah, most of the neighborhoods in America, when all the when all when everybody increases, or should I say renovates their yards and increases the entire neighborhood value. Like, until we get out of the system, we have to figure out ways to leverage it in our favor the same way it's been leveraged against us,
I,
starting with our time and our money.
I'm glad you're saying that
Some
using the
people
term.
some people want to take the money, let them take the money. The people that want to get out of the system and create a space for that, those two people need to team up and be the two wings of Byzantium to make it work.
Hey, Max.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
You need
Max.
a
Smoking and G
botanist and
Sharp.
a chemist. You need a philologist. You need a
Hold on one
planter.
moment.
You need every
DJ,
variety of person to actually be safe, because
DJ,
everything is, you know what I'm saying?
hold on one
Yeah.
moment. Smoking G Sharp, you had a question for Max, I think.
Yes, thank you. In most high rises, they usually have like a parking garage or long hallways built into them. Is yours like that too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking into vertical growing, where they have
Mm-hmm.
these
Oh
long
yeah.
things
Vertical
and they
gardening.
roll. Yes, vertical gardening. They roll up to the lights and come down, and they're excellent. Like if you have spaces like in down parking garages or long, tall hallways that aren't being used. Just wondering if, the people who own these places could wrap their heads around a new concept.
I like that.
Well, we'd have to get
Yeah,
a
very
place and
good,
do that
G-Sharp. Very
Okay.
good.
because you'd have a hard time talking any landlord or company. They're mostly
Yeah.
companies, but
Well,
yeah, you'd have a hard
let's
time
say,
talking them into that.
yeah, until it's like the end of the apocalypse scenario or
Mm-hmm.
something, then they'll go, whatever, just grow us
Exactly,
food.
G-Sharp. You know, that just crossed my mind because when you said that, because during the Second World War, people they just couldn't get to the shops. The bombs were going off every day. They couldn't even get out the door. They were lucky if they still had a house to live in. But a lot of them found that the only way they could survive was to actually make window gardens. So they made little boxes and they put all their household scraps and their waste into the boxes, made their own compost, and grew their vegetables in their windows.
So do we have to go
Right?
through something like that to change?
Well, we hope not, but I mean, like if you've got a landlord who's got a long hallway, which G Sharp was talking about, and you could be utilised. Do we wait for them for the bombs to start coming, or do we go and talk to them and say, can we possibly do that?
You know,
Yeah,
I always say you don't know what's possible until you ask.
Exactly.
I
And the
was a
only
landlord,
stupid
and
question
that would
is the
mess
one
with my
not asked.
insurance, and I wouldn't be able to do it. Guaranteed.
Yeah,
I
the
have I have
insurance
some
would kill them.
I have some land,
Yep. Can't do it.
and telling people you can go out to my land and grow vegetables for free, and nobody's into it. They're just so busy running around in there this crazy world.
I know what you're saying.
That's
You
Yeah.
all
say,
I'm
yeah,
saying.
Yeah.
Hey man, I have a friend
that's
that makes over $6,000 a month growing vegetables in three people's yards who don't charge him a dime.
That's all I'm saying though. Back
Yeah.
to what Face Plant is saying. It's you know, and I'm hearing that on this panel. It's like we need food. That's one at least.
Mm-hmm.
So one problem that we should at least try to solve. But what's great about that one problem? It solves a lot of other problems also. But why
You know
isn't it?
what? We need to guerrilla grow. Like the hippies used to guerrilla grow weed by the railroad tracks in the 60s. We need to like go into those same spots and guerrilla start planting fruit trees everywhere. I do that shit all the time where I
Exactly.
live. I mean, I've planted
Yep.
hundreds of fucking trees around where I live. So when
I
the
do
city
that.
cuts
Me
down
too.
four plum trees that I planted 3 or 4 years ago, I just laugh and I take their ass to court.
And you find that in this Aboriginal community where all they're doing is speaking on Aboriginal and Pan. If you go up to them, though, how many of them have any land? How many of them
You
have
don't even
planted?
need land. You
Hold
know
on
that
one
I've
moment.
lived
Hold on
for
one
10
moment.
years as a steward growing on other people's land? People who
No,
love
I'm not saying that,
gardens
but
and don't
let me
have them?
DJ, just let me just complete my thought. That's all I ask. Just let me complete my
My
thought.
apologies, brother.
It's all right. Go ahead. I can't even think of what I was going to say. Go ahead.
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt your thought process, brother. I was saying that you don't even need land or money. Like I was saying, you could find somebody that has money, that has land, that is working all the time and enjoys what they do and wants a garden on their land, and you can grow and live on that land.
Exactly. All you need to do is drive. You could go down one country road, and you could start at the beginning and just go into the first property, and say, "Is it possible I could grow a garden on your property?" If he says no, you
Hmm.
go to the next one. You keep going
Hmm.
until you find somebody who says yes.
Yep. I feel like the main part of the
So the
solution
only job of the
is
future is a
is is
farmer.
fear of rejection. A lot of people don't follow through with things because they get rejected 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 times, and so they just say fuck it and they hang their shit up.
Yep.
It's
Well,
like,
I mean, years ago, I'll just say, like, when I was a young fella, you could get if a job didn't work out, you just went from one place to another and just kept asking for a job. You know.
hmm.
Um, and today, uh, people are told to sit down and fill out forms and do this and do that, and then you might be able to get in line to get a job, right? But
Hmm.
that's making people think wrong. You know, you've got to get your children out there on day one and say, if you want a job, you've got to go out and find one. How do I do that? Go and ask, right? That's all you got to do is
Yep.
ask.
Well, and if you ask about things you're interested as a child, like, I mean, I feel like this is why elders exist and you need them around young people, because who the hell are the children going to ask how to do the things they find out that they're interested in as they grow up?
Exactly. If anybody comes here and wants to know anything, I'll help. Gladly help them. People come and ask us if we can have eggs, and we've got eggs to give away. We give them away. You
There
know?
you go. Yeah. I feed the deer because we've had droughts here for like 5 or 6 years. I feed apples from one of my extra trees to the deer, and pears and persimmons and plums and peaches and apples. I just give them to people in my neighborhood.
That's the way. Yep. We don't have to ask for anything of it. We can just give it away. And I
Right.
mean,
Well,
that's
I actually have
that's
to tell them to stop bringing me pies and stuff too. Because I'll bring them a bowl and they'll bring me back a pie later, and like I'm not, you know what I mean?
Like
It's
I
like
yeah,
didn't
I
you
have
know.
to give you these apples to make me a pie. If I want a pie, I'll
exactly,
make a pie.
exactly. I have 5 million apples to make pies with already, but it's like, well, it's just I like it, even though I had to tell everybody to stop because you'd be surprised when you just want to help people and you give freely how that shit instantly comes back, and you actually find it's like too much when it comes back.
Yeah, yeah.
What if I want to be a
One,
mechanic or something else and I don't want to be a farmer?
Then you
want
would
to say
ask somebody like me who's past 40 and really good at wrenching but doesn't do it for a living, who has time, who can teach you everything you're curious about,
I just
just
want to
like
say
it used to be done back in the day when I was growing up, the same way
peace
I
to
learned.
peace to Marcel. Good to see you in the building, man. Appreciate you. Charles in and out. But yeah, what the point I was gonna make with the whole Aboriginal point that I was making was that's why I left from over there, because that's all it was talking was my point. We know that yes, we don't. There's different ways and variations to obtain land and to grow things, but my point was that the whole just every day talking about whether this land is theirs or not, it just became like, all right, this is your land. Have you planted a fruit tree that you could feed your children over a generation or two? So it's I mean, come on, we have to value what the earth has given us. That's an easy solution. Easy
Mm,
solution. Just put a seed in the ground. And you know what else? Each fruit or vegetable that you eat, it comes with a seed. There's continuation.
Hmm.
It's a perfect
And
plan, but we rejected it and have no value for it. It's not, we didn't naturally, but we were raised this way not to value those, just like we don't value having children anymore. Something that we can do, but we'll value the PlayStation, the DVDs. And I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying how they've convinced us that what is natural for us has no value, but what they've created has value. So, like look at the hemp. Hemp
hmm
alone would solve a lot of these situations. Hemp would put the petroleum industry out of business. And that's
hmm
why they have those statutes and mandates and laws in place, because they know that hemp is a direct threat to the petroleum or industry.
hmm
So I'm just saying that we got to undo this bamboozlement. Our generations cannot continue this this way of living. We're headed for destruction, man.
Yep. Well, and all of this
And there's
medicine is
simple
also
solutions
petroleum
out.
based.
Yes, artificial flavors
So,
made from petroleum.
yep. Yep. Like forever
It's
food
good stuff. I got to
chemicals. Yep.
go. Much love to you all.
Much
Thanks
love.
for having me up, Real. Really enjoyed
Much
this. There,
Max.
Yeah.
I think we got
Thank you.
got some
nice
refining
to
on
talk with you,
solutions.
Max.
I think
Max,
we
I
got
didn't.
some refining on solutions. I think this is a
I,
good thing you're doing, and I think you should continue.
I was just telling my oldest son that I don't think I can continue this actually, because I don't know if the world wants solutions. I think we like the drama and the
Well, we
problems.
have to
Well, I
work on
do.
it. It takes work. It takes work to get there, buddy. And
This
this
is
is a good part of it,
this
right?
was crazy to me. But no, Max, I appreciate your presence always. Thank you.
Yeah. Keep spreading awareness. That's key for anything. Keep spreading awareness, right?
Take care, Mac.
Hmm.
Have a great
Much
day.
love to you all.
Every day great. Yeah,
Have a good one, but
Peace, Max.
much love.
I don't know. I'm not built. I'm not built. I don't know. I'm not built for this. I just want to lay solutions down and let's go. Let's go to
Well,
work.
yeah, I agree with you. I think, yeah, let's work on it. All right, guys, bye.
All right. Take care, Max.
Take
Have
care,
a great
man.
day.
Bye. Just got
Aloha.
back.
So yeah, I just, like in the groove, I don't want to put in the groove's business out there, but I know for me, that's why I moved to Alabama in 2018. Many have heard this, but I have to continue to emphasize this. I moved to Alabama to get some land and go off grid. That was my plan in 2018 was to go off grid. My plan was to go off grid in 2018. Put some gutters on the house, catch my water, grow my food, and disappear. And here's the reason why. We're living the reason why. You know,
And that came to you like how many years ago now that you made that move?
that's 5 years ago. 5.5 years ago. I moved here at April 1st. I decided February, in the middle of February, to get out of California. And a month and a half later, I was in Alabama. That's how I move.
Wow,
That's how
that
I
that
move.
that's
I don't
awesome.
I don't stare at problems. I don't complain about problems. I see a problem, find a solution, act out that solution, and move on. But I just see that we want to just talk about the problems all day. I'm not built
Right.
like that. I'm not built like that. I
So
saw that
so
California, hold on one moment. I saw that California was a pharmaceutical state. I'm not I'm not immunizing my children. I'm not putting vaccines in them. And I chose a place that had exemptions on vaccinations. I knew that they had an agenda. What am I going to continue to say? Yeah, I know there's an agenda and not find solutions. That's how I'm built, to find solutions. And so coming
awesome.
together, just like we want to just say what we can't do. Well, what can we do?
Hey,
What
check
can we
this out.
start? Can we start with what we can do at least?
So what have you started doing on the place that you got? I seen you growing a little tomato there, aroma tomato, and you just got that out of one of your tomatoes you bought from a store. I take it, and yeah, you just let that thing grow, and it actually produced fruit, and you're obviously starting to grow your own gardens. Um, what kind of composting are you doing at the moment? Right.
Well, I mean the composting. That's the easiest part of the plan. Just because we're vegans, we're somewhat extreme vegans, so everything we consume goes into the compost. Our fruits, our vegetables.
Okay, and what about your own waste? Are you looking at doing something with your own waste?
We haven't reached that level yet. Um, haven't reached that level yet. But I'm seeking land. The place that I'm on. I tried to purchase a home, but at the time the pandemic hit and ran out of time, and so I had to dip to a small little spot and renting that out. And the land that we're on, yes, we plant a garden. The first opportunity I had, I've been growing tomatoes. The first year, I planted about almost 100 Roma tomato plants, but they had a little problem. They had bottom end rot, where the
Oh
bottoms of
no.
the
Oh,
tomatoes, they were rotting. So it's the soil down here. So the next following year, I spent trying to add nutrients and compost back to the soil and leave this soil. And so then now, this year, we decided to experiment and take the foods that we eat and put them in the ground and so it's just a learning process. But at the time, right now, like I tell my son for the last whole week, it's time. It's time for us to now get the land and go do what we need to do. And and that's the objective. This pandemic hit me ahead of schedule. you know, ahead of what I thought. I didn't know they were going to go to that extreme. I knew they were going to shut America down. It was obvious. If you had the eye, well, you know, I've been studying my enemy for a while, since 2001 when they lied to me and said 2 planes went in the building. Once you lie to
Yeah.
me, I no longer trust you. I'm suspicious, and I've been suspicious since 2001. So now I've just been studying them, and up to 2018, I jumped up and looked on the news, and I said, "Damn, they about to shut it down. Let's at least go somewhere where we can grow our own food. California's a desert. California is a desert. That river that they have, they built it. It's man-made from the Colorado River. Without that Colorado River, there's no water. It's a desert.
Right.
And
Right.
they sucked all the water out of the hose through the entire valley I'm in the forest last year during the fires. I was literally gardening and watering my garden, and the water was coming out of the hose, and then the water went up the drain or up the plumbing, and the hose got pinched flat over 50 feet of hose in my hand.
Huh.
Then
Right.
started
So
running
they
15 minutes later, and when it came back on, it was full of shit.
yeah. So you know you can basically say that that the government will take the water and use it for its own purposes before it
Mm-hmm.
allows to go out to the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And,
I've
Or
seen it with
grapevine
my own
vin-
eyes.
vineyards. They steal all the water
Yep.
for their vineyards, the rich folk.
Yep. Well, but the irony is all the people that own the vineyard are actually living in other countries and are born from other countries, and the woman that derives from the original family that had old land grants to that is actually in court taking their shit back. So that's a problem that's already being solved.
So here's a small baby step solution. If you take the money you spend on an iPhone or some entertainment or your car stereo or any one of those things, you can buy just sacrifice one stupid thing that you spend a lot of money on. Buy a couple deep cycle batteries and couple deep cycle 12-volt batteries and some solar panels. Like I have right now, I'm sitting in my old truck with a couple solar panels and a deep cycle battery, and it's running everything right now.
And a charge controller,
Yeah, some of the
so you don't
panels,
damage your batteries. Yeah.
yeah, some of the panels come with a charge controller. And for $1,000, you can get a couple good deep cycle batteries and one or two good solar panels, depending on the size. And you can put the solar panels in your window for, on the inside, and you can run a little bit of stuff in your house off of that, separate from your hydro that comes in from the line. Just have
yeah, well, I
Yeah.
mean, I know they've got little solar things you can put on your dashboard, and you plug straight into your cigarette lighter on your car. You can leave your car, say in a parking lot, be on a business trip overseas for 3 months, and come back and your battery's fully charged because of the bloody solar unit on your dashboard. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm just gonna
So
put this out there, but here's a solution I've been working on that
you're bogging a
I
bit, bro.
can't finish, but it's using a septic system
Yeah, you're
and
really breaking up.
uh, using methane from a septic tank to run a generator. Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
It's creating a septic tank that's shaped like a still that allows you to capture the methane. Sort of, I don't know. I have a design in my head that's like a heart instead of your normal torpedo septic tank, where there's an inlet and an outlet valve, like your left and right ventricle, that allow with a
Yep.
backflow valve that allows the methane to escape, but no other material heavier than the methane, and then a pump that creates pressure behind the methane so that there's no
Yes,
backflow.
yes. I mean, even that's one way. Um, you can get green wood chips, say like your prunings.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Your prunings are like green wood chips, wood little bit branches and things like that. You can put them all inside a tin, and the tin lid. Excuse me, I'm wheezing. I've just given up smoking, thank goodness. But yeah, the wood chips in the tin, and then you put a lid on it, and with a little pipe that goes through that allows gas to escape, and you can put
Mm-hmm.
that. You can put that into a firebox, and you're like if you're burning, say,
Hydrogen.
wood to heat. You can take that little tin and put it in the firebox, and the gas coming out of that will actually you can run you can run a
Yeah,
barbecue. You can cook
actually,
over it.
you just gave me a great idea. Burning wood to make biochar. You could actually
There you go.
scavenge the wood gases and the water gases.
Yes,
You could scavenge
yes,
that and run that as fuel.
yes.
And it's
You
under
can even
pressure already until it goes out.
do electrolysis with water. You
Yeah,
just run a
yeah.
little current water,
I don't
and
know
it
if you know
cur-
this,
it
but
produces oxygen and hydrogen gas.
yep.
Boom! Right,
And I
right
don't know if
there.
you know this, the aqueducts, they used to you can wave your hand across them to the right or the left, like the swipe motion we do on these devices, and it would stop or start the flow due to the nature of density and the surface tension of the water and the surface tension of the geopolymer or the stone that was used for it.
Right.
This
That's that,
comment,
Uh,
that's
I
it.
I believe it was called flow instead of energy originally. It was called flow.
Right. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
Mag,
Yeah.
Maggot made a few comments that I wanted to touch on. One is he said, "If you love the planet, don't wear cotton. Flood irrigation takes everything." Then he says, "Your tap water comes from recycling sewage."
Mm-hmm.
So, with us thinking that this system is so great and the best that the system can give us is recycled sewage, what do we have to lose? I mean, what do we
Yep.
have to
Yeah.
lose? We're, I just don't get it.
Right.
Well, we've been made lazy in our minds, really.
Well, I mean, but we're
But
drinking recycled sewage, of course. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy to me. That's crazy. And we
I
have
mean,
all
it's like
these
we live on a spaceship, bruh.
yeah, it's sick. And for us to just make the excuses as to why we can't try what would work, as opposed to, oh, I like the system. Well, the system doesn't like you.
Mm-hmm.
They might have a nice little few little toys and trinkets, but that's only to draw you in. But at the end, they don't like you. So it's like anything is better than this. That's the mindset has to be is look, I'd rather go. I was talking to Candy Girl, not Candy Girl, Candy, aka Brown Eyed Girl, and I was really intrigued by the fact that she lived in a tent for 2.5 years. A tent. I mean, I would rather live in a tent than to continue on in this system. Maybe it's just I left in 2018, so it's not that I went backwards. They're doing exactly what I thought they would, so I'm just gonna just pretend that I don't know what's going on. I know what the agenda is. I've been known what the agenda is. And so I owe my children to act on it, not to say later on, oh, Dad, you knew and you didn't do nothing about it. Well, I couldn't, this system, I like the houses we were living in. I like this that we have, the cars. So, I just, it was a compromise and it led to this. That's all that I'm saying,
Hmm.
which is fine. If this is something I have to do on my own, which I just came here to share information, I'm not here to thinking and having expectations. I just thought that we were ready to just boom, run down solutions. Yo, let's but it just seems like we're not over our addiction to the system. We still see value in the system. Now, yes, school system, if we had our own, yes, we know it's the leaders that are implementing their tyranny and their objectives. Yes, but make a choice. That's all that I'm saying. And I've made my choice. I got up out of Cali, man. Who leaves California for Alabama? That's what they would ask me. Even the people here in Alabama, even the people here in Alabama, they're like, you left California for this? And then the people in California are like, you're leaving California to go to Alabama? I was like, yeah, man, because I know what time it is, bro. They about to shut it down, man. That's what I'm telling them. Oh man, that's that conspiracy theory, man. That's that conspiracy theory. Okay. All right, conspiracy theory. What happened though? Less than 2 years later, March 11th, they just shut it down. March 11th of 2020. I might be off. I think March 11th of 2020. They said shut her down.
Yep.
Even that.
Less than 2 years later, my conspiracy theory was manifested.
Hmm.
So I know,
Even
I
that.
know what I'm.
Even that word conspiracy theory. That's a CIA term.
Exactly. We know. And
FBI.
look what
Yep.
Kill Switch R6 said. I couldn't imagine having kids in this beast of a system we in. That's what I have to live with right now, Kill Switch R6. I got 5 and my oldest is 11. My youngest is 2. That's what I'm balancing right now. This isn't no like in the groove had on that intro. I'm not here for the play. I'm not here for the theories on whether the earth is flat or round. I'm not here for if up was down and down was up. I'm not here for your theories. I want to hear what you know. That's all. There's plenty of channels out there. I'm not trying to run no cult. I'm not trying to run no like I just want answers that will help me right now. I'm calling out for help. That's why I have this channel of minds that know what time it is right now. We're not taking no breaks. We're about to, I'm not going to say we're not. I'm not taking no breaks. When I fire this live up, I want to talk about the truth. I want to talk about reality. I don't want to talk about sports, entertainment, politics. We know these politicians are actors. They were put in place to distract and to deceive us. We know these things. At least over here, we know these things. Now, knowing those things, what can we do? That's all that I'm asking of each and every one of us and asking of myself. That's it. I mean, otherwise, we could sit back and do the circus thing all day. They said they
So
would distract.
my solution is do not consent, say no, and start looking after self. Start growing your own food. Start something.
I have 5 babies.
Start something that solves your situation.
Realist,
Yep.
you're growing squash like me, eh?
Yeah, I had a few squash, but Alabama.
I've
You
been
know,
I've
I,
been I've
they
been
didn't, it,
growing
it didn't rain
squash.
much. is what I was just gonna say. It didn't rain much. Their control. I know they're manipulating the weather because here's why I tell you that. I have a finger that I had from a football injury that I know every time that it's gonna rain, just based off the pain that I feel in my arthritic finger.
Oh
And
my God,
many
same as me.
times, many times I felt pain in it, and it didn't rain. So I know they're manipulating this rain right here. I know it. Do I?
Same, brother. But it's my back.
But I've been crossbreeding them a little bit for a few years, and it's been discouraging. But I'm still hoping, I'm still optimistic that one year I'm going to get that one crossbreed variety that's just custom for here where I'm growing it. And my crossbreeds are better this year than they were last year. They're a bit small, but I'm hoping that one year that one seed is going to make that one perfect variety that's suited to where I'm growing them here. And I think that that might be the case with you too, hopefully.
To answer Kill Switch R6, yeah, I'm growing food, man. I've been growing. I grow things from seeds. You know, I have that ability, and even tomato plants. You could turn one tomato plant into 10 tomato plants just by the cuttings. And so I'm schooled on that. It's just I came here for some land, and before I could close the deal, the pandemic hit, and I had to just grab a safe haven and just. But I think it's time for me to step out now and make that decision. It's just that, you know, I want to go to a place where I can grow mangoes. You know, I want to go.
I dig
I
it.
want to be able to grow mangoes and avocados. But you know, I work with what I have. And I know earlier Gen 2 Gone said something about like growing food year round. And I think DJ ZPE um, touched on that a little bit in the sense of there are certain things that do grow, you know, that can help sustain us. And we can learn ways to bottle, you know, things to get us through the winter. Here in Alabama, I really could start growing in January, actually.
Yeah, here you can't start growing until May, and
Exactly. I could.
it's frozen in middle of October, just about like yeah, it's a very short growing season here.
I'm gonna have to check that
Well,
out, Phil Switch. He says if you want in detail analysis of how the weather being manipulated, check out Monkey Works on YouTube. Yes, if you could drop a link, I wouldn't mind that at all. But yes, I would
I
definitely check that out.
Uh,
my
I
my
sent you a
grandfather
video.
had a greenhouse in Alaska that he grew in year round. He kept climate controlled with lights for the time of year where it was dark for 6 months. So it was dug into the ground about 3 or 4 feet as well, which helped insulate it. That's always the method. And if you're worried about air contamination, you can use a laminar flow hood, which is used for hermetically sealed laboratory.
Peace to Maybach. Salute to you, man. Kill Switch R6. I appreciate you, man. You said I stay praying for all y'all parents to have the strength to guide these youngins through this. I think your plan to live off grid is the way to go. You're already on the right path. But I wanted to emphasize the fact that he said, I stay praying for all y'all parents to have the strength to guide these youngins through this. This is a strange thing, man. This is crazy. I'm telling you all, this is crazy what we're going through right now. And if we don't
And
stop it, it's not going to get stopped. It's right
and
now.
if anybody is losing hope, uh, right when you're at the most hopeless, that's when things turn around. So
Facts. That's true. As long as you're looking for a solution.
yeah,
I want to
when
say thank you to Smoking and G Sharp for joining us today. Appreciate your presence. You bring a certain calm to this panel. And thank you, Paula.
Absolutely.
Paula, you've been just, you know, cool, and I appreciate you, Paula. You know, just picking and, you know, getting in and out. You're a wise woman. You know, it's easy to get caught up in these conversations that are unnecessary, but we have to have discernment to know what's worth our energy and what's not. But go ahead, Faceplant. Go ahead.
No, I said what I wanted to say. I'm saying don't lose hope. When things seem most hopeless, that's when they turn around.
Well, I don't use this terminology that often, but I hope so. But in the meanwhile, I have to go with what I do know. And I just, it's a tough situation, and that's what I hope to bring um, minds together that we can ultimately, come on, ultimately, let's get to it right now. Ultimately, those of us who know what time it is, we're going to have to band together. All right? We're going to have to. We're going to have to choose a location, get together, and make our own reality. That
That
ultimately,
shouldn't be.
that's what's going to have to happen. Because I mean, we need each other. I'm telling
Hmm.
I don't like to use the terminology need, but we need Walmart. We need electricity. We need this. We need that. So there's no harm in me saying that we actually need each other. We're the realest of all of that. Is us. We're gonna have to get together, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm not saying necessarily us on the panel, those in the chat, but we're gonna have to get with others around us and try to create the reality that we need. It's just that simple. I'm putting that out there on the table. Call me on it. I'm not into debate, but tell me if I'm wrong. We need it.
You're
We got.
not wrong.
You're dead on.
You're right.
He says, when I say
I mean,
praying, I'm saying putting energy, thoughts, and effort. Yes, look, man, kill switch, man. I ain't on the wordplay thing. I knew exactly what you're saying, bro. You ain't gotta worry about me with all that, man. I look at your intentions. I don't get caught up in. Well,
yeah,
you said understand. It should be overstand or understand. Come on, man. You know, I don't. I'm
yep.
just. You know, understand that the English language is a curse, but that right now is the tool we got until we can get up out of it, man. So nah, kill switch. I got you, man. Salute to you.
That video I shared in live chat on both of your channels and sent you in Messenger will allow you to grow your pomegranate year round. So you'll have to squirrel that video away for yourself, realist, and learn.
I had a buddy stop by the other day. He's been in Mexico for the last 6 years, and he says, like I used to work with him, and he says he come back here and it's so different. He says people are fucked. Like in Mexico, they didn't go for this bullshit.
No. And now they got a governor that's going for all the bullshit. But thank goodness the sheriff, at least in one county, said, screw you, bitch. But I think he should arrest her. But
No,
I
I said
agree.
Mexico, not New Mexico.
oh, okay, Newman. Okay. Well, you keep cutting out on me. I guess you'd already been talking when I finally had heard you. So yeah, it was
So
weird.
that's where we stand, y'all. Maybe we can attempt it another time, but I don't think solutions is at the forefront of our minds. Just based off of this, I don't think that it's, you know.
70% country is empty.
What'd you say, DJ? You broke up a little bit.
I said 70% of every country is empty. Every state and every country is 70% vacant.
And the
We
agenda
need
is to move the remaining people into the smart cities and clear them off the land. That's part of the agenda.
exactly. Need to do the opposite. We need to move from the cities where 70% of the population is in 30% of the land. We need to move that 70% to the 70% of land and leave the 30% of despots in the city where they can feed on themselves. And we can feed them too. Want to plug into a machine, so be it. Don't want to live with who what you are. You have no empathy. We'll supply you energy. You can plug in and live your fairy tale, your metaverse. You like.
You're breaking up really bad, DJ. Breaking up really bad.
Yeah, I got
Amongst amongst
in
us,
2 bars.
amongst us are predators. Peace to you. Thank you for joining us.
Peace, peace.
Today's subject matter was trying to find solutions, um, or even express solutions. Which I think, if you added it up, there's some solutions in there. It's just the
I
first
had a
step.
good one. Plant
The, fir-
hemp everywhere.
the first step is to walk away from the system, and I think we're all still somewhat like from the Bible. Is like Lot's wife and wants to look back and admire the system, and
They said let it burn. We don't need it.
yeah, some of us are looking back and yeah, exactly. I'm isolated and surviving with no help. There's my solution. Good luck, everyone. That's the mindset. Are we ready to be isolated? No, I think we like being able to get on internet and social media and post our pictures and you know, which is cool. To each his own. I just know that I'm trying to get away from this wickedness. It's just that simple. It's not meant for me. Amongst us are
I
predators.
feel you.
But why are you walking away from your inheritance? We're not walking away from our inheritance. We're walking away from this way of life. That's what we're walking away from.
From this, I'm holier and better than thou way of life. It's bullshit. I'm sick of it.
I'm, I'm glad to hear that from you, DJ CP. What are you studying, by the way? Because I know you said you've been in the books all night.
I was just studying Latin, and I was translating, doing my own translation of texts on some 6th and 7th century maps.
Wow. So yeah, that's where we I'm gonna I don't know if anyone else is going live, but I probably try and shut it down in the next 13 minutes and keep it at 5. I don't think there's anything else that could be said right now. Let me
Yeah,
see.
I need to go get a nap. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. So thank you, realist, for having me up, and I love you all. And the last thing I'm going to say one more again, because I think it's important for when we rebuild, and if you can even do it now, plant hemp everywhere. It'll clean the water, it'll clean the land, and then you have clean land to plant your food in and clean water to drink.
Because a lot of people know me in this community, um, and especially other content creators, and they see the title of this video in regards to solutions, and
So,
it's not on anyone's mind, and that you would think they would jump to just say, man, we need to do this, we need to do that. But if it's drama, if it's beef on these YouTube streets, you'll just see all these people in the chat chiming in. The view counts will go up, but when it comes to solutions, come on, it's just, which is fine with me. I
I
just let
can't
them
see the
know.
chat. Is the chat on a negative vibe?
The chat, nah, man, chat always on fire. I'm just saying, no one that they're just people are not really on the solution thing. We want to talk about the problem all day, which I'm not. I'm not a part of that. And that's what a lot of people have said about me is that I'm about the solutions. So, so what's up, Phil?
What up, man? Why all the long faces I see here? What's going on?
Dealing with solutions, man. It's
Damn, so you ain't come up with none, huh? Shit.
not collectively where we can say, yeah, because a lot of us still like the system. They like the enemy's ways, you know. It's just
Yeah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, everybody wants to trauma bond too. I've noticed that a lot. Which is fine, I guess, if you're into that trauma bond and shit. But I'm just not. I don't know why people are walking away from. Why everybody's walking? Where are they gonna walk to?
can you define
What?
trauma bond real quick? Can you define trauma
Yeah,
bond?
trauma bond for me would be like I was abused as a child and you were abused as a child, and we're going to tell how bad our childhood was and how it fucked us up and it affected us and all that shit. We got to get over that. We got to get out of that and that victim mindset some of these people are on. Nobody, I'm not pointing no fingers at anybody here, but it's just the truth. People they want to blame somebody else for what they're going through. When, you know, when the enemy's brought up, you hear a lot of people say there is no enemy. Well, there is an enemy, but they're an enemy of your own doing because all the information's out there. People just got to get off their lazy dust and go get it. I've done it. You've done it. Dean's done it. Paula's done it. Ken Dummy's done it. We've all done it. So what do we do to get the people the information? We can't. Everybody's got to fail. Everybody's got to fall on their fucking face. That's a bad thing. We get to watch everybody fall on their face. Yeah, it hurts. It sucks. But it is what it is. We didn't create it. We can't change it. So we might as well adapt to it. True? And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
In literature, they call it the hero's journey, which is a Western mentality that you have to suffer in order to learn or grow, which isn't necessarily true.
Yeah, piss on all that suffering.
You know what I mean? Fuck all that nonsense. If somebody shows me how to live without suffering as a baby, I'm gonna do that my whole life.
Yeah, I'm about it. But we know when suffering to one isn't always suffering to another. Like I can take a lot of suffering compared to somebody here, or elsewhere.
And as you pointed out very acutely, most suffering is self-induced by thought process and the desire to point a finger instead of change your own circumstance.
Yep.
Circumstance is a matter of mentality, is it not?
It be that.
Isn't it just a goulash of all of the negative, shitty thoughts you've had for years?
Yeah, but then it turns into mind over matter, right?
Well, you just got to change your frequency and like retune your mental tuning fork and think about what you want instead of all the shit you don't have.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that the only time that you're affected by negative energy when you're on that same level of negative energy. You got to be above that negative energy. So,
if you don't mind, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. You just got to learn. Excuse my language on this family channel. You just got to learn not to give a fuck.
True.
Easily.
And then you have to learn how to give a fuck in an artistic, productive way.
Yeah, in a way that people who appreciate it see it, and you guys then we build.
Exactly.
Right now we're at that spot where just like what everybody's asking, why don't we stand up and why don't we do this and why don't we do that? Because we're the only place with guns. and everybody's waiting for
Because
somebody to make a move.
everybody,
It's a Mexican standoff right now.
yep, and everyone's waiting for Jesus, or they're waiting for somebody else to
Right?
come save them. It's like nobody's
Bingo.
coming.
There it is. There it
They're
is.
they're all they're all busy being the black and white chessboard, not realizing the world is one big fat fucking gray area.
Yeah, and they're the black and white chessboard. Exactly.
They're the aliens. They're the gray
Yeah.
men. They're the
Well,
aliens. They don't even know it.
right. Well, I don't know how many people follow this, what I'm about to say, but here's the way I see it. There's the good them, the bad them, and then us, divine spirit. You know, people have heard me say this, but the more that we're sitting here with long faces, I think people are going to start seeing what I'm talking about. That we don't, none here fucking applies to us. We are our money. We are, our signature is the fucking bank, is the bank.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and we should have no reason to go out into the fucking wilderness and with no money. Because a lot of people, if they left right now, they'd be broke as fuck, right or wrong. I would be.
Right. Here's another way of looking at it. A bank is a battery because it
There you
has an
go.
emergency
Currency.
exit or a red door, and it has a black front door, right? You're positive, you're negative. And
I'm
what
with
we
you.
are is the energy that supplies that dead box. And
The currency.
energy makes it a battery, hence currency.
Yep. Yep.
That's
I'm
the
with
way
you,
I
man.
see it.
It's, well, you see it that way because that's the way it is, bub. Yeah,
Like
I
the
totally
only
agree.
bank I want to see is a river bank.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I'm with you there.
With a
But
bunch
yeah,
of people
that's what I
enjoying it.
see. Pardon me. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Oh no, you go ahead. I think I have
Well,
a delay. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say that that's the way I see it, and if we all see the same, then we can all agree that that's where it needs to change. So with that said, and the thing that's holding us back from doing anything is Skrilla finances. Why don't we all?
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't we all signing a beneficiary signature in purple ink, which makes you the sovereign follower of your own law, and getting our truck, getting our money? We need to be putting conditional acceptances on every motherfucker, the power company, the water company, the credit card company, everything that we can pay with a remittance transfer needs fucking leaned. Right there, your secured party creditor. Well, Phil, we're in their system. Yes, we're in their system, but we're not operating in the same way that they operate in their system. We're not writing in red ink. The ink is what matters, man.
Let
We're
me
not writing in black.
let me say peace to here and back. Appreciate you being here. And I also would like to respond to In the Groove said in response to today, I don't hate Aboriginals, but I learned they hate me for my skin color. LOL, that's a great progress. Well, I'll say this to you in the Groove, they hate me also because I don't see things the way they see things. So, they just if it's a religion to them. All right. If it's a religion, just like a
It's
Christian will like you, they will dislike you if you don't submit to their ideology. The Jews will
it's
dislike you,
yeah.
and the Muslims. So it's like it's a religion over there, and that's why I had to get out of their church.
Colorism is the foundation of religion.
Welcome to the club, In the Groove. Welcome to the club, buddy.
Yeah, man. It's
I've
like
even
I
got I've
mean,
even turned some of them to like me, so I'm on my way to good progress.
I'm sorry you feel that way. It's one thing to love your heritage and your history and where you're from. It's a whole other thing to hate somebody you've
Well,
never met you don't even know
yeah, the ones I
because of
know in
it.
there that are
That's
turning
too
around, they
much.
got no hate. It ain't hate. They're seeing there'll be a lot of shit being revealed here real shortly. People are starting to see
It's
what's going on. It's happening, but it's gonna speed the fuck up quick. Yep, yep.
Those same Aboriginals who say it's their land are afraid to plant marijuana on the ground right now.
Well, the thing is, they don't own the land. As far as they speak, the land owns them. So why are they trying to claim anything? The land should claim them, not them the land.
So that's I'm just letting it in the groove. In the groove. That's why I don't argue with them in the groove. I let them say what they have to say, and after a while, if that's all you have to offer, why are you going to bring what is that saying? You're going to bring a knife to a gunfight, and that's what happened. We're on solutions, and this guy just continues to repeat himself like a freaking.
Oh,
I don't want to even use the
that's why.
terminology that.
All
But I was on the
right.
phone with my sister the other day, and this one thing that annoys me is when people repeat themselves when they talk. It's like, can we now move on? They just continue
Yeah.
to do the same, repeating the same thing. And I'm just like, you don't have anything else? Then just be quiet then. Let someone else who has something to say then. But they would
Right.
rather just keep repeating themselves. I find that odd.
Hey,
But when they
Same.
McCoy.
don't,
Same. I
McCoy.
absolutely hate to repeat myself. And everybody that knows me in the flesh knows that.
it's it's
Hey,
it's just it's not stimulating to the mind, you
Not
know.
at
actually,
all.
actually, I'm glad to see him because then people don't pick on me for cutting people off. you know, people don't say shit about the way I bleep in. Like I'm having conversation face to face. Um, you guys are mad at him, so bless him. I say.
So
Yeah,
yeah, we
Man,
had a
that's just excitement. That's all that is. It means people are
yeah,
excited to talk. Like,
yeah, exactly. Thank you,
why
man.
get offended because somebody's excited to talk to you? Like, what the hell? That's like
That,
that's like calling a woman a bad name because she said maybe when you asked her on a date. Like, you're just fucking shit up before it even starts.
boom, great example.
there you go.
You don't even know these people. You don't even know who you're gonna need in 10 years.
Exactly. And
Why the burning of the bridges? Why the drawing the
right.
line in the sand and you don't even have what you think you have? It's strange to me because these same people had to put a mask on their face to go get some food. Same people, they had to put a mask on their face to enter the
Man,
store.
McCoy. I was in
Yeah.
Florida when all that happened. Quincy, a town by me, Quincy and Panhandle by Chattahoochee by Lake Seminole. Man, everybody was masked up. I was really let down, really, when I went into town because I
And
stayed away for a while as long as I could. And I
it
went
wasn't
into town.
mandated. It wasn't
Uh,
even it wasn't even mandated in Florida. That's odd. But go ahead, Phil. My bad.
well, we're
Wow.
right on the Georgia. I was right at where Georgia, Alabama, and Florida meet.
Got
So
you.
yeah, so there's a lot of bleed over. And Quincy, rather than go to Tallahassee, it's easier to go to. I think it's Albany in South
Hey,
Georgia.
McCoy.
Yeah.
It was mandated, and mandate is a Masonic dictionary word for a
Wow.
decree or an order. So anyone who
Oh,
was
this is here.
Masonic or
Okay.
family of was wearing the mask. You study
Yeah,
the
it's
blueprint,
garbage.
and suddenly all the pieces are just abundantly clear.
I mean, just really, it just takes opening your eyes and knowing what type of what you deserve. You deserve to be treated with respect, not not being abused all day. That's all it
Right?
took for me. Where the clothes that you give me is garbage, the food that you give me is garbage. You're lying to me. You're deceiving me. Hey, let me see this. I don't think that's a good relationship. Can you imagine? Okay, as a man, and the woman is giving you garbage to eat. She's giving you
Mm,
garbage water, giving you garbage clothes. She's lying to you. She's deceiving you. You're gonna be like, I ain't feeling this relationship.
I
And
you're
that's
got
gonna
some
go
food.
live in a tent, bruh.
yeah, that's the relationship we're having right now with this system.
McCoy, I got a solution. It just
That's
come to
crazy.
me. It just come to me. You ready for it? We start doing a bunch of animal stuff instead of stuff, and people feel sorry for the animals still. We can use the animals for the sympathy to get shit going. What do you think?
Hey, that's
And
kind of smart.
I'm just saying, we can do
You could
that.
do like a homeless person with a nervous disorder paired with a abandoned dog that
Blind three-legged
trains
dog.
to be a trainer dog. You know what I'm saying though? You
Yeah,
could
or a blind three-legged dog named Lucky.
yeah, that too.
That's where I go
He could
first.
still
I'd
be a
start with
service
that.
dog. He
I
could
would
still be
start
a
with that and
service
say,
dog.
this is what
Yeah.
this guy's got for a service dog. A three-legged dog named Lucky that's blind.
Well, I
Please
mean, it
help.
doesn't
Please help our
matter.
cause.
If the dog soothes the person, then it qualifies. It doesn't. It can have
Well, true,
three
but
legs and
he ain't
no
gonna help
eyes.
him. Yeah, he's not gonna help him cross the street or nothing. So
There's
In
there's
the group,
different classifications of it. You should look
I
into
know,
it.
dude. Bud, I'm sorry. I'm just
I
joking
know you're
around.
joking, but I
My
know,
mom trains
but
police dogs, bro. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
actually a really good idea though, because you can
Thank
get like
you.
old service dogs and like abused women and pair them up and have them on land somewhere. Like you
I
could
mean,
have kids and like training schools for kids to learn how to train dog. Like that's a really actually a good idea that you were talking
thank
about.
you, man. I mean, actually, I've seen a girl's post on Facebook today. That's what I told her, and then I told her about how Dean sank the Greenpeace boat by not putting the plug in the boat. Because I said 20 years ago, you could have used Greenpeace and rainforest to get this shit going.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
Dean. I
grants.
made a joke at your expense, buddy. I'm sorry, but it was Holly
It's all good.
McChristie.
It's all good, bro. It's all
It
good.
was funny. I had to do it, so thank you, man.
in the groove made a comment saying, I'm surrounded by Masons. I consider them goons. Yeah, I mean that's what they are. They're crack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. We're
man.
all we're
The
all surrounded
mafia.
by them, bro.
They're
You want
mafia,
to hear
and that whole
something?
mask thing, that's their emasculation ritual. I saw
Yeah,
that
it's
as
it.
someone telling me to
Mhm.
wear their nuts on my face, and I said, "Fuck no." I have a
In
medical
the
condition.
in the Book of Enoch, there's a ritual where they take one knee and like that, all for one for all. That Trump shit.
Yep,
That's
the
actually
Musketeers.
that's on a That's a Mount Herman happening, and they all put veiled face on masks to hide their
Yep,
shame on one knee.
and Herman is Latin for brother, which is they call each other
Exactly.
brothers.
Yep.
The brotherhood. Yep.
There you have it.
Herman also is German. And the
Yep.
Oddfellows Lodge, #1, that kidnapped kids from Europe and brought them to America as chattel slavery for farms they had stolen, basically came up with Germany, and they were funded by the Knights of Columbus, where I live, who are also KGC or KKK, who started all this stupid shit.
Yeah, well, that's Albert Pike, you know.
Well, yeah, but see, he's the one you see. There's the dark ones from here and other places you don't see. The
Well, of
ones
course.
with the hood on. The politicians are
Yeah,
the ones that
absolutely.
we're conditioned to see. What we don't see is that black pope that lives over there in Washington D.C. or
Oh, that guy.
600.
Why are they making the black pope? I wonder.
Well, you've got the gray pope in Macau, the white pope in Rome, and the black pope in D.C. or Little Rome, as they
The
like to call it.
military operations guy. That guy's a
Exactly.
dick.
The triumvirate or the Trinity.
Yeah, I got you. I was gonna make a comment about the black pope, but I thought it wouldn't be appropriate with all the Aboriginal spoken just then.
Well,
So I
actually,
backed away.
the meaning of black is bleached,
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
blanched, blanc.
well,
So really, to say black
yeah, it's
is to
white. It's
imply
white.
white. So
Yep.
you're not actually saying shit at all with the word
I know,
black. It
and I
doesn't.
just learned
It's completely ambiguous. It could mean any fucking buddy.
my buddy just showed me that giving to me the finger saying I love you.
That's how it is here.
I swear, man. I swear.
It's
But,
like, look,
yeah.
man, when you're making art, it's always on a dark stone or a white canvas or a black canvas. But those are foundational shades. They're not even fucking colors. You got to put them together to get gray, which is a color.
Yeah, you're bogging out, bud. I like what you're saying. I think this is the first time we really totally agreed with each other. Every other time you're like attacking me.
Who, me?
Yeah, I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we talked before.
I
You
don't.
remember me? You don't remember? We were on Sir Docs. We've been on. I think you've been on London Man's with me a long time ago. Yeah, you're the
It's
Indian tribe
possible.
guy from
Yeah,
the
that's
West
possible.
Coast. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
you. I don't forget voices, man. And yeah, and faces. I got you. It's all good. I'll just
Did
mess
you have
around.
a do you have the same name you had back then, or have you changed your name?
Amongst the
Or do you still
predators,
go?
I go by Phil McCrew. So, and then
All
I've
right.
been the
Well,
White
it's hard to
Shadow on
tell.
Teardrop. Yeah, Teardrop's got a name for me. I just, it's just me, old Phil, trying to.
Oh,
Hey,
you
here's
know what?
what
I
we
do
need to
remember.
do.
No, it was on Big Dog Philly OG's channel,
Yeah, I've been there a couple
and we
times.
agreed. Actually, we didn't disagree. I agreed with what you were saying on Philly OG's channel.
Yeah, I was just teasing, and messing with you. I was
I
just
know. I
jabbing
know
you,
the
man. I was
difference.
just,
I
yeah,
know the
yeah, I got you.
difference. I know, and
Yeah,
I
you
know the
good.
difference energetically when somebody's actually attacking me versus someone just being in
Of
jest.
course.
Like a lot of
We
people
just, I
say
think we were
things
saying the
around
same
me.
things, but we
Yeah,
weren't speaking it the same.
using
And that's
our
where we were at.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like that's the main problem is a lot of us are saying the same shit. We're just saying it our own way from our own perspective.
there you go.
And it takes time for you to see that you're actually saying the same shit. You just believe in
Learn
your
it
head and
different.
perceive everything. You're saying
Hmm.
it from your angle. That's why I came here because I want to hear other people's angle instead of just the Aboriginal angle.
Yeah.
Not that I
Well,
don't love my
people,
people and where I'm from, but I live around all kinds of people in the Bay Area. I like to talk to other people, see how they perceive shit and what they think, and find connections in that.
from my
You know what I mean?
angle,
I'm
yeah, from my angle, what I see is everybody operating in fear and self-preservation. No other fucking, no other emotion. That's what they're operating in out in the world.
I would say that probably, yeah, I would say about 70% of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the people that live in the city, yeah. And I would say there's an equal proportion that don't live in the city that live the same way. It's a yin yang thing, you know? You got
Well, I know
the
out here
white
where
and
I'm at
black
in the
dots
country,
inside the circle of, you know what I'm saying?
which I don't believe that. I believe that was inserted in there. That's garbage. That
Well,
what you're talking about, but I know what you're talking about, and I believe in the yin and the yang, but adding it into it, I don't remember
yeah,
that where I'm where I'm balanced from. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, I mean,
So
how do I say this? It's like it's like a mission statement. The
right.
original yin yang was just the white and the black, but they made a
Yep.
mission. That's it's like the
Okay.
Fugio
Oh, thank
saying.
you for.
They're telling you their agenda, the revealing of the hand or the revealing of the craft.
Well, see, I'm
You know
not
what I'm
a
saying?
big advocate of all these changes or the devil. It's the devil. No, I don't think it's the devil at all. I think it's our maker waking people up and going, "Hey, dumbasses! Hey, look, Febreze is spelled Febreze now, lady." you
Right.
know,
Devil
that's
just
what I
means
really see.
opposition. Like I'm my
Yeah,
own devil when
yeah.
I
The
oppose my
accuser
own
is,
thoughts.
yeah, Satan's the accuser. Everybody's
Yeah.
running around accusing people. Yep. So he's alive in all of them, buddy. I agree with you. I was gonna say 85, 90. Truly. So, because some
Yeah.
operate in both ways. They got the good and the bad in them. They just don't. They've been with them so long, you don't know which personality traits the demons or the humans.
Well,
And some of them are really slick. I'll give them that, but they ain't that slick. So we just gotta
that's true.
expel all evil and expose all truths. Is what we gotta do. Ba-bum. That's it. It's really that simple. If we all put our minds together, like I try to get people to do for years, and no, everybody peters out. Just right. And this last time, I'll be honest with y'all. Sandy called me, and Michigander called me. They felt and seen the difference where they were at, and I did too here where I'm at in Santa Claus. I mean, Satan Claus, Indiana. I'm in Santa Claus. Isn't that great?
Damn,
Cookies for
man.
Satan. Yeah, right.
And they have that new fake meat called Satan. Damn, bro.
Right. And you know where the town where I'm originally, the people that founded that town are exactly where CERN is built and Gothard Tunnel is. The people came over here and they named it Tell City. William Tell, the archer that shot the apple off the child's head, his child's head.
Mm-hmm.
that story's from that region. That them people come over here. They have Schweitzer Fest every October. I mean, come on. Kimball pianos here. Yeah, people say, "Oh, Mason's surround me." You guys, man, people don't know. Mason's everywhere.
Charles wrote, "People don't want to be free; they love slavery."
That's right,
Charles,
Charles.
Charles, after my experience today, I I wouldn't say they love it. It's just the fact that they don't even think that it's slavery. That's the
That part.
problem. That's the part. They don't know that it's slavery. They
Stockholm
That
think
part.
syndrome.
that you're being destroyed. They made you into your own enemy. That's crazy. You know how gangster that is? You
Right.
know how gangster that is to get you to pull the trigger to take your own life? Damn,
Right.
that's gangster,
Well,
man.
it's mastermind shit, ain't it?
That's some
That's
Mac
a
the Knife
that's a
shit right there.
yeah, that's a mastermind, and that's what's being played right now. Hell no. Thank you for that.
Exactly.
Chuck, man, Charles, thank you for that thought, that which led to that other thought, which led to Phil and DJ coming in. That's mastermind. They are getting us to destroy our own self,
Yep.
and
Hmm.
we are
Yeah,
all fighting. That's
they're not
crazy.
dummies. They're not dummies. They're just stupid.
Well, I think of them like
But
master
but didn't
Arrogant
they?
monster.
illusionists, like
But didn't they
master
put everything there, guys?
illusionists that
It's
are
all
like
there.
emotional child. What? Go ahead.
It's all there, though. I mean, I agree with everybody. We shouldn't have to go looking for shit that we don't know is being done to us. I agree with that 100%. But it is there. And we all know it is because we've been looking and searching for it, and we found it, and we're still finding it. Uh,
Hmm.
so I say Art of War. If you never read the Art of War, read the Art of War. It will. Have you read it, McCoy?
Yeah, I've read
Okay. I
yeah,
figured you
yeah.
had. That's why I asked. I figured you had, man.
Is
Be
anyone
where the
going
enemy
live?
is not.
Uh Anyone going live at all? I don't
I
want to step
can't.
on any toes. I didn't see anyone live
No,
yet.
I'm not gonna
Uh,
lie. Anyway, I need to get off here. I just want to come out and put some smiles on some damn faces up here. You guys are depressing me.
Hey man.
it-
Um. Uh,
That's better. That's
I
better.
love you, bro.
hey.
I love you, bro.
I love you too. What's up, man?
Hey man.
Hey,
You should check out the Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi. That's another good read.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. But I'm like, I do appreciate that. And if we weren't in the times we were in, I would take you up on that for
oh
sure,
man, Phil,
100.
you took the words out. It's like right now, I'm like, look, I mean, unless it
Yeah,
can,
yeah. I don't have time for that. I
I
wish I
just,
did. I wish I did. I wish we
I,
could sit on a beach and read it together, man.
my mind won't even allow me
Overstood.
to at this. My mind won't even allow me to at this point. It's like I'm ready for action now. I've done all my preparation. My mindset is where it needs to be. Let's
Okay,
go, type of thing. Yeah.
here's what I say. Here's what I'm gonna do. You guys do what you want, but here's what I suggest. We back off, back away. We still do our thing. Of course we do. We still communicate. Back off ways a little bit and take care of our home. Get everything in order. April 8th, 2024. That X makes a spot, and I'm telling y'all, that's when the game really begins. That's a spiritual shift. That's if you don't know what I'm talking about, which most of you I know do, but if you don't know fully, I suggest everybody. I stepped back 2 or 3 weeks ago. I started reevaluating everything. So, and I found some.
I've been watching you do that, bro. I've been actually watching you do that.
Thank you,
So I
man.
agree. I agree that we're falling back and recuperating
Yep.
is a good thing.
Fall back to fight another day, brothers.
You see that
Yeah.
comment on the screen? You see the kill switch been killing it, man. Look at what kill switch wrote. He said, McCoy, if you think this is bad, just wait until everyone is living through virtual eyes and robots doing the real work.
Yeah,
That
that
Fred
ain't
said
happening
it.
in my world.
Hold on.
Not my
No.
fucking watch. It ain't
I
Hold
don't
happening.
want
on.
to fucking
Hold
entertain
on.
that
Hold
bullshit.
Hold on a second now. Listen to y'all little gangsters, all that, but just hold on. Keep it in the holster. Keep it in the holster
Easy,
for now.
Phil. Easy. Sorry, McCoy. You got me
Keep it.
rattled, bud.
I
Sorry.
know,
Triggered
but hold on, hold on.
me.
He said that's where it's headed. The masses of the people are going right along. Hold on. This is why I said hold on.
All
Uh,
right.
I spoke to someone and they were in Vegas. Okay. They were in Las Vegas and they went to a restaurant and a robot came to take their order and they got the hell up out there. All right.
Okay.
So when
Yeah,
you
I
all are
agree.
ready to say, oh, that ain't happening under my watch, they went to a restaurant in Vegas and
Perfect.
a robot came to take their order.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
You let me
All
tell you
right.
what I see. Here's what I see
All right.
happening. I'm gonna tell you what I see and what I've got.
Can you
We're gonna
can
be
you
living
can you
parallel
respond?
with these people for a while.
Can you
That's
respond
that.
to that? Can you respond to what I just said first?
Yeah, I am. I am
And
getting ready
okay.
to.
All right. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm working into it. Thank you. Thank you for reading that, McCoy, and thanks for telling me to shush. Uh, yeah, because it is important. But I think here's what I see happening. We're gonna get to if we all cohesively do check, prove me wrong on the purple ink and the beneficiary signature. Why are we signing a beneficiary signature if we're not tied to that system? Why should we? Well, that for sure definitely cuts you off. And when they accept your beneficiary signature in purple ink, you are now sovereign. And if you've had a felony, you're even luckier because you're not in the Washington, D.C. system anymore. I am not. Anybody who's had a felony is out of it. Period. They
All
just
right.
don't want to tell the system. They don't want to tell everybody that. So with that said, we're going to be living parallel with these people. Some of these people are going to be our neighbors for a while, and then it's going to probably turn bad. And I don't know what's going to happen after the next 3 or 4 years because that's not my pay scale.
Okay. Can we?
Yes.
I said okay. This kill switch R6 said that.
Okay.
Wait, he's saying to me, you know, McCoy,
Yeah. Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
think
Yeah. I got you. I got
if
you.
you think it's bad, and there's going to be people living through virtual eyes and robots doing the real work, and you said not under your watch, and then
No,
you
I
said
said
no.
not in my. I didn't say not under my watch. I said
Somebody said not
I
under
did.
my
I
watch.
did.
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
I didn't say okay.
okay,
What I'm conveying. I'm not saying it. I know it. I'm not gonna be going to Vegas no more. I haven't went to Vegas in 18 years. I don't
yeah,
care. Let
but look,
fucking robots serve them and the slot machines go up through the
but
rooms and doink them. I don't care. Yeah,
Phil,
yeah. Go ahead.
you and I both know that things trickle. You know what I mean? It starts in a place and then it spreads. Because when I first moved, look, I'm telling you, when I first moved to Alabama in 2018, they didn't have the chip. They didn't have the chip here. I was when I left California, it was the chip. Put it in the card, credit card or debit card into a chip thing. It was reading a chip. When I came to Alabama, they said, "Oh, we don't have the chip. Just slide your card." I was excited. I was like, "See, I'm in the right place."
Right,
So I'm just, and
right.
now it's a chip everywhere. So when you say
It's
no,
coming. I agree.
that's all that
I
I'm
agree
saying.
with you. I agree with that. I
Yeah,
don't disagree with that. But here's the thing: if we get what we got coming to us, it's there for waiting on us. That's what people don't understand. It's there for us, waiting for us to do this. The more we put it off, the longer it's going to be. So everybody can keep doing or saying and not checking the purple ink and the beneficiary signature. You probably can't find it. A lot of people can't find it because it's that fucking secret. They don't want it, and nobody taught that. Nobody taught the purple ink for sure. 100. Dean couldn't even find it. Could you, Dino? Where that's the signature. The last person to use that signature was Queen Elizabeth. Kate Floss told me that. She's a New Zealander who lives in Thailand. She's fighting the system, but she's fighting the system as under their system. We're not fighting their system under their system. We are our own system. That's what I've been trying
Yes.
to convey to people. The purple ink is our own system, our
and,
own
and,
law.
and you know what? I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, Phil. And that's where my energy changed today in the conversation that we had earlier
Yes,
when
yes, sir.
when I asked the basic question, because there was a lot of ideas being floated, and so I just wanted to go back to basics, and I asked a simple question of, I can't remember exactly how I worded it, but Do we do we
Oh,
wanna
whatever,
do we,
McCoy.
do we even want to get away from this system? And it just the overall thing was basically like there's good things about this system, and they like this system. And so I was like, what? I want to
I'm with
burn
you,
this
man.
damn
I'm with
system.
you. I'm
So
with you. You're more
I'm glad that
militant.
I'm saying no, at no point, and I myself didn't even mention much like, yeah, we need our own system of doing things. But this
Yes, and
system
we'll
was
have the
designed.
money to do it if we just go after it. It's
You know,
there.
well, you know what's more valuable than money?
Yeah, our eternal souls.
No, I'm not. Okay, I got that part, but I was just saying our abilities. We can't measure our abilities with a monetary value, and
This
that's
is
that's
true.
that's
This is
that's what
true.
that's what mentality they have us under. Some people's time is worth $8.50 an hour, and then there's some
Okay.
people that's worth
I see where
thirty
you're
dollars
going with that. I
thirty
see where you're
dollars an
going with
hour.
that.
No, our
Okay, let me say this though. I'm sorry, I don't consider that option because I've never worked for anybody. I've always only worked for myself, except for about a year and a half after my wreck, and I was trying to replant myself. Um, so I don't even think on that level. So my bad, people who think like that. That's you are fucking worth way more than that shit that they want to pay. I mean, McDonald's are paying what, $15, $20 an hour some places. That means I'm worth like $50 an hour, $60 an hour, ain't we, Dino?
exactly.
Yep, that's
They
it.
they they
Exactly.
cannot place a value on our time and our worth. It's our ability.
No, I
I'm I'm more focused on our
okay.
ability. Like my son,
Well, I
I
just
have.
need to. Okay, I got you. But I can teach block, brick, whatever, stone, fabricating, metal. I mean,
There
I
you
have a
go.
lot of abilities.
There you go. There. Forget
Yeah, and
their way
plumb.
of.
I was a licensed plumber. I can plumb. I mean,
Forget
I
their.
can run heavy equipment. I was an operator.
Boom. There you
I was
go.
a utility operator. I dig around. I was certified to dig around fiber optics.
There you go. Forget their money.
Okay.
Forget their money.
Yeah,
Our
exactly.
abilities is what's necessary right now. It's our
Well, but if we
abilities.
go after our money and then use our abilities to build what we want to build, because we'll have the money.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely.
That's
That's
what.
We,
yep.
That's kind of where I'm
we,
going with it. Yeah, I got
yeah,
Money
you.
we,
You know,
owing
like
to us.
build it, they will
It's the
come.
money owing to us.
Mm-hmm.
It's
yeah,
our
we,
money
Yes,
anyway.
yes,
we know that,
yes.
Take
this process is not overnight. It's the end
No, I
goal.
know that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know that. But
So
I've been
yeah, I got
screaming
you.
this for like 4 years, 5 years, and you know that. You know my background a little more than a lot of people, and you know where
And
I'm
and
at.
and, and Phil, like I was telling them earlier, I mentioned to them that in February of 2018, I decided to leave California because I saw a problem, and by April 1st, I was in Alabama. So I'm the type that I see a problem, find a solution, and I act on it. Now, when you
Yeah,
said, "Oh, you've been saying it for 4 years," see, I don't want to be a part of that. I want to hear it, act on it, and then move on. And that's what's necessary, man. To keep talking
yeah, I
about it,
hear you. But
it's
some
just
of us are
crazy.
just ahead of the curve,
hey,
man. And some of us have to
hey.
learn it. You know.
I
Hey,
I
but
I just came to share what I learned and what I've already been doing. Like I've been helping people raise their kids since my woman and child passed, and tending other people's land in exchange for rent and food and whatever I need.
there you
There,
go.
I've
There
already
you go.
been living this way for the last 11, almost 12 years now. And
DJ,
I've helped six different families, and
DJ,
I've helped raise nine wonderful young people.
DJ, how did you start out about that? What's the process? What did you do
It
to?
just happened. I was
Okay,
heartbroken, and I was an alcoholic, and I lived in a house of alcoholics, and I drank myself sick and had to climb through a
mm,
pile of trash for 3 months. And I learned my fucking lesson, and I met a doctor that lived down the street that had um postpartum depression and a wonderful daughter, and it just happened. I had all the skills.
so
She
you
had all
didn't
this
seek.
money
So
and
you
this
didn't
kid
seek.
that was lonely and didn't have any skills, and it just fucking happened.
No, what I'm
And then
saying is, so you didn't like go out and in search and say, oh, you know what, it just happened, is what you're saying?
It just happened.
Okay, well, I was just seeing if there was like a full-fledged plan so that we could
Oh
share
no,
with people.
that's how it started, and then
No,
I
no.
expanded.
What I'm saying is, I thought though that there was a like an object. You made an objective, made a plan, and then you carried it out. You're just saying it happened, so I can't even share that with people. But no, I got you.
Well,
No, you
it's what.
should hear. Can I say this, guys? Please. Here's the thing. When I was first contacted by a spirit, uh, I got the message. Go back to the native ways. What it said: "What's up is down, down is up. Smoke and mirrors. Go back to the native ways. Gather the nations." It's basically Joel 2:28, 2:3, 9 to 11 is what it is. That was the message. But anyway, so this is proving it right here. You're native, correct?
Uh,
Yes,
well,
you are, right? Yeah,
autochthonous. I wouldn't say native,
there you
but
go. So
autochthonous. Yeah,
you
I'm
were the
just
first
living the
one
way
starting
my.
it, the
I'm just
native
being who I
ways.
am.
Exactly, but for
There,
you, it's the
I have,
native ways. I get.
here's a statement. Kill Switch is really killing it right now. Hold on, y'all. Look at this statement. 10 years ago, I would never imagine all these grown people on YouTube, and here we are. And I
Yeah,
think
right.
and I think that's stemming from the fact
That's
that
true.
we think that, oh, there won't be robots and people with virtual eyes and things. It's come on, it's right there.
Hmm.
10 years ago,
The thing is, though,
I never would have imagined gay and trans agendas being pushed in the school system, but here we are.
You
if
Here
know,
we were
we
I
are.
said,
together 10 years ago,
you
if
know,
we were
I said
together
not
10 years
on my
ago,
watch,
So we got to
McCoy,
deal
but
with
go
you know
ahead,
reality,
what?
Dean. Go
man.
ahead. I'm
What
gonna bounce off,
I
guys.
could
like to
I
say
could
is that
also say
you
on the
know,
positive, 10 years ago, I would never have expected to have the pleasure of this conversation now. So it's not all bad.
no, no. I mean, the thing is, that I don't think the people are bad here, and I
No.
mean,
No.
what,
you
I'm
know,
just highlighting that there are good
what
things coming
what were
out
you
of
gonna
every
say,
bad
Phil?
thing. Go
What
ahead,
were you
bud.
saying, Phil? What were you saying? You said that. What'd you just say, Phil? You said something about coming back up or something. What'd you say?
I don't remember what I was gonna say. I was getting, I was gonna bounce, but I'm just saying
Okay.
we need to stop thinking about the negative in this shit and think about the positive. And okay, the
Use
native
them
ways,
both.
yes.
Use them.
Thank you.
Hold on, like a
The
battery. Use
native
them both.
ways.
Use them both. Use the negative
The
and the
native
positive.
ways. I agree with you, but this we need to go back to basics first. We gotta be broke down to be built back up. Just like we all went through, that's what we have to do as a community.
Well, I mean, putting a mask on over our face, I don't think
Well,
anymore.
I
But
ain't talking. They ain't my community. I'm talking to you guys. I ain't talking to these idiots. I'm
oh,
talking
okay.
to us.
He said
Yeah,
we're
this is
talking amongst ourselves here. We're not talking
he,
amongst the idiots,
he said
right?
that's right.
idiots. I don't call
That
them
part.
idiots. I just call they're under
Well,
the spell.
hey, when you are told and people are dying all around you and you still can't see it, I'm sorry. I'm being nice, okay? But thank you. I won't say it on your channel.
No, you're good. No, be yourself. I'm just saying what
Okay, those
everyone
idiots
knows.
are not gonna take me down with them, and they ain't gonna have fucking robots serving me in Sizzler. That's what I'm saying. Okay,
Sizzler's
I'm
still
gonna.
around. Sizzler's still
I
around.
don't know. I
Oh,
don't know. Who cares? Really?
I was,
Who cares? Hey, let's
I
go
was,
fucking kill a cow and we'll have better steaks and corn and get rid of these planes and chemtrails and we can all. Every one of you have the power to fucking speak chemtrails gone. Fact. Fact. You don't believe me? Have you tried? Every one of you can. Every one of you right here can do it. I do it all the time. I just quit doing it because nobody else is doing it with me. That's Dino. Tell him I'm not lying, bro.
No, no, no.
y'all. The rest that's left
This
in the
man
chat.
had. But here's the thing, though. It's our minds. Our minds, guys. Our minds. We have
That's
to.
where the
The
war
soul and the
is right
spirit.
now. The war is
That's
on
right.
our
The soul
mind.
and the spirit. The soul and the spirit have to combine together to be even blessed with the spirit that we all know is there for us. We got to get out of the. I call the soul the world and the spirit the divine. is how I would define it. And every time the soul is these demons, like I was talking about characteristic traits. That's the soul. But the spirit comes in and every once in a while, boom, comes in. But it ain't gonna stick around because it don't want to be near all them demons either. I don't blame it. But that's kind of like a easy way to show what's going on in the spirit world. I mean, I see it all the time. I can pick out a character trait, and there's some good ones. Don't get me wrong. There's some damn slick fuckers, but they're not. They only repeat and repeat and repeat. So they're after a few years, y'all start seeing them really easily. And I'm sure a lot of you do, and you just perceive it as evil. No, it could be a possibly good person with that evil moment. So
You think that oath right there, the Jesuit oath, that's in my mind?
I know it is. I know when I give it to No and everybody else, I knew where it's
I'm
going to
saying
be.
you. I'm saying you think that that's in my mind. The
Yeah, I
war is
do. I
in
believe it's
the
in your
war
mind
is
every day.
the war is in my
Yep.
mind, or is there actually people that are intentionally trying to war with
Well,
me?
here's the thing: if we don't get one in spirit, the
Both.
spirit ain't going to do shit for us. That's the thing right now. This is the distraction, and to keep you from coming to the thing that will destroy that right there. You're showing it, which is the spirit, because those people are ran by a spirit called the demiurge. You ain't gonna
Maggot,
fight them people. Yeah, you get what I'm
no,
saying?
Maggot first says, I've had a few goes with robots, and they got trucks here with no drivers.
Yeah, I know. I talked to Maggot.
Oh,
He's gonna
okay.
name his robot dog, and he said he's gonna title it the Toyota Corolla or something. He's funny. That guy is.
What is this
But
comment talking
yeah,
about? He said, well, just got bitch slapped 3 times yesterday by the spirit right in front of Phil. What is that?
yeah, that happened yesterday. Yeah, I
Wow.
watched it happen. It's
Wow.
pretty wild stuff. Yeah,
Wow.
he ain't lying. I
So
wasn't gonna
yeah,
bring it
this
up. Ain't lying.
it's just when, I hear the whole it's in your mind type thing, but
I'm
at
gonna
the
take
same
that back. It's not in your mind. It's in your
Mhm.
spirit. It's in your spirit,
Yeah,
McCoy. It's not in your
yeah.
mind. It has nothing to do with your mind. It has to do with everything with your spirit. As I've been saying,
What's what what's the spirit that drives you right now, McCoy? Hey,
that
it's not that bloody
fleshly, worldly
you've got to
mind.
you know that you've got an enemy. So straight away but your spirit is already knowing, right? It's already
Thank you.
separated for itself, right?
Well, you need the darkness to see the light, which is the thought or the energy that is the thought that is received by the the radio of the mind in order to feed spirit to the soul so that you can be attached and negatively ionized and grounded in reality, if I'm making sense.
No, you just said the exact same thing I did, but in your way. See, here we are. There's confirmation. Thank you.
Well, Phil, man, I know you tried to bounce me. I ain't trying to hold you, man, but
Well,
definitely we
I,
want to do a build on how's that build with Big Dog Philly OG going?
he's man. He emailed me. I emailed him back. No, now I got ghosts. I got
Yeah, I
crickets.
think it seems like he's been busy. He ain't do nothing this week, so I think he normally has
Yeah.
Yeah,
a few presentations. So just get
well,
prepared.
I figured I would do my Purple Citizen Eater live, which is I just did last, and then I figured he could see that, and then he must have seen it and got scared.
Nah, he's probably busy, man. A lot of
I'm
us,
just teasing.
it's been
I know.
quiet. It's been quiet for
I
a
told
few
Philly.
weeks.
I said, man, it's your convenience.
And
I
you know
like
what else?
Philly.
Hold on. You know what else? He had a debate yesterday, also with
Oh no, he
yeah,
didn't he say he's not doing debate? I thought
yeah.
he was
No,
the
but
one
that
that
one,
said I don't
that,
debate.
yeah, that one he
Hey,
just
hey, Phil.
yeah, he had
What?
Sorry, sorry to interrupt you guys, but it's interesting that you talked about having doing a purple people. Yeah,
What?
But no, there was a thing out years ago, and my brother he joined a play in the school. Like he was part of a play, and he'd been allocated a part to play in that play, and he was the purple people eater.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
there you go. How about that?
yeah, isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
What's even kill switch, man? I'm telling you, kill switch, man. You need to hit these panels, man, and you're in the right place. I'll tell you that, kill switch. He says there are less than 1,000 people that are actually controlling 8 billion. No matter
Thank
what
you.
Mm-hmm.
you
There
try,
it
no
is.
matter what you try to do, it will be stopped if it's actually affecting what they doing.
But
So
here
Something
I fall
is
back on this.
controlling.
I agree,
Something
but
is
we can't do it
controlling
without spirit. I yield. But sorry, King Dummy.
those 1,000 people are being controlled by something else that's not human.
I would agree.
Bingo.
I drew that conclusion years ago, saying that because I just off the premise that I don't think other humans treat other humans this way. I just don't see it. So I drew
Mm-mm.
that
Now
same
we're getting
conclusion.
somewhere.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
I drew that conclusion. That's why I feel. Why you think I entertain what you're saying? Because I know it
Oh,
I
I
can't.
know
know it.
you
I
entertaining.
feel
I
it.
know.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
feel it
Yeah,
in
I
my
yeah.
know that.
bones,
I
McCoy.
subscribe to what your school of thought on that because they can't.
So
I don't see humans treating other humans this way, man. I just don't see it.
No, it's sad, man. It's sad. It's fucked up.
And you know, someone needs to, maybe that's something also that I need to dive into. Who I've been asking for months, who are they? So
I think
Well,
I think
a, hold on one moment.
they go ahead.
Maybe that's just something I need to dive into. You know what? Yes, that's content then.
I
Not
feel like
content.
more like
I said that
what
last
is
live
it?
stream. I said
What
that in
is
the last
it?
live stream. I said that in the last live stream. The demiurge is what runs day. That's
No,
And,
but what I'm saying is we need to just identify them. Not a thought,
I
not
have.
an
I,
idea. Let's
okay,
show them
all
on
right.
the face. Let's present it to
Stay
them.
right here. I'll be right back. I'll be right
No,
back. I'm gonna do
I
that.
think this bloody thing's in the electricity itself. The realist myself,
no,
you know.
I'm not.
No,
Dean. What I'm saying is it has to be a build on that, strictly that subject matter. You can't hide it in at the end of a 6 hour live. That's what's
I'm not
happening.
hiding it. I'm just giving you
No,
something so
I'm
you can
not
build
saying.
on it. Yeah,
I'm not
I'll
saying
be right back.
what
Sorry,
I'm
bud.
okay. What I'm saying is it has to
Yeah,
be
I know.
where it's like that, like Paula has a live in regards to the demiurge. That would be a perfect place to add to
Yeah,
what he's about to present. Is what I'm saying,
yeah.
to stay on subject, is in fairness to the people. Because good information gets lost on certain bills because we're just randomly expressing different thoughts. Write that down, save it, make a presentation, and let's give it to the people in that format. But to just now just throw it in 5 minute presentation, no, we need to thoroughly, because people aren't easily convinced, man. Come on. People
I
are not
Okay, yes.
see.
easily convinced.
So here we are. We're talking
That's
about it
that's
right now, and I mean the subject's been brought up. We might not be able to put the full power and concern into this subject here right now, but because it's being spoken about, we're now bringing it into an awareness level, aren't we? And we're
mhm.
making the urgency of it
Paula,
known.
Paula,
Making we're making the wave patterns collapse by observing them.
Paula has a build schedule on the demiurge. If that's how it's being defined, I think that would be the perfect place so that those of us who, I don't know, that just, I got OCD. I like things in order. I'm an organization type of person. So I just, I see that with a lot of bills, 8 hour, 9 hour. Who has a time to listen to a 8, 9 hour bill, and then you had another one the next day, and then another one the next day? We can't even get all the information. So if we can do
Yeah.
quality over quantity and make it up, it's all that I'm saying. Just that subject matter, put it in a build, make a presentation, and boom. But it's, yes, name them. Shame them. That's what I'm about in the groove. You know, I'd have named them, and I got infested with spam when I said that Michael Jackson was played by Prince Carl Phillips of Sweden. You know, I just found out another one. Check this one, y'all. John F. Kennedy. This guy. Y'all hear me? John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy. This anti-vax character. This control opposition is the Crown Prince Pavlos of Greece. All right. So I'm just saying this. I'm on that. I'm on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I got infested by spam. Go check the video. It's the racism video revealing the deceivers. The moment I mention that Michael Jackson was played by a white, quote unquote, white Caucasian named Prince Carl Phillips, and these are all characters played by the royal family, man, I got nothing but spam and death threats. Nothing but spam and death. Santos Bonacci was played by Andre Grimaldi. You know, those are all characters. All right. So I'm on the same thing, but we have to make a presentation. People are not easily convinced. So we have to make it. You can't get someone to continue to believe. Most of the people over here are running from a belief system. You got to show us. So that's all that I'm saying. Stop trying to get people to believe you. Believe you. Show us. Put it on the table. Play your cards. But to just they are. No, I'll show you. I played a video the following day showing how Michael Jackson's sister was played by Prince Carl Phillips' sister named Princess Sophia. And then his wife plays Michael Jackson's wife. And then the mother played Michael Jackson. We've laid a video out. See what I'm saying? That's a presentation. With this whole trying to, well, believe me, believe me. We're running from a belief system over here. We don't want your beliefs. Make a presentation is all that I'm saying. And that's what I've been telling Phil. Don't go over there on Big Dog Philly OG and spend an hour just saying, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. No, show us some images, show a few videos, show us these, and make a presentation. That's what it's about. But to just sit here for 2 hours and telling people to believe you, we're running from that. So anyway, my bad, man. It's just I'm tired of the whole, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. That's what these preachers are doing. That's what the whole Bible is all about. That's what these religions is about. It takes a belief.
Scholastics and law are about belief too.
Yeah, even the politics is about beliefs. You believe this
Belief.
politician is gonna make a
Yep.
change. You believe there won't be no new taxes. Well, he says he's not gonna do it. You believe it's all a belief system. I'm running from the belief. I want to hear what you know. Show me what you know. That's all
I
I'm asking.
know that left and right, blue and red, put together make purple. Sovereignty.
See, Kill Switch, man. Kill Switch is up on what you know. Kill Switch know that Mountain Dew, that DEW stands for Direct Energy
Energy
Weapon.
weapons. Yeah.
Direct Energy Weapon.
Right.
And Direct Energy Weapon. And then on one of the Mountain Dews, it was Maui Blast or Maui something, Baja Blast.
Also a barometric measure of humidity being the dew point.
So I just Kill Switch, man. You're on it. I'm on the same thing you want. Kill Switch, man. Come on, man. I packed up and left.
That's what the
Hold on, one more.
chemtrails are about. Because you got to
I,
have the dew point under control to magnify certain conditions and manipulate cold and hot fronts.
Of course. Yes.
but what I'm saying is Kill Switch, man. Kill Switch, man. Look, man. Kill Switch 2018, man. I left Cali, man, for Alabama, man. You already know I'm on it, man. But it's like, look, I can't hold you up right now. I'm like, what do I do next? You know what I mean? Because I'm surrounded by these Masonic figures, these Boule figures, man. I just want a piece of land to disappear, but I would like a piece of land that has that has a spring. I just need running water. I just need if I could just pitch a tent, but I have to get away from this wickedness, man, and watch Babylon just fall, man, from a distance. Yes, Maui Blast. Yes, Maui Blast. That was the Mountain. That was the Mountain Dew. Um, That was the Mountain Dew flavor, Maui Blast. And what happened? And the Dew. And you notice that it's MTN and then capital D, capital E, capital W, direct energy weapon. So yes, they put it right in front of us. And I saw it back then, and it's obvious now. Before I was on my own. Now they've revealed their plan to me fully, but I'll yield right there. Go ahead, Dean or
Even
DJ.
PG&E's logo has got a beam coming out of the sky.
See that? So I'm
Hey,
just
realist. Is there any like reserve type land, like national park type land around you in Alabama?
um I really yeah, there's national parks. I went hiking in one or two, a few one or I think one or two. Yes, there is actually. And there's another one
Have
that I
you
just
have you
discovered
ever
2
on
weeks
your
ago.
hike found any place up there like that you would think be all
No,
right to squat in?
no, no.
How about somewhere
Well,
where with running water where you could grow something?
That
yeah, you got to find
that's
somewhere you can squat,
that's
bro, because
that's
that's what I reckon we got to do. We just got to start squatting, going out and squatting wherever we want.
it's preparation, like Kill Switch said earlier. Like having children during these times. That's what makes it even just tougher, man.
If you look at how the world's going with a lot of the homeless, what are these people forced to do? If they haven't got a home,
Man,
they're forced to live somewhere, wherever, and most of them think the street. But what if you all started thinking, why don't we just go out to all the public land and squat out there?
yep.
You know?
All the
Mm.
open space. The open space. That's what that shit is for.
Wow.
Exactly.
And if you
All right.
improve the land, well, now you have squatters' rights.
Yes,
Wow.
exactly. Start exercising some of your own rights.
Yep, and
Just go and squat
you
somewhere.
can even do a hostile takeover. We could, if we had enough people, go over to Bill Gates'
Now
land
see,
and
now
move
we're
in
talking.
there and squat the shit right back out
Now
from
we're
under him.
talking. These are solutions.
You get
These
what I'm
are
saying?
solutions.
Like it's called adverse possession and a
Yep, yep.
hostile, what do they call it? A hostile possession. Hostile adverse possession. It's the same method that these banks did to every one of us in each of our countries to take the land from us and put
In
their
the beginning,
crackerjack
exactly.
houses on it so that they
Exactly.
could
There you
fuck us
go.
out of our basic rights.
Dean,
Yep.
can you repeat what you call that? National land or what you call that? I want to write that down.
The National Land
Like
Act.
national park.
Now we go almost 6 hours into the live stream, and now we finally working on some solutions. Y'all are wicked, man. We're
Well,
finally.
it takes its time to warm up, and with the interruption or the opposition, it kind of threw us out of the groove. I feel like we would have been here over an hour ago.
True,
Yeah.
true, but I gave that individual an opportunity to at least adapt to the process and the situation, and
Yeah,
they didn't take advantage of it. So I know of that person. I've had
me
conversations with
too.
that person on other
But
platforms,
the
and
subject of squatting, now that is the real subject here. And I think we can do a lot of research into areas of land that we could boots on the ground. Any one of us can go out on a hiking trip and look for suitable places that we think that we could survive, make it, and start
mm,
growing our own food.
You
And I
know,
think
wow,
that's a big part.
historically, I think the one thing that these self-proclaimed 1,000 elites hate the most are squatters. Because if you
wow,
look at
Yep.
the whole black
Yep.
and the whole white names, they always come from derogatory words for people who are agrarian, non-capitalistic minded people who are technically fucking squatters. You move anywhere you want, you grow what you want, you live what you want. You know, they called them nomads in Europe, but you know, in America, since we've been born, it's squatting. Same shit
Peace
though.
to
Settlers or
peace
frontiers people.
to Jan Renee. Appreciate your presence. Thank you. Well, I want to read this comment, but I also want to read Jan Renee's comment. So Bill Gates has a YouTube channel. Maybe the Aboriginal Squad should be on his YouTube comments demanding his land. And Jan Renee, greetings and peace. Wow, I missed out. Replay is in order for real. Yes,
I agree.
we're gonna have to now. Now that I would like to. I would like to start off by where we are right now on another live stream. You know, maybe we'll do a series on solutions, and if we can start off with, you know, because because earlier it just didn't seem as though the land was valued in our conversation. It seemed as though, you know, living in these nice houses, and that
Huh?
was the direction that I was trying to get away from. Was and that's not we don't have to
Bruh.
give up the houses that people think
These
because
things are
you go.
mold boxes.
Well,
The land's all that's worth anything.
but I'm saying, like, I'm not saying going off grid necessarily means to go into the forest. It just means to disconnect yourself from the system. That's all that I'm asking. We can
Yeah, I
still
dig
be
it.
in these homes, just not so dependent on the system. If this system sees that we're able to provide food for ourselves, I'm telling you, at that very moment, they know that we've woken up. But as long as we continue to provide, we depend on them for food, they know damn well they got us because they could easily poison us like they're doing right now. And as long as
Yep.
we depend on them for water, fluoride and chlorine is in our water. Those are poisons.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just accepting of it. We bathe in it. We bathe our
The
babies
fact
in
that
it.
they fuck
We
with the
drink
weather,
it. Come
the
on,
fact
man.
that they fuck with the weather is the big thing, you
So I'm
know.
just saying, it's just, you know, so this was the direction that I was hoping to start the conversation off with. But it seems as though our addiction to this system wouldn't allow it, you know, and so it took them hours to get to this point. Um, you know, and maybe the next, well, I'll label this part one, and then we can get to part two. But next time, I'm going to have some outlines in the direction of the conversation so that we can stick to solutions. I want solutions, man. I don't want this whole complaining and identifying something that we all have identified. We have an enemy. We have a force out there that's trying to enforce their will upon us with the unnatural system. Come on, we know that. Now, what are we going to do? What can we tell our children? What are we going to tell the next generation? Or you don't care? That's fine. I have 5 children. My oldest is 11. I have to do something. I have to do something.
I dig it.
So, you know, so nah, man, you know, if anyone want to close out, we're going to just go ahead and knock this one out. And,
Realist,
huh? What you say, faceplant?
realist. I have a question for you. I'm just curious. What did you do for a living?
Well, I own a truck company.
Oh,
That's what
oh,
I, that's what I did for years. And then, I,
cool.
I owned a truck company in California, brought it here to Alabama. And, the first driver that I hired here in Alabama crashed my truck and put me out of business.
Shit.
They're
Shit.
Look, man, they're alcoholics, man. I mean, I'm not summing up, but a majority of people are alcoholics, and not a majority. Let me take that back. Oh, that was horrible. Oh, take that back, please. Don't take that sound bite and not include that. I apologize. It's a wrong statement. But here in Alabama, if anything, they closed down everything except for the liquor stores and the churches. No, the liquor stores. No, the only thing they didn't really close down was the liquor stores. All other businesses had to shut down except the grocery stores and the liquor stores. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
drugstore too, probably.
So yeah, true. But I'll just say that, you know, so now to finish that story, I had to jump and do Uber. and Lyft. And then during the pandemic hit, and actually it was very lucrative. It's still very lucrative, actually, to be independent contractor and do deliveries for Walmart, the Beast, and to different ways. You know, like my wife, she does the whole Instacart thing where she delivers people's groceries. Very lucrative. People are scared to go to the grocery stores right now. So I'm just saying that, so I'm working on my next lucrative business because I had up to 15 trucks. I had up to 15 trucks out there in California, up to 20 drivers. I was running it, man. I was running it, and the driver came here. He was bobtailing. The man didn't even have a trailer on him. Ran into a Corvette with someone who had pre-existing industry injuries. Damn near $100,000 claim, and and the insurance down here in Alabama is crazy, crazy because it's high risk down here. And look, I'll add this to it. You know what? When I first moved to Alabama, one of the first things I noticed was the number of accidents on a daily basis. Until I went to Google, I said, is this in my mind? Alabama has the fourth highest rate of accident per capita in the United States. California is 29th.
Damn.
What does that
That's
say?
crazy.
And I just moved from California and didn't see the amount of accidents that I see here in Alabama. It was outrageous. Me being someone on the road now, and I'm just witnessing all these accidents. So it's high. The insurance premium is really high down here, and so it's just
Do you think that's a move to push people towards getting hybrid, not driverless vehicles?
I have no idea. I really haven't given it any thought. I'm just right now. I'm in survival mode and get to safety. I think it was a great thing. I hate that that's the way that it happened, but the burden of running a truck company is, I'm telling you, you don't sleep. You don't sleep. These drivers will call you at any time of the night to ask you for registration, although they've sat in the truck for a month and they didn't know where the registration was. It was just outrageous. It was stressful, very stressful job. And
Oh, shit.
it was just, so, to answer your question, I just, everything is good. Everything is
I'm
good for
glad
me
you
right
found
now.
a good niche there in Alabama. That's a credit to you.
What you say?
I'm glad you found a good niche there.
Oh man, it's wonderful. It's great, man. You got to remember, Alabama was the fifth least vaccinated state out of the 51. They count Washington D.C. as a state. I don't know. Go figure on that. But 50th, that means that we were the least vaccinated. So I think I chose a good place. I didn't have any family here. I didn't have any friends here. I just chose a place that was in the South to grow my food because west of Dallas is a desert. Or Abilene, Texas. I was corrected. Abilene, Texas is a desert. So I chose a place in the South, and this is one of only a few places that have exemptions on vaccines, and I can grow my food and clean air and clean water. So it's cool right now. I just got to make the next step. I just got to make.
You're talking about the car accidents. I've sure seen a big change in the behavior since 2020, like more car accidents and cars with windows smashed out with plastic taped over them, and just crazy behavior on the road because of the people's behaviors changed.
I know the bloody I know that youth are a law unto themselves on these roads. They do like over in New Zealand here. They've got a group where they call them the what is it? Bogans. The Bogans. And the Bogans basically are drivers that they don't give a stuff about the law. They'll they'll drop a wheelie right in front of a copper just to get him to chase them. so they can outmaneuver them. They play games with them. They're a bloody nuisance on the street because I ended up getting crashed into by one who was outrunning a whole lot of bloody law. He couldn't go down one side of the street, his side, because the traffic was too slow. It's only 30 k's. So he decided to take to the bloody pathway everybody walked on. And he drove partly on the street and partly on the footpath. And he was smashing into the sides of cars as he drove. He didn't give a stuff who he ran into. And nobody could claim anything out of that, you know. 30, yeah, Maureen just said, I think he hit 32 cars. I mean, when you've got that type of attitude
It's
and
wild.
you're just driving on a road trying to go from A to B,
It's look,
it's pretty bloody hard,
look at
you
this
know.
comment. Look at this comment here from Jan Renee. She at In the Groove and said, when I was passing through Alabama and crossed the state line, I saw 4 individual car crashes within 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm telling you, it was one of the first things I noticed because when I first got here, I was still running the truck company. So my wife did all the errands. So she was really out there with the children, taking them around, and as I ran the company. But then now that I was out there driving, I immediately noticed it. And then here in the group says that Louisiana's wild driving too. Yes, to get insurance on a truck company in the South, you're going to have to do business in another state, damn near. You're going to have to you have to have your business located in California, Georgia, and maybe Texas or somewhere else, family member to use their address. But no, I just want to, say that, I just want to work on solutions. I do have a live schedule tomorrow, and that's part of this whole solution theme in the sense of, I forgot what I labeled. I think it was the Rodney King. I used his image of, can we all just get along? Because, this week I did experience some friction. Um, just quickly, that I've gotten into three times I've been confronted on these YouTube streets in regards to there being a problem, 3 times. And it all stems from me asking a question. So I told my son this morning, you know what, I'm going to ease back on the question asking because the 3 times that I've had to confront anyone where they've had a problem with me is because I asked a question and I wasn't satisfied with the fact that they didn't answer my question and I got backlash 3 times. And so I just got to do a better job on that, but I just know that when I ask a question, I just want the answer,
You know what that is? People don't want to hear the answer to that question, and they don't want other people
Wow.
to, so they can
Wow.
keep the crazy narrative going.
That's my conclusion, but at the same time, like what I told in the group, is just there's a certain people that you just have to identify. I have to even do a better. I do a pretty good job of identifying. Okay, no, don't go that way. No, don't mess. Don't no. That person is no. But I have to even be more keen. I just have to do a better job. Jan Renee, you wanna well, I know 2 questions. I can't remember the other question that I asked Bex. Bex said, Bex and I had. She's not ashamed of letting the world know that I had asked her a question, but I can't remember with the question that I actually asked Bex. So that's one of them. But the one question was, Jan Renee, one question was, do we have an enemy? That was one question that I asked a person, and I didn't think that I had the question was answered. There was either they would say yes, and then they would say no, or they would say no, and then they'll say yes. So I didn't wasn't satisfied on which side of it So I, you know, and so I never got. I didn't think I got an answer to my question. That's the only reason why I asked it again. But that they didn't like that. And then recently, this week, Renee, I hope you. The third question this week that got me into a lot of friction. I've since resolved it with the people involved. But the question at the time was I was watching Big Dog Philly OG's live last week, and he was restreaming Bro Sanchez, Jan Renee. He was restreaming Bro Sanchez, and Bro Sanchez's live was in regards to the polite situation where he got arrested for child molestation or child whatever. The child was 14 years or younger, and he got convicted, you know, and the whole stream was about that. The House of Consciousness, which is Sa Netter and his colleagues, that they associated themselves with it, and that they should not have associated themselves with it. They somewhat enabled him, and people should somewhat separate themselves from that. That's what his live was about. That's what Bro Sanchez live was about. Was that we should not be. However, boom, and then in the same. I know Kill Switch. I'm sorry, Kill Switch. I'm sorry, man. Kill Switch already know he was there. He had a front row seat. And, okay, so Jan Renee said he was. So in that same live though, Bro Sanchez said that, oh, I'll debate polite. You know, I don't care. Basically, he didn't. It doesn't matter if he was convicted of what he was convicted of, and to the fact he says I'll debate him, um, even when he's behind bars. So to me, I was like, wait, hold on. That sounds a little hypocritical if you're going to tell one person that they shouldn't do something and then you turn around and say that you would do it. And that was the question that I posed. I just asked, do you all think that that's hypocritical? And that's all the question was I asked a couple people on the panel if they thought it was hypocritical. And it led to a couple videos being made. You know, but salute to Key Norfolk and Big Dog Philly OG. I let them know that no, I had no ulterior motives. I'm not trying to build this channel off of tearing anyone down. It was just an observation that I made. I don't know Bro Sanchez. He has a lot of people that he's influenced, and that's a good thing. Everyone speaks highly of him. So why would I knock the dude? It was just a certain situation, and I asked a question about it, and it led to a couple videos being made, you know, and that's it.
That's
So
a good question, though. That's a damn good question.
he said a couple videos. Hey, you see Kill Switch, I ain't make no videos about it. I just addressed the situation like, look, that's not why I hit no panel. That's not why I'm on YouTube. I didn't come here to start no war. Well, war with this enemy, the one who has the ability to enforce their will upon me. Yes, that's who I'm here to address. But those of us who are down here with us trying to figure it out, I have no problems with you all. I just had a question. Was it hypocritical or not? That's all I asked. But Kill Switch said a couple videos. Yes, couple videos, man. This person made two or three, and then another person made two, and then another person made one. So no, man, I didn't come here for that. I just find it odd. My ears were perked up. Like you told this person they shouldn't steal, but then you turn around and say, "Yeah, I'll steal if I had an opportunity." So I'm just like, "Wait, hold on. What are we doing here?" You know. So that's all it was, man. But salute to everybody, man. I ain't here for all that. So, Renee, if you're still there, that was the question that I asked. It wasn't hypocritical. That's all I asked.
I've been thinking about. I'm just gonna go off track for a sec, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I've been thinking about this and suggesting it on some panels and in some chats about a short story by Edgar Allan Poe, which was, I think, the 1830s or 40s. And they're short stories. The one story is called The Cask of Amontillado, and it's about Masonry. It's about Freemasonry. and yeah, it's very interesting. If you can find a podcast or a video when someone reads it, or read the story, it's very interesting. It's about a real Mason who yeah, he was done wrong by a Mason, and he turned the tables on him, exposed him as a fraud. And the fact that it was written in the 1830s or 40s, and the language it uses, it tells me that the old world is not so old, and not so long ago.
But do you really think that another Mason? These guys take oaths. But I also want to add to that. I didn't pose that question to judge anyone. Jan Renee, I didn't pose that question to Judge Bro Sanchez or anything. But no, do you have a link? Is there a link that we can follow up on that face plant? Because that's part of my goal of just identifying these people and seeing how they move and their agenda and their ways, so that I can see it a little clearer. What would you say? What was it that you titled that for me to look up?
The cask, CASK, of Amontillado, or
Right.
Amontillado, AMONTI, AMONTILLADO,
Gotcha.
Amontillado or Amontillado.
So, yep, that was my and so that was it, y'all. I hope that this live had some semblance of value. But from where I'm sitting, I learned a lot. Always learned a lot. That's when you put great minds together. You're gonna get something. You're gonna get something. Just even what face plant just do you prefer plant face or face plant?
It don't matter.
Okay, plant face.
Call me
Um
Ken. Call me Ken if you want.
Ken. So and then you got Can a dummy. Um that's another name for those of us in the chat. But you're gonna get information. But I also would like, I participated in some of these lives that go on for 6 to 8 hours. I don't have enough time in a day to listen to all these lives. So it's like if we can concise them and just focus on that one area, it'd really be helpful to others that come back to listen. It's good to chill on here and talk, but also, I want to create where we stay on the subject matter and really, because when we hone in on a particular thought, we just channel our energy towards that. I'm telling you, we can really dive deep. You know, we can really dive deep into that, as opposed to just random thoughts, and then we just one person saying this and another. But if we can now come together and say, okay, let's focus on this task at hand, and use our energy. I'm telling you, we can put together some great things. And the Bible taught us that, showed us that this God, when we built a stairway to heaven, he knocked that like some Lego blocks. I said it the other day. He knocked it over and scattered us. That's what we can do. They know that's what we can do if we put our minds to it and work together to find a solution. But we have all these inhibitions and all these holdbacks that we're just like you said earlier, plant based. You said the answer. They're scared of the answer. They don't want to hear the answer, so they don't want to hear the solution because you hear that, plant based? You see that? We don't want to deal with the solution. because the solution is a threat to our addictions and our comfort. I know Dean speaks on the fact that we are into this comfort way of living.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, man. All right, there you go. There you go. So,
Yeah.
I'm going forward. Look, this channel is about solutions. I need solutions. We all need solutions.
And
We don't,
dropping indoctrination is a tough part of the solution. I mean, I'm still indoctrinated, right?
yes, we
Yes.
all are. We
Yeah.
all are.
We all are. Exactly. And we're
Being
all
aware,
fighting that fight. That's one fight.
being
We're all
aware
fighting
of
together. Yeah.
In the
being
group says Google Tube is loving the watch time. They selling data. We working for free. But look, in the groove, the information that I'm obtaining is priceless. All
Yeah.
right, it's priceless. So they can get what they want to get, but I'm getting what I want to get because knowing that Dean is in New Zealand and is being subjected to the same treatment that I'm being subjected to, it confirms. And this has given me the ability to do that. So I could look at the negative, but I also know there's a positive. I'm able. There's Face Plant. He's in Canada, confirming this agenda being played out right in front of us, man. So it is what
Yes.
it is. It is what it is. So this information is priceless. Dean's words are inspiring. When he speaks, his sincerity resonates with those of us who need that type of energy to keep us focused. So it is what it is. Um, so yeah,
Yep.
let's close on out.
Thanks very much for having me.
Yeah,
And
let's let's
yeah,
let's
I'll leave now. But thanks very much for having me. And great to be up here and involved with it. Finding solutions.
solutions,
Have a
man.
great day, everyone.
All right, you too, Dean.
peace to
Peace
you,
out.
bro. Have a
Peace
great
out,
one.
y'all.
All right, y'all. Peace to y'all, man. DJ, appreciate your presence, man. Thank you for hitting the link. I know you were real tired and exhausted, but thank you, man. You're a wealth of information. Plant face. You already know how I feel about you, man. I'm glad that you made your way over here, and you're gonna see that your information is gonna just add to what we're building. Because I know you know a lot, and knowing a lot, but you've accepted it also, and you want to build on what you know. And this is the place for it right now. I want you to just throw them cards on the table, plant face. We need them. You confirm a lot of what we're thinking. So no, salute to you, plant face. And DJ, if y'all want to close out,
I'm just thanks for having me, bro. And it's my pleasure.
don't be no stranger, DJ, man. When I saw you on the enemy's public, I was like, yo, we got a link, and here we are. So my bad for interrupting you, but I want you to know I didn't forget when I first met you on the enemy's public live months ago. A salute to you. Go ahead, I apologize.
Oh, it's good. Don't apologize. Should I interrupt everybody all the time because I'm excited? It's good, and I don't mean to either. So, but but yeah, I'll be around.
All right, man. Peace to you, man.
And also, I would add that I haven't been on YouTube for the better part of the last month. I ain't been around much.
I'm glad to have you here, man. Appreciate you.
But I'm glad to be
Plant.
here, and it was a pleasure speaking with y'all.
All right, same here, man. Feelings mutual. Plant face. I know you're a man of, you're not, you don't have many words, but whatever you do have, let's have them.
Yeah, just thanks to everybody in the chat and that came up on the panel, and it's good to hear and talk to everybody. But that Edgar Allan Poe thing, if anybody wants to read any Edgar Allan Poe stories, or just listen to a podcast, it any one of the stories, it'll give you goosebumps just listening to the language. It's such sophisticated language, and they're creepy, but it'll give you goosebumps because it'll make you think of things you never thought of before.
All right. Thank you all. Y'all heard that. You left us with 2 places to add information. I have to get the rewind a lot. You know, I will anyway, and get the 2 that you recommended, that Masonic situation and then the Edgar Allan Poe. So appreciate everyone that came through. Jan Renee, great to see you. Kimba, great to see you always. In the groove, always. Appreciate everybody. I know there's a lot of people that came through. Kill Switch, man, if you only knew Kill Switch, you definitely kept the flames fired, um, kept the fire burning, I should say. And oh, Jan Renee said the Raven. It's the favorite. So I'm just gonna close out. I'm gonna close out with Indie Groove's theme, and y'all have a good rest of y'all day.
Oh, Phil put a link in the back chat.
Oh yeah, in regards to what?
I don't know. It's just a link there in the private chat.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll definitely tap on it. And yeah, it's good kicking it with y'all today, man. I hope the next one. Flame on too. Yeah, man. Peace to you all. Kill Switch, man. You made this live, man. You really added to it. I'll say. All of us made this live, but Kill Switch at the end really kept us going in a certain direction. So I appreciate that always. And yeah. So I'm gonna close out, y'all. Peace to y'all, man.
Peace.
Mic check, mic check. Y'all check out In the Groove chat, family. Y'all check out In the Groove's channel. In the Groove, drop your link. Although tap on In the Groove's channel real quick. I ain't here for the play. No time of day. Yeah. So I just want to shout out everybody. Flame on too. Glad to see you came through. Kimba M else over here, Jan Renee. Shout out. We want to correct it. I'm not here Kill for Switch the R6. Not know. Shout out to Not Know. Maggot. Shout out to Maggot. The Michigander. Yo, the Michigander, man. You need to come through and hit the panels, man. Fully focused. I'm fully focused on the next level. There are weirdos out there. Here and back. Shout out to Here and Back. Appreciate your presence always. Let's pray the raid on it. face. Can a dummy. Can. Appreciate you. Charles was. Salute to Charles was. Peace to you, man. Salute to you, man. Always. Always. Chuck, Charles. Salute to you, man. Let's pray the raid on it. Paula, Phoenix Fire family. Salute to y'all, man. Amongst us our predators. Next level. Amongst us our predators. Seven Serpents, Maybach. I'm not here for the peace to y'all, man. Okay, boom. Just know that. Smoking in G Sharp. Peace to you, smoking in G Sharp. Thank you always for your presence. Mic check, very much appreciated. Yo. On the next level. Maggot. Appreciate you. Mic check. Turn the music off. Keith West. Boom. But you know what? We're going to run it back. Keith West. Salute to you, man. Salute to you, Keith West. Appreciate your presence always. You know? Salute to In the Groove, who took the initiative and said, yo, this is what I'm going to do for you. Mic check. The realest McCoy. Appreciate you. We'll run through this, man. Marcel, thank you for peeping through the window. Prophet Levi, Absolute Warrior, appreciate your presence always. Miss Seven Serpents came realest McCoy in the chat, family. Appreciate y'all, man. Always. On the next level. I'm not here for the play. Kimba. Candy, aka Brown Eyed Girl 69. Rashard TSL Flat. Motherfucking power in the building. Yes, my children are something else over here, you know? We see a problem. We want to correct it. I'm not here for the play. On the next level. Let's pray the raid on it. Need growth out the trenches, original builders. Salute to you, man. I know things ain't in the way you want it, but you know, that's what we on over here, man. We ain't on that division, man. Fully focused. I'm fully focused. We ain't on that division over here. On the next level. There are weirdos out there. Infested with those cockroaches. Let's pray the raid on it. Luana Hedgepath. Always good to see you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Key Norfolk came through. Big Dog Philly OG came through. DJ ZPE, thank you. coming through and adding to us today. Taking time out your busy day. The enemy's public. The enemy's public. Peace to you. The Bex Factor. Let's pray the raid on it. Realist McCoy in the chat, family. Marvey 2.2. I didn't even get a chance to salute Marvey. Next level. I'm not here for the play. Okay, boom. Mic check. Alexis came through on a next level. Osun Yemi came through. Mic check. Turn the music off. That's right. Appreciate y'all. Hold on. Appreciate y'all for real. In the groove. Look at this smirk he gives us right here. He knew what he was doing. Appreciate you, In the Groove. Y'all check out In the Groove. Y'all need some money, need some music. You know, help support him. He's out there on his own. He's got his land. Gotta support each other. Anybody over here, we gotta support each other, man. Because I think this is what's happening. These are the people we're gonna need in order to get where we're trying to go. These are good people. They know what time it is. And they don't want nothing to do with this system. So, Seven Serpents, appreciate you always. Quentin Emerson, salute to you. Yeah, man, wasn't that mix fire though? I hope it didn't sound all distorted on the playback while I was, I hope it sounded decent talking over it. Yeah. All right, y'all, I'm gone. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Peace to you, peace to your family, and peace to everything about you. Have a good rest of y'all day. Thank you.